Hey.
Well, on territory. It's a special episode. We got the live first round simulcast extravaganza going on. We got 5 hosts. It's me, Dan, Clint, Bahookie, Austin. We're gonna have guests in for a bunch of these picks. We're ready to go. We have talked endlessly about the draft, and we're all just itching for it to be here by this point. Like, we're all over analysts and getting cranky. Like, we're ready. Like, we're ready for these picks to go off the board, see where these people are playing, and then analyze that information as well. And if the Pats take JJ McCarthy, I'm breaking something on live. How are you guys feeling?
I'm able to relax. You know, Browns don't got a pick today. Highly doubt we're trading up into the first round. So I just get to sit here and watch y'all lose your mind.
I'm up in the air.
Lose my mind. I'm cooler than a cooler, baby. What are you talking about?
Until the Falcons don't trade back in the draft. Reach on a wide receiver.
Negative. We're a minute and a half into the stream, Dan. Receiver, because I put in the group chat right before we started, and I was like, somebody haze me if we take a receiver in the first round. That's the only reason he's saying that, because he's pulling for it.
Happy draft day, JC.
JC, happy draft day. We know Philly will do something great.
Always. Yeah, Howie Roseman stays winning.
So, what are we thinking here? I mean, really, the draft starts where? At 5 at this point? The draft starts at 5 with the Chargers?
I think it's still 3. Like, while we feel May is the quote-unquote obvious to New England, until it's locked in, it's not locked in. So I'd say the lazy answer is 3. Same with 4. I mean, the lazy answer is to say Marv's going 4. But until Monty says no to those trade offers, he hasn't said no in terms of Monty Ossenford, GM of the Cardinals. You know, but the less lazy answer would be like you just said, the Chargers at 5, because they're for sale for sure.
Yeah, I would agree. I say it's 3. I feel like that's where I've seen most of the rumors circulating is around the Patriots trading back. I think they should. I agree with you, Tyler. I think they should take Drake May or Jaden Daniels, whoever's there. But if they do decide to trade back, I'm curious, who do you guys think are the most likely trade partners outside of Minnesota? Because I think that's where everyone's seeing it connected. I got one other answer as well. What do you guys think? Tyler, why don't you kick it?
So I think that, like, a player – I think their best bet, if they're going to trade back, in the mock that I did, I had them trading back to 6 and then also trading back to 11. So making 2 trades back, recapping 2 firsts, couple seconds, and then taking Penix at 11. Once that, like, if that's what we're talking about there, like, I'd be okay with it, but I don't think that's the type of trade that they're going to get. So I'm more than happy just sticking and picking with May. So yeah, if they trade back, I'll probably be disappointed, to be honest, because I want the high level prospect. I'm ready. I'm ready to have, like, a possible elite quarterback.
Yeah, it's going to be a game changer. You guys need to figure it out after the failed Mac Jones experiment, trading him away. You know, Jacoby Brissett can get the job done. He's a game manager, but he's not going to lead you to the playoffs. He's not going to, if he does somehow, he's not going to lead you further than the
Patrick Mahomes couldn't lead this Patriots team to the playoffs next year with the lack of more talent. So it has to start somewhere.
Dog that, Smith. How do you feel about that, Tyler?
I mean, I'm ready to not suck. I mean, as cliche as it sounds, like,
I'm ready to not suck. That's exactly what I'd say if you'd asked about that's a fair. I'm ready to not suck.
Yeah, I'm ready to not be bad anymore. I know that, like,
you got to start somewhere. That's a real, like, for I'm not lumping us together, but like, let's get real. We're picking in the top 10 tonight. We ain't killing it. It's like it is an easy way. It's just like start. I want to not suck. Playoffs. I want to be in a 500 or better team. I want to be in contention. I want to not be picking 8th for the 4th straight year.
Yeah, no, I know that, like, I mean, I'm only 27 at this point, so all I've really known is winning with this team, and
Aww.
Yeah.
that's
Must be
what
nice.
I'm trying to fight against. Like, people are like, "Oh, you've only been bad for 5 years." It's been 5 years.
I am
don't like
30
losing.
years old, and I've seen the Browns have 4 winning seasons in those 30 years. I think 5, but one of them was the year after I was born, so no memory.
Yeah, that made me feel bad.
By now.
Yeah, dude. But as I was hearing you say, like, all I've ever really known is winning, I was
JT.
like, man, I kind of hope the Patriots trade back now.
My buddy,
It was hilarious, dude. Tyler was sitting over there like, yeah, I've seen 6 Super Bowls, but I'm ready to not suck again.
JT's my
5
buddy.
years.
Yeah. Appreciate
My
you, brother.
5 winning seasons. Yeah.
What'd you say? JT's your boy?
Buddy from the gym. Yeah. He told me he was
Awesome.
going to tap into that.
Appreciate you listening, JT. We're gonna have a really good show for you. JC said you still have a few years of sucking to do. No perversion intended. Thanks, buddy. Really appreciate that. That made me really wicked hype, honestly. Got Omar saying go Bills. I hate the Bills. And AD the homie just with the fire. He's got the Debo profile picture.
Is that Debo and Draymond? That's crazy.
Elite movie there. The Friday series, elite movies. Oh man. We are swimming around this at this point. Like, what we got? 22 minutes till we are actually a go. God damn.
The Bears aren't going to take the whole time, right? Like, please.
I would
not do that.
All
I
right.
wouldn't
How
think
about
so.
everybody drop their biggest offensive and defensive sleeper? Somebody that's probably not given a first-round grade, but you think is going to produce if they are.
The only thing I'd say before we start that is you could see the Bears hang on the clock for a minute because they're playing the game at that pick at 9. It's a little extra time to be playing the phone. That's a little nitpicky, but that's kind of a little bit of my role. Like,
that makes sense.
I could see them waiting because and I get it. It's smoke screen time. It's buzz. I get it. That's been a lot of the talk today is, looking at teams like the Rams at 19, the Jags at 17, potentially Vegas at 13, looking to trade up a few picks with the Falcons at 8 and the Bears at 9 in the world. They might buy themselves a couple minutes there. So I wouldn't look too into it if they stay on the clock. I mean, obviously we know they're taking Caleb, but I just wouldn't be like, oh, they're doing it to be annoying. No, they might be working the phone a little.
Well, they're doing it to be annoying to me.
Seth Haddix here said that Javon Bullard on defense is his sleeper pick.
Seth, who do you pull for?
Love that.
Yeah, who's your fan, Seth?
He pulls for your team. He pulls for your team. I know.
Which team is that?
George safety, he's solid. He can play in the slot. He's got some decent athleticism. I do think that he could end up on a team that needs that like cornerback help in the slot. Maybe like the Eagles later in the draft. He could sneak into the first, but I do have him as a mid-second round pick.
He took my answer. That's okay. We're fine. We're okay. We're good. We're rolling.
I like Cedric Van Pran a lot. I feel like he's going to be like an 8-year starting center in this league. So I would say like mid day 2 pick is where I would put him. I don't think he's going to shoot up to day 1 because of players like Graham Barton or Jackson Powers Johnson. So yeah, I definitely like him. Oh,
I understand Van Pran in terms of falling in line with some of the rest of the centers in this class. Like you said, if someone's intention with Graham Barton out of Duke is to play center, a Zach Frazier out of West Virginia, whether you wanted to play center or guard, Jackson Powers Johnson out of Oregon as well. But Cedric Van Pran's very much getting undersold heading into this weekend. Everyone just kind of writing him off as an automatic day 3. I'm telling you, dude, I don't see a world where the team that takes Van Pran isn't offering him a second contract to be a starting center.
Yeah, no, I think day 3 is you're getting a certified steal. I think somewhere like early 3rd round is somewhere where we could see him go, especially with the need for centers around the league. There's a couple teams that do have that need.
But it is like the old classic Kuiper line. He says, 120 guys can't go day 2.
Yeah.
It's going to be ballers just because of numbers. And it is one to throw out there in terms of, you're right. It's like you look up in round 4 and Van Pran staring you in the face and you got a center need. Dude, easy money. You don't have to be some genius GM to get an A on that one. Yeah,
no, that makes sense. 2 players for me, I would say somebody who I think that can go late round 1 is a Kingsley Suamataia. I think that if the run happens for tackle, and like the Chiefs are sitting there or the 49ers are sitting there, if they're still picking there, that could be a serious player for them. And on defense, probably Tyler Nubin, I would say. He has the potential to also sneak up into this first round here. Those are my 2.
Another guy that can play multiple positions, and really, you can just throw him anywhere you want. That's going to be huge for a lot of teams that have multiple needs, or like those injury-ridden teams. I got for my offensive player, not a guy that I think will sneak into the first round, but just a general sleeper. I really like Marshawn Lloyd out of USC. I thought that he's really efficient on the ground, great contact balance, above average play speed, even though his 40 time wasn't super impressive. I just think that he is not really being talked about too much, but he is my RB3 in this class.
If I had to give my 2 answers, I'd give a lazy answer on offense first, then a non-lazy answer. Lazy answer, Xavier Legette, as far as sneaking into round 1 tonight. I think, we talk so much about Blake's Bills. I think that's a spot that's definitely circled by his camp. His floor is 33 tomorrow to Carolina. So somebody that when you look at the floor being, the first pick tomorrow, margins there. I think that's a name. And a non-lazy take, a little more thrown out there, I'd say Patrick Paul, a tackle out of Houston. His brother Chris plays for the Commanders. Got a lot of swing ability, prototype length, prototype build. A little bit of buzz going around there with him. Somebody who the media and the consensus has been too low on, in my opinion, in terms of the upside. It might not be a day 1 person, but for a team that has some comfort and some time for development, take a Dallas, for example. For example, take, the Commanders. Commanders aren't winning the Super Bowl. Here's a trade-up candidate at the bottom of round 1. I think that's a non-lazy name. And then defensively, it'd be my favorite player in this draft, and y'all have heard me talk about him so much. That's Marshawn Nealon out of Western Michigan, edge, and the ability to play interior. I think he's somebody who doesn't have a lot of pass rush moves right now, but that's going to get a defensive line coach excited to say, look how much bull rush ability there is. Look how much power. Look how much versatility there is in terms of inside, outside. That could be somebody in that 28 to 32 range that someone gets excited and takes a shot on him. In terms of a non-lazy answer, that would be a little more of an exciting one. But he's my favorite player in this draft.
Okay. Eagles and star AJ Brown have agreed to terms on a new 3-year, $96 million extension with $84 million guaranteed. 3 years, $84 million. He got paid. He got his bag. He's not getting traded today. I got our draft dog here. His name is Maui, and he's trying to bite my hand right now. Buddy,
you're laying in the hallway, but I might bring them in at some point.
So whenever I'm sitting here and he's on the bed, he likes to just like my right arm is just like his. Like he just thinks that is like his property when he's up here like that. So we'll be seeing him a few times.
You
So,
should write Drake May and trade back on a tennis ball. Throw them both.
I'm
See
not
which one he
letting that
goes
up
to get.
I'm not letting that up to him. I can't let dogs
He walks
continue to
outside,
make the
takes
Patriots
a big
picks.
dump, and we know it's JJ McCarthy at 3 for Tyler.
Mikey
no.
Up top.
Hi, buddy. Hi. Yeah, I would be severely upset. Severely upset.
Hey,
Can
you
you
know
back
it's
up just a
May.
little? I know what I think I know, but I don't know what's reality. So
Who knows?
my two sleepers.
So
I know
JC's very hype for the Birds.
All
JC
for
go
keeping up with the comments.
Yep. Hayden says, "What's up, fellas? Looking forward to hopefully a great night."
McCarthy
Yeah,
coming your way, Hayden.
yeah. Get ready for that with the 5th pick trading up with the Chargers, not the Patriots. Mason says,
pulls for.
"Yeah, get them drinks ready, boys. We in for a good night." He is a 49ers fan, and I hope that Brandon Ayuk is a Patriot by the end of tonight, buddy.
Let's go.
So
I know he is.
Rio.
At home right now.
I'll take Debo off your hands as well. I don't discriminate against really good wide receivers.
You see that report today saying that they're willing to trade either of them too?
Yeah, I
That's
did.
pretty
I threw it in the chat. But yeah, no. So that's big news coming from Ian Rappaport, and it's just the start. Brendan says, "Let's go, boys." What's up, Brendan?
That's my best buddy, Brendan. He's a lifelong Broncos fan, so he has a lot of anxiety this evening.
Ooh, thanks for the
What,
quarterback.
Broncos fan? Broncos fan, you said?
Oh yeah, he's a born out in Colorado, lived out there most of his childhood, moved back there for a little bit post grad, but he's back here now with us in Falcons country. But nah, he's Broncos guy for sure.
Dude, he's got his QB1. Zach Wilson's ready to play. He's
He
locked
got
and
trolled
loaded.
so hard today. He texted me. The Broncos did a little Instagram post about the New Jersey release, which was horrific. The UTEP Broncos, by the way. But continuing on, and they did a Wilson jersey with a 10, and he was like, "Yeah, I saw this," and was like,
"Oh, there he goes."
Oh.
It's a hell of a face to be stuck on too.
I'll just go ahead and remove him for now. Once he comes back, I'll add him back in.
I can give my 2 sleepers.
Gold.
I never got to go.
Yeah,
I got
go
kicked
for
off
it
for a while.
Well, yeah.
I was just gonna give my 2 sleepers before we got started here.
I like that.
Go for it.
But yeah, I was gonna say, Clint, we were off to we picked right back where we left off on Tuesday. Sniped my offensive pick with Xavier Legette because I think he's kind of right at that fringe.
He's a Bill tonight.
There's a decent chance he's a Buffalo Bill tonight. But since that one was taken, I think sticking with the same position, probably not going to go day 1, but probably could go significantly earlier, day 2 than a lot of people are expecting. Jalen Polk, and then probably a day 3 pick could have maybe been a day 2 pick, but had a less than ideal combine at safety. Cam Kinchins from Miami. That's a name that I would love it if he was around round 4 or tail end of round 3, and the Bills made a move to go up and get him.
Yeah, I like both of those.
Nice.
I
mean, you guys need some help in the secondary.
Yeah.
Jordan Poyer is gone, so we definitely need another safety. Taylor Rapp is going to be the guy to step up, but we definitely need someone to develop behind him. Maybe bring Micah Hyde back for one more year, but that's still TBD.
Right?
Yeah, I mean you have to start getting younger there. You have to start getting younger there at some point, Yeah.
That's pretty much what this offseason's been about. It's been about getting younger and cheaper.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I think it makes so much sense for them to move up with the Bears and take Odunze. I would hate it personally as a Patriots fan. That would suck. But it clicks. The Bears need picks. You need a wide receiver. They don't need the star wide receiver. They could move back to 28, then get a little bit more flexibility throughout the whole draft. It just Makes sense. Brendan says Zach Wilson can suck it. I'm sure many people have said that as well.
As I said, Brendan and I are really, really, really good buddies. We were the officiants in each other's weddings for perspective. So, as you can see, he's really a very mild-mannered person, and he's always kind. So,
I like
we
it.
appreciate you watching. Keep watching, even though we are going to make Zach Wilson jokes at your expense. It's okay. I mean, I had to watch Bailey.
Shut up, Taylor. Shut up. I recognize that. I heard Clint is projecting Jermaine Burton to be picked first over Caleb Williams. Shut up, Trapster. Get out of here. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm being a tool. I'm being a complete tool right now. I apologize.
It's okay.
That's my buddy Taylor. He's biggest Mike Vick fan you ever saw in your life. Hey, he is. Yeah, get out of here.
That is so funny.
If it's your friend, it's okay to be a dick. You just don't be a dick to random commenters. Be nice to them.
That's definitely Taylor's name backwards. Yeah, it's him.
How do you guys feel about Jermaine Burton?
Oh, Seth has a comment on Jermaine. He is a horrible, horrible human being. That came up on point, on cue.
Yeah, I know nothing about his personal life, but on tape, I think he looks nice. He's a solid, deep downfield threat. His reception perception charts just came out. Above average success rate on all routes except for the 9, surprisingly, and the corner route. Above average on everything else. 86th percentile success rate against man coverage, 46th against zone, which is not ideal, but probably in the role he was in, harder to have that success. And then 86 against press coverage, which was kind of surprising to me, given his slight frame.
Look, if you take the fact he's a head case out, hey, Burton is a top 75 player, and that's me being modest.
Yeah.
If you consider the fact that it's a head case.
Yeah, apparently Seth watched him punch some female at Bama after they lost to Tennessee.
Watched him do that on
Okay,
tape. But
I agree. Yeah, he's garbage.
I'm being positive, positive for a second. We've been negative, we've been ugly about it. Like, he needs to go somewhere with like a Mike Tomlin. He needs to go somewhere.
Oh,
New rookie coach. No, hang with me here. Like, he doesn't need to go with the rookie. I'll use my own team. The Falcons, Raheem Morris could handle coaching Jermaine Burton. And I know it's his first year coaching in Atlanta, but just saying, like, he's going to be a fit guy. He's going to be someone that needs to be in a receiver room that's kind of got that vet that's kind of like, hey, sweetheart, you're the newbie a little bit. He's one I'm interested to see as far as tomorrow, if he gets into tomorrow. Talent-wise, he should.
Yeah.
Cowboys will take him, no problem.
It's a good little mention that we started a little conversation off of Taylor's little
Good,
nasty comment.
And then JC said, Mason, you guys losing a top wide receiver a year now? Oof. I mean, let's be fair, JC. One of your teams lost in the first round last year, and one of them lost in the Super Bowl. Mason's team didn't get beat by Baker Mayfield and the Bucks, so you better relax.
As a guy whose team is coached by Mike Tomlin, we don't want Jermaine Burton.
Coming from the horse's
you got enough to
here.
Deal with picking.
Well, I mean, it's like every wide receiver we get is a drama queen. I've had enough of it.
Yeah, but every one of them is sick at football.
Take away.
It kind of comes with the territory. Yeah, usually the really good ones kind of are a little bit.
But ours just like stand out a little bit more. Like ours have lost their head.
Right, well, that's more Vontae's Perfect's fault than your guys' fault.
Not disagreeing.
I clearly remember that. Best thing Juju ever did in his career was smoke Perfect like a couple plays later. That was
another guy, another head case, Like we'll go down the list. Like
yeah, we gave him guaranteed money.
I realize I am a father, and I realize I'm not a quote unquote cool guy. But Drake May could not have less drip tonight if he tried, or less swag. In
What
terms
do you guys think about
he's a
Malik
country boy.
Neighbors fit? What do you
I
think
gotta
about?
see this.
He's an old cunt. I'm okay. What are you talking about? You know, I get it. I'm just saying, like, I relate to him in terms of it's like, yeah, you're the guy that's like, I'm not gonna look the coolest tonight. I'm gonna have my nice outfit. I say that, you know, like
I mean,
Yeah,
it
I'm
wasn't
looking
like
at it
he
now.
was.
He looks corny as hell.
I stopped
Come
talking because I
on.
realized a comment was definitely going to come from one of my buddies being like very hateful.
Shane says
It's fine,
if
but I agree. No
trades
drip.
up- Shane says if Jacksonville trades up, he's prepared to pull over and react to it on our live stream. He is going to be a guest with us later for the Jags pick. So
Love that.
dedicated man right there, Shane.
Absolutely love that.
Which is hard to find for Jaguars fans, at least for me.
Drive safe, Shane.
Yes, drive safe.
Yeah. Hey, I got a question for y'all real quick before it starts. Is there any world where you see the top three not being all quarterbacks?
No.
Just because
I
the Patriots make questionable draft decisions, I could see them
if anyone's
going
trading up for that pick, they're making that trade for a quarterback.
Yeah,
100%. But I'm just saying,
Marvin Harrison there.
I could see the Patriots just opting for Marvin Harrison Jr. instead of making the right decision.
That would be the only way, but I find that highly unlikely.
Gosh, you would have to have.
If we're going to take a wide receiver, they might as well trade
There's
back.
a world.
Yeah,
there's a world. On top of it, the Patriots do. They're terrible at drafting wide receivers, so they probably won't take Marvin Harrison Jr. because they have a bad grade on him. Clearly.
JC Kirk, special teams, special plays, special players. What's up, brother?
That's right.
Had to get that one time into the stream, you know.
Here we go.
Tuesday.
Is he not here tonight?
He is going to be. I think he's going to be on later.
Well, I heard he was making the pick, but he did get hurt the other day. So
you're talking about Sketch. I thought you were talking about JC. Yeah. Dude, if Sketch makes the pick, like
I heard he is.
That's insane. Like, come on, guys, we got to go viral at some point so we could be like him. Which is something I never thought I'd feel myself saying.
Do we really want to be like him?
Yeah, that's fire. He's making bread, doing nothing but playing Madden.
Yeah,
I want his spirit. He has a great
top
spirit.
3 picks. I was just gonna say that the Patriots don't have a choice. Like, they have to sell faith to the fan base. Like, take Tyler, for example, whining a second ago about sucking for the first time in his life. They have to sell faith beyond Jacoby Brissett in a 1-year window of bridge. And you can't look at the next class next year and say, well, we'll play our odds next year. You're talking about a class where we're talking about Carson Beck, Shadur Sanders, et cetera, being your 1-2. Where are you going to be picking? What's the market going to be? You can't play the ceiling floor between having the 3rd pick with this quarterback class and thinking you'll do better next year with some better build. That's what we call, and you'll hear us tonight say, getting cute. Patriots have zero. Like, I have zero affiliation with the Patriots. If they do anything but take a quarterback at 3, I'm going to be pissed off.
So who's the Ohio State wide receiver who stayed in this year?
Emeka Egbuka.
Thank you for
give me Drake May, and if you suck next year, take Egbuka. Then we're right. Like I will.
Luther Burden out of Missouri instead.
Luther Burden is disgusting at football as well. And also, I'm pretty sure Jaden Daniels tackles. I don't know their names offhand. That's next year's draft prep. I'll know every player in next year's draft, but that's I'm pretty sure that they are both being mentioned as 1st-round picks as well. Both of those LSU tackles. So we need tackle, wide receiver, quarterback. This is the quarterback class. You can find tackles and wide receivers in other classes. They will be good. Not every quarterback class is good. Like, I feel like that's something that a lot of people don't understand. They're just like, oh, somebody will come along. Like, what do you mean? There's only like 20 good quarterbacks in the league, you know? Like, you don't just find those guys. How many good wide receivers are there? 70?
Right, and on top of it, like, there's at very most should be maybe 7 wide receivers that go in the 1st round, more likely to be 5 or 6. You're likely to have your choice of, like, you know, Xavier Worthy, Ricky Pearsall, Xavier Legette, Devontae Walker. Jermaine Burton. Any of those guys should be there for you at the second pick in the second round?
Yeah, I mean Keon Coleman.
If you're taking Tez Walker at the second pick of the second round, you are fired.
You're dumb. Yeah, you're dumb. Can't do that.
You shouldn't go in the second pick. I'm just saying your wide receiver class is deep. Don't take one at 3. Wait on it until the second round, and there's going to be plenty of guys there.
Yeah.
So I heard an interesting comp for Keon Coleman that I never really put together, but I'm pretty sure. I forget who it was. It might have been Charles Davis. It might have been Bucky Brooks, but they did a comparison between Keon Coleman and Puka Nacua. Puka's a little shorter, a little lighter, but they both had like virtually similar gauntlet and like 40s. They had similar stats throughout their combine, and I don't know if it changed my perception on Coleman, but like it definitely made me feeling a little bit better if that would be the pick at 34. Like at first I just didn't see it, and like I don't know, like after going back and like watching Puka's combine and his tape and Coleman's tape, I'm like, okay, I could see a world where like this guy is a lot better than what he's being billed as. What do you guys think?
I hear what you're saying there. I personally don't see them as similar play styles at all. I think Keon Coleman's like a solid contested catch guy, but not at all a route runner. His reception perception also came out. I can look that up in a second, but it was not good numbers. And Puka had very solid numbers on top of being like that quick, twitchy, agile guy rather than the big, strong, win at the catch point guy. I don't know. I don't see it, but I do get what you're saying, that like reviewing the tape, there's tons of upside. I just don't see the consistency to the point where I want to draft him where consensus is taking him.
I feel that. Brett's Thunderdome says AI Bahookie, clearly not a real person. Blake, you're not real. Ramphis is in the chat. He said, let's go, Bahookie, Montana. What's up, Ramphis? Poss is here. He said, hearing a lot of Giants trade up talk. Yeah, it's probably with 3, and I don't think that's going on. And we are officially at 8:03. No clock has appeared yet on the stream, but the NFL draft has officially started.
Come on, Goodell, grow up.
Yeah, like get that, like have somebody inject you with something like they all inject the football players at halftime when they're hurt. Get out there. You won't feel it anymore. You'll be fine.
Yeah, figure it out.
If you could sell it to your players, you could take it yourself. Let's put it that way. Mason said we gotta wait for Goodell to get booed. Yes, we do. It's definitely happening. It's happening.
It's a national tradition.
Speaking of, we got to start talking about our drinking game rules. What do you guys think?
For it.
Anytime a trade is made, take a drink. And
love it.
Every time Goodell gets booed.
Keep in mind, we're trying to make it the full hours.
Blake's trying to be on one tonight.
But
every time Goodell gets booed,
shot.
Anytime a trade is made, anytime a player that is drafted that you did not have a first round grade on, drink. If your team drafts the player that you want, chug.
Finish your drink.
Finish your drink. I like that.
I'm with it.
And then we can keep on adding them as we go, but that was just off the top.
I think that's plenty for a 4.5 hour show.
For 4.5 hours, and we're gonna be drinking in between the rules.
Anyway, so
I was gonna say, I feel like some of us know who we want. I don't know. Blake, who'd you say you wanted?
You want to trade up?
Roma Odunze is the top of my wish list, but I mean, I'll be happy with Brian Thomas Jr. I'll be happy with A.D. Mitchell. I'll be happy with Xavier Legette, honestly. It depends. It depends on the value, but Odunze is the dream, honestly.
How much do you think you'd have to give up to get Odunze?
I don't care.
So in my mock draft that I did last night, my final one, I had them giving up 28, 60, 128 next year's second. Their second.
Wait, I found a mock trade earlier, and I'll find it, and that I like. 1 second here.
People that have seen the compensation I did said they wouldn't do it for less than 2 firsts. I don't think Buffalo's willing to do the second first next year.
So this was a mock trade that someone proposed. Bills received pick 9, pick number 75 in the third round, which they don't have a third round pick, and 25 fourth round pick in exchange for pick 28, pick 60, pick 128 in the fourth round this year, and the first next year.
Oh, okay.
So they would maintain that Vikings second round pick next year.
I don't think they give up the first. I don't think they give up two.
And
firsts.
they would have 2 seconds next year. Actually, they would have both of their seconds next year.
Yeah, I guess that gets them back into the third round too. So like, yeah.
I'll go ahead and say,
and that Vikings second round pick should, in theory, be an earlier one, barring them completely popping off. So they would have the ammo to get back into the first round next year if they wanted to.
Yeah. Awesome. What were you gonna say?
My one's Quinyon Mitchell. I want him bad. I don't know if he's gonna get to us. But
I think it's a lineman pick for you, but
I think it is too. But I want Mitchell. Please give me Mitchell.
What would you feel about like Terrion Arnold? Like, I feel like that's pretty. Like,
I think he's gonna go early. I think he's gonna be too early.
I think he could go before Mitchell. Honestly,
I don't. I think Mitchell will be the first cornerback off the board. Yeah, I do. I think like if the Vikings. No, I'm sorry. If the Broncos stay there at 12 and like all the quarter, like Penix is gone and it's Nix, like I think they could possibly take him and pair him with Surtain, because that just seems like such a Broncos move, doesn't it? Sorry, I think it was Brendan. Yeah, Brendan, who is a Broncos fan watching us right now. If you don't like that, I'm sorry.
He'll get over
it. Shane asks, who has that beautiful Southern accent? Is that you, Austin? Is he talking about?
That might be.
I heard it too when I was writing my notes.
That might be me. Yeah, I'm rocking it. What's up, baby?
You got a fan. You got a fan. Friend and me.
I know. And then my other one was gonna be Amarius Mims. Like it's. I mean, that's probably more realistic than Quinyon. So either of those two go, I'll chug. I'll make
Eminem's out in the cut.
Let's go. Detroit's.
I feel like you never saw Eminem from like 2000 to like 2012, and then he was just like, "Yeah, I'm back."
Right.
Okay, real quick here, Brett Thunderdome. In the opinion of the panel, what is the worst part of the movie Draft Day? The Browns drafting a middle linebacker with the 4th pick, or the Jaguars trading their picks back to the Browns so they can choose a running back?
Right.
I'm sorry, Dan, but I'm going to just say the movie in general being about the Browns.
Oh, it's all terrible. The entire movie sucks. I mean, we've all seen Major League, right? Major League's great movie.
Major League is one of the best.
I'm not taking it. Ricky Vaughn.
Don't bring Draft Day in the same conversation as Major League.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. Major League's amazing, even though it's circulated around terrible Cleveland teams.
Apples and oranges.
And Draft Day.
The Indians are way cool.
No, it's like a diamond in a turd. It's not apples and oranges.
Serrano, like with his totem pole, like that dude, like that was easily one of the best movies of that generation, and like holds up today still. You got Charlie Sheen in there, just like 100%. Throwing absolute heat.
That was prime Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, Blake, I think this is your dad. He said, "Hey, there's a Buffalo
man on here waiting for every night. Anyway, to speed it up." No, Dad, I can't speed up the draft, unfortunately.
Come
on, make a call.
Dude, you know it. You know you can.
Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, this needs. Yeah, Aiden Hutchinson is a big dude. Is that dude? He's as tall as Megatron.
Dude, I can't wait to watch him next year.
He's a problem.
He is.
Amon-Ra St. Brown just got the massive payday. He's out there hyped.
A big old bag. And he's about to get a payday. Jared Goff. They said payday's imminent.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, I would something like the Baker Mayfield deal. I feel like
I heard someone saying that part of the reason we're seeing like these wide receiver contracts get done now is because like it drives up the average annual value of like the league the league mean, which makes like wide receivers more valuable. So it pushes teams that don't need them to like make the rivals want to go for them. If that makes sense.
no,
I
that
get what you're
makes sense.
saying. Right, like opportunity cost, like somebody else passes on them, take them and use it against the guy who passes on them.
Like for example, like the Eagles just got the deal done, and the Lions just got the deal done because they're probably not looking at wide receivers, but then like teams that are in their division or something, it makes it more enticing for them to go for it, which could help their draft status, and then make it easier for them to get the guys they want. I don't know how much it actually helps, but someone was talking about it earlier today.
Ramphis says that excessive alcohol consumption speeds up most things in life. That's pretty
Cheers
true.
to that, brother.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
take a drink.
Tyler, the FF creator, says, "What's going on here? We're having a live draft stream, buddy, and I thank you for watching and commenting."
Yes, sir.
Brett's Thunderdome. Ric Flair is making the Bucks' third-round pick. He should make every pick in this draft.
Yeah, there you go.
Woo! That dude
fair.
is
Considering
awesome.
Flair pulls for like 12 college teams, that would be on brand for him to call every team tonight.
Yeah. Ric Flair is a legend. And we are officially on the clock. We're on the clock with the Bears pick.
Who do you think they're taking?
God damn it.
ESPN stream and NFL Network stream, as far as my like, I'm seeing it is like pretty dead on. As far as like a lag or us being like,
I'm about 8 seconds.
Pick
I'm about 8 seconds behind.
5 clicks before.
I was gonna say I'm a little
coming.
far forward on ESPN. I'm seeing the things a little bit sooner on YouTube TV, but it's all good.
Oh, so yeah, you gotta watch it on our screen.
That's right.
10 minutes to pick is wild. I agree. Yeah, we all know what this is gonna be. JJ McCarthy, obviously. And yeah, JC said they're taking Kool-Aid.
It's all about whether or not the Bears are going to be annoying.
No, well, I think Clint made a good point earlier about them like still working the phones for number 9. You're on the clock, you're active. People are probably still calling you, even though you've told them this is what you're doing.
But my point with that is like, what is 10 minutes to what the whole month's been? What have you been doing for the last month? You're taking 10 minutes to do it now.
I feel you.
Yeah.
They know it's
when they see the player that they
There's
want.
also
on the
teams
board,
though
so,
that are
like,
waiting to get active today.
Yeah, like teams that, not the first round pick, but when we start getting into the middle of the round here, there's going to be teams that saw their player that they want drop a little bit further than expected. They're going to make the call, offer a little bit more than they would have a month ago. And I think that's why teams use up all of the time. But
no, I get that for like, when it gets to like the fourth, fifth, like this is the first pick. No one's been taken. Like, what this is going to be.
Right. No, that's a good point. Really quick, we were talking about Keon Coleman a while back. I finally pulled up that reception perception chart. Below average on every single route.
I'm going to let my wife in the house. She got locked out. I'll be back.
All right. Keon Coleman, below average success rate on every route except the flat route, which is arguably the easiest route to run. 20th percentile against man, 59th percentile against zone, and 19th against press. For a guy that is as big as he is, he should not have a problem with press coverage.
Yeah, no, that doesn't sound good. I just heard it the other day. It sounded interesting to me. I wanted to see how you guys felt about it, and clearly you don't agree. So
I do feel strongly on Keon. He's my wide receiver 14 in this class.
Yeah,
that's tough.
All right, let's get to some comments real quick. Ramphis says Vince McMahon should be announcing the picks. He could use the positive PR. Yikes! That dude is in some trouble for sure. Mason says Spencer Rattler surprise pick. Yuck, yuck, and yuck. He's 6 feet tall. Like I don't know. I don't like short quarterbacks personally. I'm not a giant fan of them. JC said, "Gotta get your sponsors and commercials in." Yeah, the only person who's actually using his brain here is JC. Caleb Williams. No matter what, Bears are back.
To be honest, the only sponsor has been Caleb Williams on the screen. So
I think Ryan Poles is calling him now. Colin, thanks for watching. If the Pats draft JJ McCarthy, he's going to cry for 3 hours on my flight. No breaks and tears. Full streams is what's going on. I'll be a little bit angrier than sad, so I'll be pissed. We have a lot of comments here. Bears could bear and make an interesting move. That's definitely something that I don't see happening this year. I think Ryan Poles has kind of pulled, with the exception of the Chase Claypool trade, every move he's made has been pretty damn good, I would say. We got JC first 5 to 10 picks should be rapid fire.
I agree.
Shane, it's like Dynasty Fantasy Home Leagues. 1/3 is active all year, 1/3 is semi-active in the off season. That's so true.
That's great.
Automaton 37. They can write off some more money as advertising. And then 1/3 shows up on draft day. Like, what the hell is going on?
Shane is dropping some bars right now because this is way too relatable.
Really glad I found a Jaguars fan. I've been working for Stadium Rent for a little over 2 years, and a lot of my job before taking over was recruiting. And I never found one successfully to stay on and write one article for this company in the 2 years of looking for them. So I'm really happy I found one to come on.
Nice, man.
And Mike Kosh says Austin doesn't speak for Steelers Nation. Looks like you got a little bit of a Twitter beef.
Yes, I speak for him. Yes, I do.
He's coming on later, so you guys are going to speak with each other.
That's going to be fantastic.
Apparently.
Huh?
You must not like Quinion Mitchell as much.
Mason says, one of my favorite things after the draft is watching players get the call. Can't wait to watch those videos again. Yep. Spencer Rattler is a perfect Jeff Driscoll, where they're just somebody who is in the league.
That's got some good comments so far.
Yeah, we're popping off in the comments. We've had a bunch. That took me a little longer than I thought.
How many people do we have on? Can you see?
413.
Oh shoot, I like it.
Let's go.
Yeah, no, that's a lot. That's probably the most that we've ever had on a stream. So
appreciate everyone being active.
Yeah,
and we're only in the first pick, so there should be more people joining.
Yeah,
more people
will
coming,
come on
commenting.
Later. We're gonna be here. People will come. People will go.
I'm still blasting this link to some people I know, so hopefully we'll continue to get new people cycling in.
I've been hitting Twitter right now.
Good.
There's no shot I survive this sober.
Cheers to that.
No way.
Cheers to that, brother.
Oh man, good times. Wow. Okay. All right.
I'll give a cheers to Paychecks where I work. They just had they set up like 40 bottles of liquor, wine, whatever. You get rings, you can toss them for $10 a piece. Get whatever bottle you land on. They put out 2 bottles of Jameson. I'm like, I'm gonna get these. Got 2 bottles of Jameson for $20. Thank you, Paychecks. Yeah. Appreciate y'all.
I love that for you. That's
dude,
great.
Are you sponsored by them or something? That was an awesome ad read, dude.
I mean, they just treat me well. That's it.
All right. Caleb Williams is the selection. Classic. We all knew it was coming.
Shocking. Thank God they took 8 of their 10 minutes.
Yeah. God.
I guess it was the Aiden Hutchinson pick a couple years ago. The Lions put in like 2 minutes, and the NFL was really upset with them about it because
all right, he hugged Goodell's back. He did. We talked earlier about Goodell.
It happened.
Back surgery, and is like, oh, don't pick me up. Oh, my back. Someone's not going to pay attention. I'm waiting for the first big heavy, probably alt. Could be Latham. Latham would be epic because Latham could literally throw Roger Goodell for a first down. Good sign that Caleb, because like that was scripted as hell, and he was still kind of dapping. So that's good sign.
We'll add that to the drinking rules. If Roger gets thrown for 10 yards
for a first down, finish it.
If he gets thrown for a first down, Dan's drink.
Finish your drink.
So Vikings still win the division by 4 games.
Wow.
Colin says hot take: Herbert's getting traded to the Vikings and Chargers drafting JJ. Yuck.
See, Clint? See? That's what I'm talking about, Clint. That's what I was talking about.
Madden again soon. Hey, welcome anytime. I got a special deal going on these hands. If buy one, get one free.
Clint, it was the Vikings Herbert, and then they were trading up for JJ.
You think you painted these toenails?
That's so sweet. That's so sweet. Whoever said that, you're blocked and you're a tool, and here's the attention you ordered. Tell your mom the Hot Pockets are ready.
All right.
I tuned out and I tuned back in to tell your mom the Hot Pockets are ready. What's happening?
We got JC saying Jamarcus Russell 2.0 too soon.
Okay.
Shane is at home from Twitter on YouTube commenting now. He switched mediums. Alex says if the Patriots trade their picks, who is taking it? It's probably going to be the Giants or the Vikings. I hope that they just stick and pick though, because I want Drake May. I'm ready.
I throw Broncos
ready to get hurt
as well.
I don't think they have enough capital, dude. I just don't.
I mean, it's going to be future first. Like, I don't think first and the second is going to get it done anyways. So
you're going to do to make the Russell Wilson move all over again?
Shane said, "Tell your mom she's hot." Is where he thought that you were going with that original Hot Pockets comment.
Oh, I thought he was talking about like tell your mom like something to me, and I was gonna respond to like my mom's dead, Shane. So that's really funny.
Jesus Christ!
Rip.
My mom's alive.
Oh my God!
Only the second pick.
Yeah, I know. I was like, we're off to a hot start over here. Fucking powder keg.
This is so elite.
Shane's mom's Hot Pocket sucks. Yeah, she probably gets ham and cheddar.
Jesus Christ.
We're not even on the second pick.
Oh, brother. Cheers.
Such a connection that like I can't explain, but I'll try. Like to Washington, just the fact as a Falcons person, like the Dan Quinn connection, where like all the little catchphrases and things like that, where I'm just like, oh, wow. Like, we all assume and think that this is Jaden Daniels here. I'm just like, man, I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, I don't mind either way on Daniels and May here. Like,
who do you guys think is going to be a better like dynasty quarterback this year / moving forward? Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels?
Caleb Williams. I mean, look at like they have an offensive line. They have 2 good receivers. They have a good run game. I would put it.
Jaden Daniels is going to be valuable as a rusher too.
But so is Caleb though. That's in Caleb's game too.
Right. He's not the same pedigree, but I agree that it's definitely Caleb Williams is walking into the best situation a first round quarterback or a first overall quarterback has walked into.
Yeah, that's valid.
Keenan Allen and DJ Moore is insane. Cole
And
Kmet, and
if
even
they
Gerald Everett as the tight end 2 on that team's not a bad tight end 2. And they're the favorite right now. Odds-on favorite to land Rome Odunze.
Yeah,
that
so
happens.
If they do that, it's crazy.
Game over.
I wouldn't say Washington's a mess. They need offensive line. I think they have good skill players. Like Austin Eckler,
Washington's
Bryant.
trading up into the bottom of round 1 tonight.
I think so.
Yeah, there's a lot of smoke about if the Bills don't like the way the board looks, they can move back, take Washington's like early second round pick and get a third round pick and get back into the third round and maybe still take whoever they have on their board.
Yeah, I mean, Washington's got the most top 100 picks in the league by a long shot. So I could definitely see that. It shouldn't take too much to trade back up into the late first if they see a guy that they really like. I do think it'd be great for them to pair a young, talented wide receiver along with whoever they decide to go with that quarterback here to have them both grow together.
Shout out to my uncle who said, I said somebody commented careful with the mom jokes. And I was like, wow, somebody's like, and I scroll up and I'm like, yeah, that's my uncle for sure. Who's definitely got the thing. Shout out to my Uncle Robert right there.
Uncle Robert, thank you for watching. Sorry on the mom jokes.
Gotta watch out for those moms.
He's known my mom since my mom was like 4 years old. So yeah.
Thanks, Uncle
Jaden
Rob.
Daniels what? Wow.
Surprise.
I wanted to be in Vegas so bad.
Tyler is literally sweating. Holy cow.
Oh, dude.
For perspective, like I pick at Tyler. We pick, it's like picking at him, it's McCarthy because he does not care for McCarthy. Dude, it's May. You're fine. I know you're geeked, but you're fine. You're fine.
Oh, dude. JC says to your uncle.
JC. All right. We're at pick 3, guys. We're at pick 3. We made it.
We're playing the game for sure.
All right, wait. Let's all saddle up here. Go McCarthy. What's the drinking game? Because we gotta
I'll chug one
because Tyler's gonna need to take a little walk. He's gonna need to.
Well, yeah, we'll all
take the dog out. AK, go yell in the garage.
We're all finishing our drink if it's JJ McCarthy.
His girlfriend get concerned,
and we'll give Tyler as much time as he needs.
Yep, I'm willing to make that deal.
I can not even
Shut
talk.
Up, Tyler. You guys say.
No, I literally can't you guys keep talking because I'm
you're good.
Tyler has to chug too.
Shout out to Mike Cash here for you, Clint. Oh, you're sweet.
So we're here with the Patriots pick, the former kings of everything, and now I don't know. They don't have a title anymore.
Tonight in the comments.
I like Hot Pockets.
Colin said Corcoran. I can. Oh man.
Who does everyone have as their quarterback 4 in this rookie class? I'm curious to hear. Clint, who do you got as your QB4?
I had Caleb in his own tier. Then I had a tier of Jaden barely ahead of May. I had that as a tier. And no, actually, I had McCarthy in that tier, but as a clear 4. And then I had a break, and then I went Penix. So for me, it's like if I was from the Patriots' perspective right now, I wouldn't be upset about McCarthy, but I would want May.
I'm curious. I am not as high on McCarthy. Not nearly.
I like Michael Penix there.
Consensus. So, I'm just curious. Clint, what do you see in some of the tape
for quite some time, and I'm okay with that. I think one thing with McCarthy is, you talked earlier about Caleb Williams walking into that fit in Chicago is one of the best we've seen in a while. Talk about McCarthy as a QB4 walking into that Minnesota room, picking it. We're playing hypotheticals right now. Let's say they trade up to 5 with the Chargers.
For sure.
You're sitting there as a QB4, 5th overall kind of money walking into a room. Jordan Addison, Justin Jefferson. You look at the tackles they have: O'Neal, Christian Darrisaw.
Yeah.
Kirk O'Connell calling the plays is one of the finer young play callers in this league.
The
Quessie's been making moves,
man.
being very aggressive. It's like if my kid was in this tonight, I'd be looking at Minnesota like, buddy. It's like McCarthy in terms of what have we all ridiculed McCarthy? Oh, he didn't have to do that much at Michigan. It's like they're supporting cast in Minnesota. If you're in McCarthy's camp right now,
in for the Pats. I also we
have
have
number 3 money better. You'd rather go to Minnesota.
We have
No,
Lee
I'm
here.
100%
Lee,
with
I'm
you.
wicked sorry for not seeing that you were in the stream. I didn't realize that I had to scroll down in the backstage to see you. So, how do you feel about Jaden Daniels?
I mean, that's no surprises there. I'm a Carolina guy, so I preferred Drake a little bit, but I trust in Adam Peters. First time Washington has a competent front office in my fanhood, really. So he's slight, man. I hope he can stay healthy and avoid some of the big hits. But I mean, he's an electric athlete. And to the question you guys posed earlier, I think Jaden in year one very well could outperform Caleb in fantasy. We all know that the Russian quarterback is the cheat code. Caleb has a little bit of that in his game, but nothing like Jaden does. And Cliff Kingsbury is going to unlock his game, hopefully.
I like that a lot. So what do you think they do next? I know we kind of talked a little earlier about them possibly trading back up into the late first. What do you think that would look like for who?
One of the tackles. I mean, I don't know, man. If we don't have to give up a ton, I mean, we've got 36 and 40. I still feel like you can get a really good tackle and a good receiver, or they can go another direction. With that second round pick. But a left tackle has got to be the next pick. So we'll see how the rest of the board plays out. I do think there's a pretty good chance that we're in the market in this Brandon Ayuk or T. Higgins trade market. So we'll see. We've got plenty of cap room, and like I said, I trust in Adam Peters. So, whatever he wants to do, he's already turned over most of the roster. I'm thrilled with the pick, man. I don't want to go to the RG3 comparisons. We lived through that, but if we can have anything similar to that rookie year, and then keep him healthy, full speed ahead.
I agree with you, Lee, too. We were talking in the group chat. I do think that the Commanders, with the amount of cap space that they have, are a very realistic landing spot.
Hey!
They did the right thing. Look at that.
Tyler got his guy, everybody. Take a sip of your beer. Tyler got his guy.
Get that man a receiver. Get Drake May a receiver.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
They need
Congratulations.
Wow.
He's a stud, man. Drake is a
wow.
stud.
You got a quarterback, Tyler.
All right.
Arm talent is insane.
Made the right choice.
You figure the rest out later, but that's one problem we'll cross off.
Colin says he has to go to the bathroom and change his underwear. Oh dear.
That's what you're doing in the bathroom?
Pepper needs a new
lie to your parents. Don't lie to me.
Congrats on that pick, Tyler.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Mike says this chat's already unhinged. So yeah,
congratulations, guys. We made it to pick 4.
I'm gonna hop off, man. I gotta go back to this Little League game, but I enjoyed it, guys, and I might hop back in if we trade back into the first round.
Good call from in a Little League game. Salute, brother.
I'll see you next Wednesday, Lee.
Yes, sir. You guys have a good night.
Have a good one.
Respect. Absolute respect.
Pick number 4. I wonder who it's going to be.
Hey, I was nervous there for Tyler for a second because on the ESPN stream,
the look on
they showed him. Yeah, like he didn't get picked. Like he was like mad. Like I was like, oh my gosh, did they not pick him?
They knew what they were doing with that camera angle.
For sure.
That shot was probably from 3 hours ago.
Yeah, I know. That's ornery. They shouldn't be allowed to do that.
JC says, wow, he looks a lot like Mac Jones.
Oh, no.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Go punch a brick wall with nothing but with your feet. Like, that's how I feel about that comment. Okay?
Tyler got his guy, man.
Yeah, happy for you, buddy. So they're saying he's the next Josh Allen.
Chris Corcoran said, anybody have any napkins?
I see more Justin Herbert in Drake May's game than Josh Allen. Does anybody else feel that way?
See, Josh Allen is not a good comp for May. I think that's one
you
where
can't compare people to Josh Allen.
I mean, no one's gonna run the ball that fearlessly all of the time
with that much physicality. I mean, I think May, that's not really his game. I think people ran with that a little too much where he said he models his game. I think a lot of that was just like admiration and kind of striving for a play style. I think even Drake May would tell you he doesn't have the kind of running veracity and the running ability of a Josh Allen. He also got a very strong arm, but he doesn't have that kind of caliber of gunpowder.
Right. That's kind of why I like the Justin Herbert comparison, because like Herbert's got underrated mobility. If he wanted to take off and get some yards on the ground more often, he absolutely could. Both have a rocket arm, although I'd say Herbert has maybe 10% more arm strength than Drake May does. And on top of that, I would say Herbert's a little bit more decisive with the ball. May at times can get himself into trouble forcing the ball into tight windows, although some of those plays end up really pretty on the highlight tape.
Let me just say one thing. Let me just say one thing. Drake May is 21. So like he hasn't even entered his like athletic prime yet. Like he could gain a couple more pounds. He could get faster. He could improve his arm strength probably a smidgen, but all of those things are already upper tier talented as 100%. We stand at 21. So I think like he reminds me a little bit like of a more mobile, like Big Ben type of player. Hard to bring down. He can move around in the pocket. I think he needs to work on his footwork. Definitely. He needs to work on his decision making, but that's fine. Like those are things you can coach. Those are things that you can teach. You can't teach arm strength. The problem with Mac Jones was that like when he tried to throw to the left side of the field, like he wasn't able to do it. Like he couldn't do that, you know?
No velocity behind it.
Yeah, it would flutter out. Like if he's trying to throw the far side, it would just whimper.
I'll throw y'all a different name because we've said Herbert. That's one that's been thrown around. We've thrown Josh Allen. You threw Big Ben. That was a little different. And, you know, Connor Rogers always jokes about people that throw adjectives on great players. But I see a little bit of May. I see a little bit of like a juiced up Matty Ice. And when I say juiced up, the zip, maybe a little bit more running ability. But in terms of just pocket presence, in terms of using his feet, leader, and I know we talk about him being like a Phillip Rivers in terms of his speech and kind of his demeanor and his leadership qualities, but I think that is kind of a nice vibe of just kind of a ceiling floor approach of his physical abilities. And you know, you use the Big Ben example, like we talk about Josh Allen, kind of that brute force. I don't think of him quite there. That's why I kind of like more of like those names of. He's got more juice than say like my example, but his pocket ability, it just needs to be sold more than people are giving him. And I realize the pick's in and we're moving on, but I'm really high on the guy. Oh wow! Whoa!
Let's go! All right, really quick, just to jump right in on it. Dude. Kyler Murray last year in Superflex Dynasty Leagues was a 4th round pick. That was ridiculous to me. I drafted him in every single dynasty I could get my hands on him. And even last year, without Marquise Brown, for the vast majority of the games Kyler was healthy for, he averaged about 20 points per game in 4 points per passing touchdown leagues. That's insane. He was QB 9 in points per game since he returned from injury with nobody on that roster. And now he's got the most promising wide receiver prospect in maybe at least a decade, I'd say. So I am pumped. I got so much Kyler shares. And
look how cold MHJ looks in that.
Bro.
My man has to smile
right before that.
Well, what do you like? Why are you comparing the two? Like they're not comparable in that.
I'm just saying they're both just got drafted back-to-back picks, and one looks like a nerd, and one looks like Marvin Harrison Jr.
Well, one's Marvin Harrison Jr. and one's not.
Exactly.
Like, and then you had James Daniels, who's also swagging out with like 19 rows of diamonds on him. Like, you know, you can't be that swaggy. You can't be that swaggy. You just got to do your own thing. It's your own thing.
Totally understandable. That being said, Drake May looks like a nerd. He's gonna tear it up in the NFL, but he's a nerd.
Shane agrees with you. He doesn't understand the hate on Kyler. His situation hasn't been that good if you really dive into it. I totally agree. We got a string of Clint commenters here. Clint's a football guy. Clint is also handsome. A handsomer Clint. A handsome Clinter, if you will. Jesus Christ. Clint knows ball. So we had a string of Clint comments that he's not here. God
That's so funny. You can't get that. That's just
that's the only type of comedy you're gonna get here on Stadium Rants live stream.
The kind that we don't plan for.
Yeah, no, nobody's trying to be funny. We're just all good at getting laughed at, I guess.
That's so. I was just about to say what JC just said. We probably shouldn't throw that one on the YouTube, but I was gonna say, thank God you kept the N in Clint.
One misspell, we would have been thrown down.
One letter off of YouTube.
FTC comes in and Clint, you just missed it, Clint.
All right, I'll do it one more time for you. We had a string of Clint commenters for you.
Sorry, Jordan was calling me to tell me he got called into a recruiting event tonight, so he's not going to come on for the Falcons pick. He told me to just handle all of it.
All right. So Tommy says
that's a big fish, Tom. God damn, bud. That profile picture, that baseball cap he's wearing, that guy was a hell of a high school baseball player. Show me where the comment here is. I'm back. I had to take a phone call. Clint thinks he's all that in a bag of chips. I love Taylor. Well, I'm scrolling. Clint knows ball. You're a sweetheart, Mike. Mike's kissing up to me right now. He's going to come in with a hammer later. Clint's a football guy. Clint is also handsome. I walked in the other room to take a phone call, and all I heard was the word Clinter in my ear, and I was like, Tom's commenting. That's the only person in my life that calls me that.
Oh man,
God! This is going bad.
I'm just now seeing all the comments on the side. I was in full screen mode. I was missing the part.
Oh, Bahookie. I was wondering why I was.
Well,
this I wanted Clint's first draft. Yeah.
Oh man. Comments are on one right now. They're on.
Yeah,
one.
and I'm just now seeing we're like
friends, right? Yeah. I've been a really shy person my whole life.
Clint's first
is any now? Shut up.
Boneless wings.
I'm not even listening to him. Tying it back in. Do we think there's any chance Chargers aren't trading back here?
Yeah, I think
there's a chance. Yeah.
What they should do is take Malik Neighbors. What they might do, or it seems like the popular opinion, is take Joe Alt, or maybe even a hot take. Why am I blanking on his name right now? Too much whiskey. JC
Latham.
Thank you.
Look, I said weeks ago what I thought was a hot take was JC Latham being OT2 off the board, and at this point, I don't know that it's that hot of a take, particularly if the Chargers are involved. His swing ability, the right tackle experience, the left guard experience, the ability to have the athleticism to kick the left tackle if needed. I think that's where he's going to separate himself from the crowd a little bit versus, say, like a Talise Fuwanga, who's only going to be a right tackler projected to inside, or somebody along the lines of an Amarius Mims who's more projecting to left tackle, no guard experience, not really a guard body habitus. You could keep going. But you get the point. I think Latham, my jaw would hit the floor if he goes 5. My jaw isn't going to hit the floor at all if the Chargers trade back and he's their guy.
If they trade back, I think the intent is to take JC, and I think that they do that. Like you were saying, the run blocking is superior in this draft class. Joe Alt's still solid all around, but I think that really this coaching staff with Greg Roman calling the plays, they're going to be run heavy. They clearly are already valuing bringing guys that they're familiar with or that are specialized in their type of offensive scheme. They brought back Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins. They got guys that they're familiar with. Popular pick Blake Corum going there in the second or third round, hopefully third if they do that. But yeah, overall, I do think that Joe Alt is the best offensive tackle in this class. I would still take him, valuing Justin Herbert over just straight run game. But overall, they need to take Malik Neighbors. This wide receiver depth is ridiculously shallow. And that's with Josh Palmer as the number one. So top end's bad, depth is bad. They need wide receiver help.
To that point, I actually have a bet going on right now in one of my other fantasy leagues. I'm offering the 204 and he's offering the 205. And basically, if this is alt or not, if this is not a wide receiver and the Giants don't go wide receiver, I lose my fourth pick. So if this is like a tackle, I'll lose the pick. But we have a special guest here. SoCal Ball Nerd is here to talk about the Chargers pick. Who do you think it's going to be? How are you doing tonight as well? Can you hear us? Might be having a little
SoCal, my dog.
I can barely hear you guys. Hold on.
Oh, okay. He said hold on. So I guess he's coming back.
Tonight. He was telling me he's feeling fired up.
Yeah. No. What you were saying earlier too, like having the right tackle experience is big because like Rashawn Slater's no joke. He's a solid left tackle. He does not need to be replaced or moved to right tackle. He's had success already in his first few years. I would really like to see somebody that has the experience at both left and right tackle.
Word. SoCal, can you hear us now?
Now we're good to go. My fault, guys. What's going on?
How are we, buddy? How are we?
I'm doing great.
Selection.
I'm still kind of like working out the timing here with reading the comments, doing the stream, inviting the people.
Hey,
so
you're golden. I mean, I don't know what you guys shared already, but I mean, no surprise if they take all. I mean, there you go. Right
there it is.
There it is.
I mean, they've talked about, right? You see the comments. I mean, the offensive line is the most important position or group position to Harbaugh, to this team. That's what it was in Baltimore. And everything feeds off of that. So as much as they need a wide receiver that's an alpha, it's just not the way that these guys build their roster, right? So if you want my fan reaction, I mean, obviously Neighbors would have been lovely, right? Like, how are you going to pass on an alpha wideout from LSU? But as a football fan / analyst, like what you're trying to build with this roster, all probably makes the most sense. I kind of thought maybe they'd trade down and maybe go for like a trade with Minnesota, maybe get Latham and another pick, like if they were going to do the tackle move. But if you like all that much more in this class, then I get it,
That dude is huge.
He just screwed my Falcons over. Maybe not when we look back in hindsight, but we were all putting going to Tennessee, Alt's going to Tennessee, Alt's going to Tennessee, Alt's going to Tennessee. Does wide receiver 3 become their play now? Do they switch to OT2, whoever that is? That was one everyone had all penciled in there because they didn't project either kicking Rashawn Slater over to right tackle, plugging Alton at left tackle, or Alton at right tackle for the first time in his life and showing Trey Pipkins the door. Not surprised in the fact that Joe Alt went 5th overall. He was the number 4 player on my board. Understand the profile in terms of Jim Harbaugh and what he wants is offensive talent, line talent, but I won't lie. I thought Latham was his guy. So that'll be my first moment of tonight where I will claim that one right. I thought Latham was going to be his guy more so than Alt.
I feel like if Latham was going to be his guy, he would have traded back. But SoCal, so are you happy? Like, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm happy. I mean, I think you got to buy into what Harbaugh and what they're trying to do with this new team, new regime, new everything. And we've watched what's worked in Baltimore, at least to have, a playoff team every year. They've already gone that route, right, with getting Gus, with getting JK. And they've got enough picks where, there's wide receivers in this class. Obviously, they may not be Malik Neighbors or Marvin Harrison, but that doesn't mean you can't get a Worthy or a Keon Coleman or somebody like that here, late second, even somebody in the third, right? And there are other needs. You weren't going to get anybody else this high. So I think with how many picks they have here available, I like it. I'm Team Harbaugh. I'm Team what they want to build. It's the kind of team they want to be. And that offensive line was horrible. One of the reasons Herbert got hurt the last 2 years is that offensive line. So you want to have any success, I think Herbert can throw the ball to anybody. Get him the help he needs, you know what I mean? And then go from there and find some guys that can fill the gap. And hopefully QJ, makes that year too. I know he wasn't good, but he's still a first-round pick. You can't just throw it away, right? You got to see what he can do. And if he can make any kind of leap at all and they can get a receiver here in the second or third, I like what they're building.
Yeah, no, I like it a lot. What do you think that they might do? Do you think a running back, maybe round 3 or round 4, or are you confident with Gus Edwards, J.K. Dobbins?
I mean, I'm confident with those two guys. I think they'll find somebody here late. I don't know if they'll, depending on how it shakes out, if they'll go third or fourth round, depending on who's there, cornerback, linebacker. It obviously depends on how the board shakes down. So if they do, I think it's fine. But if they don't, I think they can find somebody later or even somebody still out there that can be that third guy, right? Because obviously if JK goes down, they really need somebody. But I don't think they need to have any pressure to go grab somebody if there's more availability at, defensive tackle, cornerback, linebacker, something like that as the draft unfolds.
Yeah, no, that makes a ton of sense, man. I really appreciate you coming on. The Giants pick is in. We're going to have another guest come in for the Giants pick. So just hope you tune in a little bit later and comment if you liking what you're seeing and liking the picks that are happening.
I'll pop back in. Thanks, guys.
Peace out, buddy. Have a good night.
It's either Neighbors or McCarthy here, no doubt. It could be a Dunze if they want the size. That wouldn't stun me. They need size, but wow, this is going to be a good one.
This is where the draft actually starts.
I think it's going to be McCarthy.
Okay.
Oh,
that's actually big. No,
that is the next best player on the board by a long shot.
Very good for my Falcons. That's very good for my Falcons right there. Keep McCarthy on the board. Keep the quarterback market hot. They've fallen a little more than we thought. You sit here with Tennessee. Let's say they don't trade out. It's going to be OT2 or it's going to be a Dunze. You're comfortable. Like, I'm sitting here like, that was better than McCarthy going for me, in my opinion. You could argue that wide receiver 3 is still sitting there for me at 8, but and see, that's interesting. If you'd have asked me right before the pick went in, I'd have said they were going to take McCarthy. And I'd have been wrong, but I'd have said that.
Yep, I yelled that right before I was wrong. I do think that Neighbors is the best player on the board, though. This is a team need and the best player on the board. Can't go wrong there. I think overall, Neighbors is going to produce just on sheer volume for as far as
Joe Shin will be fired in the next 2 years.
Damn.
Who will be fired, he said?
Randall says, let's go. He said Joe Shane, the Giants.
Will be fired in the next 2 years. I don't understand how you're moving forward, Daniel Jones, personally. I would have thought that was McCarthy. I love Neighbors. He's the number 3 player on my board. Who's to know? I might have taken it if I'd been in that spot, but I'm just sitting here like, you really, 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 really. And this is coming off of McCarthy last week on the Rich Eisen show saying, I think I'm going to the Giants. They've been talking to me the most. We've had all these visits.
I think
he falls in your lap and you still say no.
I think this was John Mara, if I'm being honest. They kind of alluded to it earlier this week that because the Daniel Jones contract is there. That's the ugly reality, and it's going to be pretty hard to move off of. And I think they unfortunately kind of have to lean into being one of the worst teams, and I don't know.
Well, look, I agree.
I
think you made your bed and you have to lay in it. But that still doesn't negate the point I just made of you just doubled down again. It's like if you were to say we've made our bed, we got to lay in it, but this is my opportunity to take my L, get out of the hole.
Like the Cardinals.
complacency, it's like you just doubled down even more. So that's
like the Cardinals 3 or 4 years back. They draft Josh Rosen. They immediately realized wrong pick. They go back at Kyler. That is perfect example of righting your wrongs rather than just driving it out.
In Daniel Jones' defense, who's been his best weapon?
Darius Slayton.
Terrible wide receiver core for sure.
So he's going to have one more year with an elite weapon, and maybe they can fix it or make it better.
Maybe he proves us wrong, but I mean, his contract you were talking about it earlier is not impossible to get out of. In 2025, if they move on from him after June 1st, it's 11.5 or 11.1 in dead cap. Very manageable. As long as they wait till June 1st in 2025, they can move on.
Yeah. On Diggs.
Okay, guys, we got another guest here. I'm not sure what happened to Deontay. He hasn't answered me yet. So we brought in Roy for the Titans pick since they're on the clock now. Roy, how do you feel about Joe Alt going 5th and your Titans not being able to grab him right now?
I was fine with that. I already had Chargers already getting him because what Harbaugh was saying. So my thing is, I believe in the second round or maybe in the 4th, depending on what happens if we don't trade back up and get a 3rd. I like Patrick Paul, the tackle out of Houston there. So, I mean, I wasn't really sold on Neighbors is coming to us. I figured he'd be off the board right there. What I want him to do here is take the best offensive player available. And I'm going to say it. It's going to be Brock Bowers. That's my thought. It should be Bowers.
Wow.
Chiga Kokwo doesn't have hands. He can't catch. He's still in development. We're building for the future, not for now. And we're opening up a new stadium in 3 years. So you're going to have weapons. And we got Bill Callahan there. He's the offensive line guru. So, I mean, guys, I've been watching Titans football since '97. So I've seen a lot of good football, a lot of bad football. I knew Watt was not going to be there. I've got a pre-mock on there where I had him going with the Chargers. Harbaugh had pretty much already dealt his hand saying what they were going to get, and I feel like it's going to be one or two things. It could be J.C. Latham too, the tackle out of Alabama who's moving up in boards too. I could see that happening, but Zunze or whatever, or Brock Bowers or J.C. Latham, I wouldn't be shocked if we get him here. Or you could see possibly them trading out of the 7th spot with maybe Minnesota here.
The pick is in. The pick's in.
Yeah, is it? I walked outside. It's real loud. We're having a big draft party right now.
Nice.
So,
I appreciate the dedication to come to the stream and talk.
Yeah, that was great.
You got some Titans colors on there.
Oh yeah, I got my y'all like my Will Levis shirt here. Y'all check this out.
So you got a little something there.
Billy Jeans.
Bananarama.
That's pretty lit.
Got the
Bayo.
Yeah. So we're at a buddy's house. We're eating some good food. Little shrimp bowl here.
Hell yeah.
He's got some cool jerseys on the wall here.
Man, that's
Zonka.
Yeah, I bet a buddy on our podcast that he wouldn't eat a banana for $100. He ate the whole damn banana.
It was with the skin on, right?
With the skin on, yeah. Of course, I would not just let him eat a banana and take $100.
I didn't hear you say with the skin on, so I was like, that.
I didn't say it, but I felt like it was implied.
I agree in the comments. Brendan just said, I want to see the Rams move up for 8. I think if the Titans are locked in here and either going, I like the Bowers point because, hell, Bowers has come out and said if he could pick a team to go to, he'd like to go to Tennessee. It'd be exciting. And I think the Latham point is the other name. So there are Dunze as well. This one, the last 2 picks have been thrilling in terms of we're woke. We're lit at this point. But man, I'm sitting here the next pick with Atlanta, a team that's on edge. I think it's Law too. I'm like, I don't know how either the Raiders, the Vikings, the Jags, the Colts, the Rams, those 5, someone's calling. Falcons are trading back here next. It's lit. It's lit, boys. There's no other way to put it.
JC said that he asked if anybody got any hot pockets over there.
Say it, Sam.
I'm interested in Brendan Morton. Said he wants to see the Rams move up for the 8 spot. That kind of correlates with
It's going to be Brock
what
Bowers
Clint's talking about here. Brock
or
Bowers,
Doomsday or JC Latham. One of those three.
I don't think Bowers will go before Odunze personally, unless that team really needs tight end help, which the Rams are one of those teams. They got Colby Parkinson is their lead tight end right now. Pretty crazy. I do think that he could produce at like an average tight end 2 pace as far as fantasy goes. But overall, if they do land Brock Bowers, they are going to be a problem.
JC Latham. I'm fine with that. There we go. Yeah. That was one of the guys on my board. I'm fine with that.
All right.
Damn.
You give Bill Callahan, who's arguably, and in my opinion, the best offensive line coach of the last 25, 30 years. You give him somebody who he can mold like clay. This one of my bolder takes a month or so ago was that Latham would be OT2, and that just hit. And I saw this coming in terms of versatility. And I think the Titans are a great fit for him in terms of a new head coach coming in with Rand Carthen. You kind of had a disgruntled relationship with Mike Vrabel going out, setting a good tone of a high floor pick in Latham that is going to give you a lot of flexibility. You cashed in on Peter Skoronski at guard last year. You're building around this O-line, around a young quarterback. I like where this sets the Titans up going into round 2 and giving them flexibility. I like it. I think that might have been a little higher than the consensus or the average, or if you drew a group of 10, would have thought Latham would have gone, but that doesn't surprise me at all. I think his ceiling was 5, and I think his floor was probably 14. So, for him to go at 7 there, I think that it was right for the Titans to show that they needed to go with some line of scrimmage. They could have gone to Dunze, but look, you gave Ridley that bag so you could go make an offensive line.
Yeah. Watch Brock Bowers drop to the freaking Colts. That's what I'm going to hate, and I think it's probably going to happen.
I'd love him to go to the Jets. That's where I'm going to be surprised to see him fall back. I think Colts should be a floor.
Well, you could see 3 teams there that I've been looking at. The Bengals, the Colts, or the Jets are probably end up with Brock Bowers. That's just one of those 3 teams that probably get him.
No,
do we want to mention the Falcons before something happens here?
I was just gonna say that
defense. They got to go defense. Defensive tackle.
The pick is in. Dallas turn.
The pick's in.
Oh, is it?
It's going to be Latu.
Oh, really?
It's
one. Hey guys, you guys
have pass rusher.
I've got to go. You guys have fun. Thanks for having me, and I'll have some stories coming out pretty soon, and I've been working a whole lot, so. When the draft's over, I'll get one with all the rookies. But JC Latham was one of the guys that was on my board for them to get. I mean, he played at Alabama. I'm an Auburn fan, so I hate Alabama, but the guy's a beast. So with Skoronski and playing right there, probably left guard, and then Latham at left tackle, and then we'll have Pete Pierre or whatever coming back after his suspension and injury. And then we got a couple swing tackles in there. I think it's going to be better. I mean, I'm not very optimistic about the ceiling of the season. I think our ceiling right now is probably 7-10, maybe. It's going to be a tough year. Running game's going to be definitely different. I don't understand why we got Pollard. I don't get it. I think him and Tajay Spears and Pollard are pretty much similar running backs. Look for the Titans to probably draft a wide receiver next. The guy from the Florida Gators, Ricky Pearsall. Yeah. I'm thinking him probably second round. But also I'm thinking somewhere in this draft, probably another running back. There's a kid from I think Marshall that had an injury last year, and I don't know what it is about Titans drafting running backs that have injuries.
Rasheen Ali.
Yeah, I could see that happening. But I feel like they'll grab another running back later on in the draft. But I'm not mad about the pick. I already had him on my board as a possibility. I think, with Joe Alt dropping, I had my heart set on Bowers or Dunze right there, just because Hopkins is getting older and he's only got 1 year left on this contract, and Calvin Ridley, I'm not sold on him, but whatever. And then Treylon Burks.
Word. So I hate to cut you off, but the pick for the Falcons is in, so we're gonna have to let you go.
All right, you guys have a good night. Thanks a lot.
Party and have a good
Man,
night.
enjoy that party.
Go for it, Clint. What are we thinking here?
If it's Penix, I'm going to walk away. If it's McCarthy, I'm going to walk away because I'm going to be really pissed off.
Yeah.
I want it to be Latu. It should be Latu. I thought it was a trade back. I wanted a trade back. We'll see in hindsight once we give it a couple picks. But I got a bad feeling I might be about to get my ass burned right here.
If they draft a quarterback,
if they draft a quarterback, I'm not kidding. I'm walking off for a second because I'm going to be so pissed off.
No, and that's fine. That's understandable.
I don't think there's any way, actually.
Bro, I shouldn't have looked at my phone. I know what's happening.
I do too.
Quarterback. They're about to piss me off. I know it's coming. Just do it. Just bring it. Let's see it. Come on.
Clint's like, yo, let's do this.
Like Michael Penix. Let's see it.
I'm on the edge of my
boy
seat.
at the party who's like, yo, punch me in the face real quick. Just
the
do
Falcons. You don't have to be on the edge of your seat. Let's hear it. Come on.
I would love to see them take Quinyon Mitchell, personally.
If it's J.J. McCarthy or Michael Penix Jr., I'm literally walking off the stream.
Oh, boy.
They're about to drop a bomb.
Oh, my God.
Bro, that's in my parlay.
Oh, dumb. What are you doing? I feel like are they trying to go off of is this the Jordan Love
what are we in the Twilight
mindset? I don't understand.
What just happened?
Yo, I feel so bad for him. He's like, trade back, get the picks.
Kirk Cousins to a 4-year, $180 million deal.
Oh God.
He was saying, Clint was
are
like,
they gonna run a dual quarterback system? Like, are they gonna run? Are they gonna use him a wide receiver?
Yeah, that is
I cannot believe it. All right, the Bears are on the clock. Buffalo, make your move.
I was gonna say this is where they could trade here.
Look at the comment. I had Penix as a top 10 pick in my bet today. Plus 700. Penix to be a top 10 pick.
Is a top 10 pick?
Yep. And he's pick number 8.
We were talking about who we had ranked as our 4th ranked quarterback. I said Michael Penix. I don't know if you guys heard it.
Penix is my 5th. Penix is my 5th.
Yeah, you did as well. You did as well. Dan, you so.
Yeah. I think we're both higher on Penix than JJ McCarthy.
I got a picture with him at the Senior Bowl.
Oh, that's pretty sick.
Should I send it to Clint?
Dude, he'll walk off the podcast for a whole. We'll never hear from Clint again.
I'm going to give him a little bit of time, but probably the next 24 hours, I'm going to
hit that 24-hour mark, like perfectly.
Yeah, what time is it?
He left.
I was just saying, 9:09 right now. They probably
it's 9:09. Okay, at 9 p.m. tomorrow, you guys are going to see it in the chat. I'm just going to post a picture of me with my
dude. Do it specifically right at 9:08 and say 1 day ago you did.
Michael Penix Jr. It's 24 hours.
Not letting you forget about this.
24 hours on the dot, just to remind you. With love.
Your pick is in for the Bears.
Bahookie.
Oh my gosh.
Well, the Bills didn't trade up here.
Brendan said Terry shit down his leg. Oh no. That's not what you want to see. Rampa says Penix is a great pick if he could be healthy, and we all know injuries don't match.
They don't start him for 4 years.
I've got to stop.
Yeah, but then he's going to be 30. You gotta stop looking at the phone. You gotta stop looking at the phone. Pick is in for the Bears. They're not trading back.
I've got to stop. I'm gonna exit out of the tab. I can't do it.
I already know who it is.
I do too. It's ruining. I'm exiting out.
Yeah, the experience is better on here for sure. I can't look at my phone. You guys are right.
Yeah, I also have not looked at my phone except for when y'all got the reaction. Oh, let's not talk about it right now. We're talking about MLB now, right? Like, who even knows what the NFL draft is?
Wow, he went through on the Braves jersey.
Come here, Doug. Doug.
Oh,
like, I had to get the dogs, like.
Because my dog's actually not a fucking loser like the Atlanta Falcons. The one F-bomb for the episode.
I think there'll be. There might be more.
That's an embarrassment. That's an absolute embarrassment. That's why you're the Atlanta Falcons. That's why you're not going to win shit this year. That's why you're never going to win anything. That's why you're the Falcons. That was pathetic. That was embarrassing. Yeah, that was. I'm not going to be positive. I'm not going to be coy. I'm not going to be politically correct. I'm not going to be, oh, Penix is a great guy. He's really talented. No, you opened a window by signing Kirk Cousins to a 4-year, $180 million contract, 2 years, which you guaranteed that kind of money for a 2-3 year winning window. So what do you do at the 8th pick with that many people who want to trade up? What do? You sit there and you take a 26-year-old quarterback who's going to sit for 2 years, hopefully. That was so stupid. Wow. That was so embarrassing. And what are you going to do? You're going to sit here and watch a team like the Bears cash in and all the rest of it. And what are we going to do? We're going to watch Michael Penix sit on the bench and watch us go 7-10 next year.
That is rough, man.
Cody said they drafted Penix for parts, giving his Achilles to Kirk, which that's awful.
Cool. We'll go 8-9 next year. That's thrilling. Glad we bought a win.
Jesus Christ. Jets working on a trade, possibly. Mason says they were just getting over the 28-3 trash talk, and then they pulled this.
They're never going to get over the 28-3 talk. We're trash. And I realize that I'm just absolutely mailing it in. Oh, here we go. The Jets trade the pick. Now let's watch them get a bunch of picks.
They traded?
Here we go.
Who they trade with?
The Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, here comes JJ.
Here comes JJ for way less value. So Vikings are still going to have 2 picks. I don't think they're giving up their pick later. Would they be curious to see what the compensation is?
Are you guys looking at your phone? Or are you watching a different stream?
I'm listening to them, and I'm trying to work on our Twitter.
I'm watching the ESPN stream in front of me.
Why is this not up to date?
The Vikings are on the clock, 5:45.
I just want to say for the record that my buddy Tom that was in the comments earlier literally called this Penix Cousins thing months ago. Like, we were talking in our little group chat with our buddies like months ago, and he was like, yeah, my source in the Falcons has been saying they really want to go after Cousins and get a developmental like Penix and do it for a while. Like, shout out to him. The dude literally had that pegged. And it's funny because, like, assuming he's correct, and I am, that means take this idiotic move tonight we did. Not only did we do this tonight the way the board fell, not only did we do – this was our grand scheme. This was our big, great, like, be smart. Here's where we're going to be different. This is, if everything falls right, here's what we're going to do. Pathetic. Absolutely embarrassing. I'm humiliated. I'm like sad and embarrassed that I got excited like this team was going to do anything but shit their pants tonight.
Oh my God. Whew.
Tyler, when you do best and worst moments, like you did for our last year's draft,
I think I'll be just fine.
I want you to clip 5 minutes before the Atlanta pick and 5 minutes after the Atlanta pick. Just mesh that right together.
No, but he's right. Like I could sit here and be like, shut the fuck up, Dan. He's right. Like he really is though.
Right.
It's
I
like,
know that's what you want to say by you're not saying it, but then actually
he's
saying
right.
it.
Like added to my point. Just say, oh yeah, well,
Dude,
it's set up because look, what did I say? The board lined up just like I said.
No, yeah.
Traded down. You could have, but you were so into Penix, you couldn't risk somebody else taking him instead of McCarthy. You couldn't risk it because you just needed him to keep that bench seat warm for the next 2 years in this winning window, so we can maybe go win the South. Yeah, that's thrilling.
Right. I mean, you guys just gave Kirk Cousins the bag, and realistically, maybe it's smart to back him up with a above average backup,
but don't worry,
but
don't
not
worry,
a top 10 draft pick.
Don't worry. This is what you get for talking shit about the Giants, Clint. Shut the hell up, Ramphis. Your name is Ramphis. I didn't even listen to that.
Jesus.
What were we just saying about with Penix?
I was just saying that, like, they gave Kirk Cousins the bag,
bag,
coming off an Achilles injury. Like, it's smart to get an above-average backup, but not a top 10 draft pick on Michael Penix Jr. That is ridiculous.
Watch your tone,
Again, got to be JJ.
Yeah, it does.
Damn. That was quite a collapse.
Let's say it's not JJ. Who do you think the Vikings traded up for? It's got to be, but like, if it's not, give us one option. Well, if no one's going to jump on it, I do think that they need cornerback help. If it's got to be JJ, but if it's anybody else, then I would say it's Quinyon Mitchell.
Why would you trade? Would you trade up in front of?
I agree. No, I completely agree. That's why I'm saying it. But they desperately need some cornerback help. Oh shit! Hold on, we got an experienced Minnesota Viking fan here.
Yeah.
What do you think? How you doing, Hayden?
You know what? I actually wouldn't hate Dallas Turner.
Okay.
I wouldn't hate that pick here, but I do think it's going to be JJ McCarthy. I think that's the only reason that they trade up.
Right.
Is to get JJ McCarthy, but I would not hate Dallas Turner.
Especially with, like, right after them, Denver's coming up. The threat of them taking JJ McCarthy is very real. They could have made the trade up if the Vikings didn't. I'm sure that's probably something on the phone call, you know. Jets GM being like, I don't know, we're getting some calls in, and they're like, we'll give you whatever you want.
Yeah, absolutely. They're showing.
So how do you feel about JJ then?
I like it, and Clint was kind of talking about it earlier. I think Minnesota is a good roster to come to. It's a lot of weapons on offense. Obviously, Justin Jefferson's the
100%.
big one. Jordan Addison, T.J. Hawkins for a rookie quarterback, and you're not going to ask J.J. McCarthy to do everything on the field like it is with a lot of rookie quarterbacks that come into the league. So I don't hate it here, but again, I also don't hate the Dallas Turner pick if that's what happens.
Yeah, right. You guys still need to replace. Why am I blanking on his name?
Danielle Hunter left.
Danielle Hunter. Yeah, Danielle Hunter. Absolute insane win rate on the edge. I had him in a very sack-heavy dynasty league for an IDP league, and legitimately brought me into the playoffs on his own. So,
yeah, he had a great year last year. I was kind of sad to see him go, but
you did replace him. You did replace him with Grenard. I know that's not like replacing all of his value, but there is a decent player, but at least there to like. So it doesn't really make defensive end a need, but I get why you would like the pick. I just like JJ to JJ. It's like it feels like it was predetermined, like that. Like he steps into arguably other than the Bears offense, which I mean with Odunze, he steps into the best offense that a rookie quarterback can see.
100%, and they've kind of been set up to get this marriage finalized here since the draft or the combine, right? So I think that's probably what's going to happen here. I don't know. I'm excited to see it here.
This kind of interesting that Neil Hunter ended up going to the Texans and then Grenard ends up going to the Vikings.
Yeah.
And honestly, like not that far off from the contracts they got. So a little bit interesting.
Yeah, all right. Let's see what they do.
I'm still shocked about Penix here. Like that threw me for a loop.
Yeah.
I literally thought he was going 8. But I thought for sure the Falcons were going to
man. They like I was like, are they going to run a dual quarterback system? Like, I'm just
maybe Kirk's not as close as we think, like to returning from an Achilles. Like I don't, I don't know.
Yeah, I was. Really
but then why'd you sign Sam Darnold? No, that was the Vikings. I'm sorry, different team.
Hey,
different
we're
team.
gonna make it to the Super Bowl with Sam Darnold. I don't even care who they draft right now.
Woo. I'm gonna clip that. Don't you
clip
worry.
it? Clip it and play it in February. All right, I'm gonna watch the stream on my phone here so I don't spoil it off my TV.
Yeah, I mean, I thought having the live stream on here would be better, but
it's only like a 30-second delay. It's not too bad.
It's a lot. That's a lot in sports.
Hey, that's true. All right.
Draft dog. Oh, they're making the selection.
They drafted Asher Pittman. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Still taller than Kyler Murray.
There it is. For sure.
Yeah, there we go.
Maybe they traded up because they wanted him to be a top 10 pick, quote unquote, instead of 11. I don't know because like it didn't.
Or maybe maybe the Jets also had Denver on the phone.
Yeah, that's
exactly what I think it was.
Or maybe the Jets are gonna take him, like. Because Aaron Rodgers is 38, coming off an Achilles. You know, they easily could have taken
really
him.
well too, so that would have worked well. Yeah, no, I like the pick. I won't stay on here for too long. I know you guys got a whole lineup of guests coming on, but I like the pick, and it's going to be interesting in camp. I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing he'd be the week 1 starter, but I think Sam Darnold is going to give him some competition in camp. But I don't hate that.
No, I think that's a good thing. I honestly don't. I think he needs a little bit of time to marinate. 4 games, 5 games, which is fine. That's why you go and get a Sam Darnold, you know?
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, I might be on a little bit later, so I will leave you guys to it, and we'll talk again later on in the evening.
Cool. Sounds good, buddy. Thank you for coming on.
Man. All right. Thanks, guys.
Man, all right, Clint, I'm sorry, dude. That
Brock Bowers?
Yeah, I think
Bowers here at 11.
I'm going to ask you guys the same question I'm asking Twitter right now. Now that Michael Penix Jr. and J.J. McCarthy are off the board, do you think that Bo Nix will be taken by the Broncos at the 12th overall pick?
I
should not start Zach Wilson or
Lamb hates Bo Nix. I think if you're the Broncos, you have to. You're gonna. It's either that or you're going in with Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Jarrett Stidham, Zach Wilson, or
Zach Wilson. It's that or Zach. You don't pick.
I think Bo Nix is clearly better than the other two. I honestly have Bo Nix as my QB4 in this class, above both JJ and Michael Penix. JJ specifically, terrible metrics to every single route run in terms of average success rate. The only above average success rate he had on any route was the screen route. That's concerning. Every other route was either average or below average. Bo Nix, on the other hand, above average at the 9, corner, dig, cornerback, comeback, slant, flat, screen, and then not below average.
Was that in his whole career, or was that just in Oregon?
This is in Matt Harmon's reception perception, so whatever he charted, to be honest. Not exactly clear on what games he charted, but generally speaking, he at least does 8 games as the average charting for a wide receiver.
I'm just saying when he was in Auburn, he wasn't good. And then he went to a better program with better players and a better offense. And in his 5th year of college, he showed. He's Mac Jones 2.0 if you want to pick one in this draft, as far as I'm concerned.
Dude, Mac Jones is a statue. Bo Nix can move. Bo Nix has both the arm strength to get the ball downfield and also like the changeup to just like throw it over some defenders but still get there. It's not just straight fastballs like Penix Jr. I don't know. I'm very big on Bo Nix. I think that of this quarterback class, he's going to be the sleeper. And I really think that any team who takes him in the mid-round picks, honestly, Broncos is not ideal. They only got Cortland Sutton, Marvin Mims.
I've mocked him going to the Raiders, so like I think that's a good spot for him. I'm just like in the camp of like, if you want to take the chance on it, fine, just not on my team. Like, you know, I just saw what a player like that with it, like what I think his potential is, could do with a team like this. So like, if he's gonna go somewhere, I'd like him to go somewhere that would work for him. I mean,
I agree with you. I think he would do better on the Raiders, but I don't think the Raiders are going to do that. That's a smart pick for the Jets.
It is smart.
Pick.
I'm surprised though.
Yeah. Everyone had them taking Bowers, and it's like, dude, after missing on tackle for years, they really need someone to shore up that offensive line, especially with Rodgers coming off of one of the worst injuries you can.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Dan.
You're good. You're good.
I did again. I'm like, so we have so many people in the stream yard that
Dude,
I'm like in the first line.
Let's get our boy in.
See that? Yeah. Talk about the pick. Go for it. Sorry about that.
Oh no, yeah. What's going on, guys? Great show so far. But no, I like the pick here. I mean, I would have been okay with Bowers. I would have been okay with another trade back. It's honestly a weird situation to be in because you really can't go wrong unless it's defense here. But I mean, we've seen what the offensive line injuries have done to us in the past. You know, AVT has been hurt the last 2 seasons. So why not beef it up? Tyron Smith is injury prone. I know Mike Williams is also injury prone, and I would have loved Odunze at this pick at 10 if he would have fallen, which I think they would have stayed there and taken him, honestly. But you can't go wrong with more security and protection for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Who do you have currently, right now, as your tackles before him? It's Mekhi Becton
No, Becton's off the team. Becton's not even on the team right now. It's
Tyron
Smith to the left. Tyron Smith's the left tackle. Then you got John Simpson left guard, Tippmann center, AVT right guard, and Morgan Moses right tackle. So that's the line. The line's set.
Yeah.
This is a depth piece that, you know, just in case Tyron goes down, you know, any injury to the tackles with Morgan Moses not being so young, you know, hopefully Olu could just, you know, maybe he's NFL ready and we can just throw him in there for a couple games if need be. So that's why I like this pick. But I mean, like I said, weird position for the Jets where like the only thing they could have done wrong here was defense.
Yeah.
Right. That defense so shored up on that end. But yeah. I really like Olu. Per PFF, 0 sacks given up in his time at Penn State. So that's absolutely nice.
Gotta love that.
But before the combine, when they measured his arm, like once they measured his arms, he went from LT2 to LT4 in a lot of people's boards for whatever reason. He's always been my LT2, and like he was closer to Joe Alt than he was further, like, you know, like the gap between him and Alt was closer than the gap between like him and like Fatanu or the number 3 tackle. So I really like the player as well.
Yeah. No, I agree with that as well. I have Fashanu as a top 13 pick right now, going right around that range. Just a touch more on what we were saying, the 0 sacks, but 1 QB hit in all of 733 pass snaps, and then 16 QB hurries. So just like in 733 pass snaps as a blocker, he allowed a guy to get near his quarterback 16 times. That's incredible. That's what you want for a 40-plus-year-old, off an Achilles injury, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I mean,
definitely.
protecting Aaron Rodgers is paramount. So the Jets don't have a second round pick, but what do you think they do for the rest of this draft?
Well, yeah, that's what I said. If they were to trade this pick again, if they were to trade back again, I would hope it's to a team that really wants to move up a lot and give up a lot. And maybe they could have gotten a second round pick in that deal, and then they could have went like a lesser offensive lineman, and then maybe a wide receiver in round 2. But like you just said, they don't have that. I mean, again, maybe they find that. I think they definitely go receiver at some point. I mean, with the trade with the Vikings, they picked up. I think they sent a 6th as well, and they picked up a 4th and a 5th. So maybe they use that again to trade around, or maybe they make those picks. But I see them definitely going receiver at some point, and I honestly want them to go quarterback at some point. I mean, you have Aaron Rodgers for another year or two, so get a young guy in here just to keep throwing darts at the dartboard.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
If they choose a quarterback round 3 or later, let's say, we already have Penix. Bo Nix will be off the board at that point. So we're at QB 6 or later. Who do you think that they will take of those quarterbacks?
I think maybe not as early as round 3. I don't see that happening. Maybe day 3, and maybe it's like a Michael Pratt or maybe a Jordan Travis. Maybe it's one of those type guys I could see possibly happening. But I mean that.
Yeah,
we'll see. As hard as it is to say, not so much Salah, but I have some confidence in Joe Douglas still. So if he likes a guy, just go get him. Just go get him.
Really quick, I know we got to move on, but I like that Jordan Travis call. I think that he's got a lot of raw talent, but needs time behind a veteran in order to develop.
Definitely.
So I like that call.
And Rodgers helped Jordan Love. Maybe get help another Jordan.
Yes, sir.
That makes a lot. I like that. So the Broncos pick came in a lot faster than we anticipated, and that was my bad on leaving you out of the stream. So thank you for coming on. Really like your analysis. I hope you're happy with the pick. But also the Pats are beating 3 times a year.
And the Bills.
All right, we'll save that for another day.
He goes, and the Bills. All right, have a good night, man. Thank you for coming on. What's up, Miggy? How are we?
How's it going?
Are you feeling about this Denver pick? Are you excited with new QB1 Zach Wilson?
Hey, I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
I love doing that. My bad, but go for it.
Yep, I'm hoping for Bowers or Knicks here. I don't know. I was hoping for a trade up at 10, but it didn't happen.
I'm with you on Knicks. I personally think that Knicks is an upgrade from Wilson and Jared Stidham. I think it's worth taking the shot on him this early, even though it's a reach for where he should be taken. I do think that overall it'll be worth it. And it's kind of nitpicking talking about, reaching first round, whether he goes at the 30th pick or the 12th pick. Realistically, it's a bit nitpicky to say that it's going to be a reach if the guy ends up working for your system. Oh, let's go,
baby.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
It's the right
our
pick.
Quarterback.
Yeah, I don't think you guys have anything to be sad about at all.
No.
Dude.
Everyone's talking about how old he is, and I'm like, he's only 24. Come on, guys.
Hey, as far as quarterbacks go, he's got at least 6 to 8 years left on the tank.
Has played out. Yeah, it was this or Zach Wilson or Jared Stidham, and
I like this option a lot better.
This is definitely better than that. I'll give you that. I'm not the biggest Knicks guy, but so how do you feel? Like, are they going to keep Cortland Sutton? Are they going to be able to build around him? Like, where do you think they're going next?
I could see him moved tomorrow to get into the second round, but I don't know.
Taking a wide receiver with that pick or tackle?
I don't know, because tackle, we can get out of McGlinchey or Bowles next year, but you're probably better off keeping them. Maybe an edge rusher tomorrow.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, there's not a lot of marquee names in that front seven after Bradley Chubb left. So definitely getting a player who could like grow.
Oh, we don't even have Bradley Chubb anymore.
Yes, since he left.
Oh yeah.
I thought I said that.
Out for the year though.
What'd you say, Blake?
Yeah, he tore his ACL. I'm pretty sure, like one of the last games of the year for Miami.
Yeah.
But anyways, I digress. Continue, sorry.
Yes, go for it, Biggie. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm happy with this pick. I wanted McCarthy, but apparently Sean Payton doesn't want him, and I'm down with anything Sean Payton wants.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
He's one of the best coaches.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think it was such just like weird vibe over there last year. Like they also had a tough start to the year dealing with that Miami game that just like never happens. And like
you didn't have to bring that back up.
I'm sorry, but like they weren't awful, but like I feel like having that happen to you at the beginning of the year just kind of like damn man, now what are we like? They fought back. Like
they had some great wins. They beat Buffalo. They beat the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
the Chiefs game was great. Yep. I don't know, the relationship between Russell Wilson and Sean Payton was very rocky to begin with.
Yeah.
So the locker room was down. I don't know. It just last year was a wash to me. And now with a new quarterback, I think things are looking up.
So this is going a lot faster than I anticipated. The Raiders pick is about to be announced, so we're gonna let you go, and we have another person to come on for the Raiders. Hope you have a good night. Thank you for coming. Good luck with Bo Nix. I'm sure we'll talk
have a good
about
one,
it
fellas.
in the future. Yeah, you too. Oh, are we excited over here?
Yes.
Oh, you saw the
Bowers.
Hey, wow.
Yes.
Oh, man.
What does this mean for Michael Mayer?
I was going to say Michael Mayer.
This means that Michael Mayer is
running some 12 personnel.
Wow.
That's
I mean, they loved running the ball. And
it was the next best available player.
Yeah.
Yeah, he fell way too far.
So I'm a huge Georgia Bulldogs fan. That's why I'm so excited.
It just worked out perfectly there.
That makes sense.
No, listen,
the future.
The team is I hate to say it because all of Raider Nation is going to be excited because they think that it's because we're going to be flashy. I think it's because we're going to be so boring on offense that we need 2 tight ends all the time.
Yeah.
I just think it's going to be such a low-key bad defense because we don't have a quarterback. Well, we do, but he's a couple years in the making, I think. So with Minshew there, the team's going to be boring on offense. We're going to be a defensive team because we have to be. We can't beat Mahomes with the offense.
Everyone's going to claim Penix
enough to the point where he's going to be able to.
So is that pick they didn't see coming, and understandably so. But anyone that claims they saw this Bowers pick coming is a tool in their life. Like that. This is one that it's like this is awesome. Like I don't want to say shocking because like he's very much caliber of the 13th pick, but no one saw this one coming. Nobody can claim that.
Oh no, I fully believe that the reason that he was picked was because he was there. He was not picked because they thought he was going to be there. I think that screwed everything up for them because who would have thought Brock Bowers would be there at 13?
Right. I had him at the 8th overall pick on my big board, and I didn't think they were going to go quarterback as much as there was hype around that. With them giving 2-year $25 million to Gardner Minshew, not crazy for a quarterback contract, but that is a decent amount for Gardner Minshew. I felt like that was enough to believe that he is going to be what they think is a starter, make some good money moves around that. And we've seen Gardner Minshew lead teams to, successful win-loss. Like, I think of things from a fantasy standpoint, but in a realistic NFL standpoint, like Gardner Minshew is going to be there. He's going to be able to win you some games. And especially with route runners like Devontae Adams and Jacoby Myers, you don't need Gardner Minshew to be exceptional. You just need him to take what's given with all that separation. So I like this pick.
To your point, Dan, I think when you look at let's talk about the floor in terms of look at the pick in front of you, Knicks. I think if Knicks is there, Vegas.
I don't think so.
Bowers was their guy, and they weren't looking to go quarterback. To your point of Minshew and the contract they did and their intentions, I think that's a good point. I don't think it's like Denver just sniped there at 12. He'd have kept going. Right. Bowers was the guy at 13. That's a good point that you set up there.
So now that they took Bowers, what do you think they do for the rest of the draft? I know they have 40.
Oh, there's two big holes, and that's the right side of the offensive line and the second starting cornerback, because you got Jack Jones sitting starting on one side, which was a great waivers pickup by Antonio Pierce, and that right side of our offensive line is not good. So I'm hoping that it's at least the right. I thought they were going to go right tackle no matter what, but I just don't think there was anyone there to waste that pick on. But one of your comments said is Meyer, just dead? No, it's the Raiders are going to run a really boring offense. Neither tight end is going to be great, but maybe Bowers is better than Mayer. I don't know, but to have two really good tight ends when you're going to base a lot off the pass or off the play action, it was the right pick. You had to do it.
Cool. So I think we're going to let you go. The Saints person is on now. I appreciate you coming on. It was cool to see you get like wicked hype right in the beginning. We put you on. You were like, let's go. Like you're feeling it. So that was awesome. That's what this whole thing is about, actually. So hope you have a good night. I hope you have a good rest of the draft. And I'll talk to you soon. What's up, Carson? How are you feeling about the Saints here?
Hey.
I really thought that they were going to get Brock Bowers before that pick, but
damn.
Now I'm not quite sure. What I want is an offensive lineman.
Yeah, I think that's the lineman pick.
Is it Fuega or Furtado which one would you say?
Hey. I think Fuega. I was hoping for Fashanu to fall, but that didn't happen.
It got close. It was close.
Yeah,
but not close enough.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I mean, look, we know it has to be a tackle. So it's what's your preference? Is it Fuanga? Is it Fatanu? Is it Mims? I mean, it has to be. I mean, it has to be tackle. I realize this is coming from the guy that took Michael Penix at 8. I get that.
You didn't.
Yeah, how are you feeling about that pick?
I walked off for like 2 picks worth and let the boys handle it. I don't know if you saw that, but yeah, I literally went and pretty sure my poor dog just listened to me like dog cuss in the yard for a second and be like, all right, I'm going to go. I knew. The second I walked downstairs, my wife looked at me and was just like, what are you doing? I was like, just leave me alone. Don't talk to me. I need to go cry. And then I was back. There's 32 picks. Hey, that's why we have such a great little collaboration of talent here across the board. When I just say, you know what, boys, I got to. What did I say all week leading up to this? And I obviously didn't think or hope that it was me. I said somebody in this panel.
We thought it was going to be Tyler. We were expecting it to be Tyler.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah, I totally believed that my team was going to poop their pants tonight, and it wasn't. So I'm
said
so
the term.
happy.
It was poop your pants. I did it. Someone had to do it. I did it for the team. Guys.
Thank you for taking the bullet this year. Thank you for taking the bullet this year.
You're right, because I was due this year. I was due to do this one. I was due it in Atlanta.
You were due.
I was due. You're right. I've already used my cursing for the episode. Otherwise, I'd have told you to KMA.
Carson, to touch on your point, I do also like Fuaga over Fatanu. The only thing is that Fuaga is almost exclusively right tackle experience, and you guys already got Ramczyk on the squad. You guys need a left tackle.
Ramchek's got no cartilage left in his knee, it seems like. So
I've had 4 orthopedic surgeries, and we might have equivalent cartilage.
That's fair. I haven't had any cartilage surgery, so I guess I don't know what that's like. But
I'll tell you, though, I really like that you mentioned the point, Dan, of kind of like saying either between Fatanu or Fuanga here. See, I'm a huge Fatanu guy. Like, I, as a Falcons person, am sitting here going, don't take Fatanu, don't take Fatanu. Like, just speaking on your main opponent standpoint, I'm like, don't do that,
Yeah. No, I definitely get it. And Fatanu does have experience across the board for, all offensive line positions outside of center. He can play guard if you guys really need that, and you do need a little bit of help in the interior offensive line. You could get some experience there before switching into that left tackle role if they need to. Petting's still young. He could grow into it. He could improve in his game. He was promising bully.
I'm nervous, dude. I'm nervous. Just
pick
one of the two. I'll be okay.
The telltale sign is like the guy putting the hands on the
classic,
head.
just like
Tyler did that when the Patriots on the clock. You did it. Clint did it. There it is. Fuaga. All right. Let's see who transitions to left tackle. That's what I'm interested in.
Oh, dude, my heart's racing right now. I don't know why.
I like Fuaga or Fuaga. Sorry, I say it wrong.
Hey, I was practicing how to pronounce it on the way in, and then I heard you guys pronounce different, so I just rolled with it.
You're like you got froze up a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
I had him as my 13th ranked player on the board, so it's very board centric there. Dominates the run game, has NFL frame, a little bit of room to grow there too. Needs work in the passing game, but he shows a lot of promise in that area. I think I comped him to Tevin Jenkins, so I like the pick. I think he's going to be a good player.
After Penning last year and that not working out very well, I'm just glad that they went with an O lineman here.
Is he playing guard right now, or is he not playing?
Who's that? Penning?
Penning, yeah.
I'm not sure. I know they had him. They had him rotating with James Hurst, I believe, and James Hurst just retired. So, I think it was a given that they had to take a lineman in this one because they've got zero depth, and it's been a struggle on the left side ever since Teron Armstead left.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Quick comment here from Mason: 14 picks and no defense. What's happening? JC says no, not one defensive player has been drafted yet.
Can we not bring it up, please? Don't bring it up. Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Austin, that's the first time I've heard you speak in like.
Well, I'm letting the boys roll here. Everyone's good vibes. The boys are talking. I'm not going to interrupt nobody. Everyone's having a good time.
Well, you want to let the guests have their opportunity too.
Yeah, I feel that. Both of you have been a little bit more quiet, but I feel like that's because you pick at 20, you pick at 28.
Listen, I got news. If you want me to be flamboyant, by all means, just give me the green light.
Yeah, I try not to interrupt. I feel like I interrupt people too much too, so I feel like that's why I try to be quieter.
I'm also kind of feeling for Clint too. He's kind of in the dumps. I know he did take a break. It sucks because I know I got news. If the Steelers do something terrible, I'm reacting the same way.
What are you talking about, dude? Down the dumps? I'm friggin' thriving.
He's good. Carson, we're gonna let you go. We're gonna get the Colts pick person in here. I really appreciate you coming on. Make sure everybody goes and subscribes to Sportsmanlike Misconduct on his YouTube, and he does really good stuff over there. So really appreciate you coming on, buddy.
Hey, thanks for having me on, man.
Of course, good seeing you,
buddy. For sure. Have a good night, man.
Yeah, I can try and give a little bit more. Colts are coming up. Parlay Joe says this is Brian Thomas Jr. Could be Quinion Mitchell.
No.
I was like, shut up! You just don't say his name. But Parlay, what's up, buddy? How you feeling? How we rolling? What do you think about this draft so far?
What's up, everybody? Hey, Hey, I've been listening to y'all talk about this. No defensive players, get ready. This ain't Turner. I'm a spaz, man, because we got to take Dallas Turner here. If we're not taking Dallas Turner here, I don't know what we're doing. I'm about to have a heart attack, I think.
I think I'm going to throw up. Classic.
If this isn't him, I'll be okay with the corner.
I think Pittsburgh's got two more picks to dodge here. They've got two more people that get corners to dodge.
I can go for him, Dorito.
Brandon, I want him to spaz.
Yeah, no, I like Dallas Turner for y'all there. Bay and Dallas Turner opposite each other is a nice combo. Nice young combo.
Yeah, the over-under here, JC. Oh, man, I don't know right now.
Shout out Parlay, man.
What's up,
they're killing it. They're killing it over on the Gritty Gamblers over there. Parlay Joe and Matt Casa.
Appreciate you.
It's Casa, right?
Yeah.
Word. And we got another comment here for you. Brendan Morton says he wants you to spaz. He would enjoy
this
that.
ain't Dallas Turner. They're gonna clip this.
Mason wants Turner to go to you guys, so he's gonna cry if he goes to Seattle.
All right, bet.
Tons of potentially unhappy fans here.
Yeah, I'm hoping someone on the Colts fan base is gonna be on. Oh, I picked his name. Let's go.
Listen,
no trade.
Stay away from secondary. Y'all don't need secondary. Y'all are great. Don't worry about secondary.
Kenyon Mitchell's there though, and Tyrion Arnold. But hey, we need it.
I do think you guys need some cornerback help more than you need defensive line help. But I do think that Dallas Turner is the overall better prospect.
Yeah, me too. He's best guy on the board, and usually Ballard takes best available. So
yeah, he's pretty conservative overall. I think he does a good job of just taking who's given to him.
Yeah, he doesn't reach like ever.
Right, doesn't trade up, doesn't reach, does a good
trade
job.
Up once for the guy who's on the screen, Jonathan Taylor, but
right, and even that was early second, right?
Yeah. It was when he was there. He went and got him.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was talking about that earlier this week.
Right. And what a great fit for a Steichen offense, too. Really couldn't imagine a better fit than Richardson, JT, and, like Michael Pittman Jr. is solid across the board, no matter what he does.
I would have loved to see Brock Bowers join us. That would have been really cool.
Dude, that would have added so much to the RPO.
Tight ends. Yeah. I'm not a fan of a tight end room. We got like one too many mediocre tight ends.
Right. All mediocre yet giant. Jelani Woods like 6'8", Mo Alley Cox 6'7", and
hopefully Ogletree will get something done this year. Yeah, Grant. We don't like Granson.
Right, Granson's tight end 3 for sure.
This is a non-Granson guy right here. I hate.
Somebody tell Goodell to button his shirt. Give some respect. I don't care if you have back surgery.
Come on, what we got?
My lord, Goodell looks like he's already at pick 30 and he's mailing it in. I had to walk off stream for 2 picks because I made the worst pick of the first round, and even I'm back. Come on.
I love that you said I, not even we.
Oh my!
You took Leatu Latu, who should have been an Atlanta Falcon. You should be thrilled.
Yeah, he's incredible.
He's a great player. That's a phenomenal pick.
He's injury prone. I like him. I wrote about him a bunch, but
that wasn't what you wanted, huh?
As much as I like Dallas Turner, he was my second Latu.
You're an Alabama fan, so I get that. That makes more sense. I think Turner has a much higher floor, but I think if Latu hits, his potential ceiling is higher than anybody in this class. Like he could be a stud, but he also could get
stud, but it's like JC just said in the comments, he's got to stay healthy.
Yeah. Touching on that, I do think if anyone hits their full ceiling, and it's not even a guy that I have in my top 3 or 4 edge rushers, but Chop Robinson. If he's able to hit his ceiling,
Chop Robinson. I agree. I like Chop Robinson a lot.
Yeah, he's gonna be a problem if he figures out a full repertoire of pass rush moves. He's by far the best athlete of the edge rushers.
Yeah.
It's just that he's inconsistent, and he will probably go either late first or early second. But Latu is my number one edge rusher in this class. I think it's an appropriate first overall defensive pick in this rookie this 2024 draft class.
You know, the thing with Latu versus, say, Turner is a matter of what do you want your windows to be? It's like, you know, you have Latu coming into Indianapolis. He's got a full bag, you know, from an edge standpoint, multiple pass rush moves versus, say, like a Dallas Turner is more of like a two-move guy. You look at some other names like a Chop Robinson is not as many moves. A Marshawn Neal is not as many moves. A Verse is not as many moves. Like, there's much more of a bag with Latu. Like, say, when I was speaking on the Falcons, someone you would anticipate with a 1-2-3 year window, I could see preferring Latu. I think that's a little interesting with Indianapolis in terms of them or Turner. I would have figured Turner would have been more their guy, just in terms of, you know, Ballard. Typically, more of his profile is the higher athletic upside player, but not going to complain. I mean, obviously, I wanted Latu at 8, so I mean, at 15 is a phenomenal pick. It was interesting to see, and was going to be interesting to see kind of how this edge class played out. So there's one answer.
All right, finally one answer.
What's it called? So, Parlay Joe, what do you think they're going to do from here on out? Like, what do you think the Colts draft plan is after Latu?
Xavier Legette, Xavier Worthy, one of the guys who's going to be down there. Maybe I would love Brian Thomas Jr., but I don't know.
Where they pick 46 next?
Yeah, we pick 46.
46.
Which isn't
I think
bad.
Worthy could be there, but I don't think Legette's making it past 33, 35.
33 is Legette's floor. That is a fact. That is a big fact.
I think Legette gets taken tonight, but we'll see.
That would help my parlay.
Joe,
I had Penix going top 10. I didn't
28
how it
ceiling
happened.
and a 33 floor.
I had Dallas Turner going at plus it was like 160 to go to Atlanta as the favorite. I guess not, but I just can't believe how are you leaving these guys on the board, man. He was faster than some of the corners out there. Like,
it's shaping up real nice for the teams in the back half of this draft.
Well, see, it's crazy. It's these things where teams in the back end who are successful, they take good value picks and they don't get cute. So it's like, wow. They keep coming back for more and keep cashing in. Like Dallas Turner's falling. Let's just rail off names. Johnny Newton's falling. Byron Murphy's falling.
Brian Thomas Jr.
is falling. Are you kidding me? That tackle class is still full of talent. Amarius Mims is falling. Troy Fatanu's falling. Troy Fatanu was number 9 player on my board, for example.
Yeah,
Fatanu
was the biggest fall.
There's literally a boatload of talent. It's actually pretty crazy.
Well, keep going, man. You want to go to the secondary? Cooper DeJean. We haven't even talked about that safety class.
Yeah.
We haven't even really gotten into that. We haven't even started
Arnold,
the corners
Quinion
class.
Mitchell.
This is why
it's like, yo, guys, shut up.
Terry and Arnold, Quinion Mitchell, Cooper DeJean. Are you kidding me?
Quarterbacks going early is the best thing that can happen for teams later not in the quarterback market.
Graham Barton to Seattle is one of my dream fits, and it's ultimate ceiling. But if that one happens, it'll give me a little speckle.
They got Fatanu on the
little. If it's not Fatanu or Barton, I'll be upset, but I'll get over it because I've already hit rock bottom.
Real quick, guys. Parlay Joe, I'm going to let you go. Thanks for coming on for the pick. It was good to hear your stuff.
Tyler, tell me to shut up when it's like someone else has to speak because the guest is on or something. So, I always appreciate it's like, Clint, be quiet. Sounds great. Sounds good. Yeah.
If you haven't already started, go check out Gritty Gamblers. It's on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and that stuff is fire. Though Mondays and Thursdays. Sorry about
Tuesdays
that.
On,
hey, and gamble responsibly because if you do have a gambling problem, that's not the show that you want to watch because it's very well done.
You don't want to do it if you're gonna have a gambling problem. That's for sure, because it's gonna make it worse. I go and make baseball plays at 3:00 in the morning and hit up Matt and say, let's go Brewers.
Baseball's the hardest one to hit on. Anyone can have their day. If you can get that right, you know what the fuck you're doing. Oh shit.
It's all right. It's all right.
It's okay. I went on a little episode. I've already apologized for my foul language after the Falcons pick. So, it's
if you're with us 2.5 hours in, hopefully you can hang with a couple swear words here or there.
Yeah. What's up, Emmett? How are we doing? You're here for the Seahawks pick, correct?
Yes, sir. I want to, just give a big shout out to you and the whole Stadium Rant team for bringing me on here to, to help you guys talk about this pick. I think it's an honor. I just saw who the Seahawks picked, so I don't know if you want to spoil that, but yeah, I mean, it's looking good.
It's up to you. Do you want to ruin the suspense for the viewers?
I mean, we got like 500 people in here. I mean,
insider breaking news.
Yeah, we might have to. Now, let me pull up the official pick here. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. My name's Emmett Douglas, host of Blindside Sports, by the way. The Seahawks are drafting defensive lineman Byron Murphy with the 16th overall draft pick. And this is one of those things, guys, where I was researching it as a Seahawks fan. And a couple months ago, I talked to, I have a friend who's a Seahawks fan, and me and him were kind of coming up with this thing where the Seahawks, maybe they trade up for a quarterback. And this was before the Sam Howell trade, keep in mind. This is still where Geno Smith was a guy, and I just don't think he's a long-term answer. I mean, the dude's stats, like I may have reposted this the other day, but the dude's stats are like pretty good. I just don't think he's a long-term answer. I think Sam Howell was a sneaky steal, and I mean Bob Condada, who works for the Seattle Times and covers the Seahawks and all that, he basically said that the Seahawks, they must have had a feeling that these quarterbacks are going to go, and they capitalized on it because after we got Sam Howell, I kind of figured we're not drafting a quarterback. And my top pick, was obviously, Byron Murphy was at the top. But, as a whole, I didn't expect Byron to be, gone to 16. This is kind of one of the weirder drafts where we haven't seen, a defensive player. The first defensive player taken was pick 15 by the Colts. So, I think the Seahawks, the main move here, in my opinion, my top two moves, because you were asking, in the when we were talking, recruiting me for this, was what do I think would happen? My hopes and thoughts were exactly what happened. If we didn't get, a edge rusher or defensive lineman like Byron Murphy, which the Seahawks, I feel like our cornerback room is very set. Look, we've got Tariq Woolen, we've got Witherspoon. Our secondary is there. I think getting a guy like Murphy is probably the best thing that the Seahawks could have done. He's going to bring great pressure for this defense. Mike McDonald, who's obviously the new head coach from Baltimore, he's going to get a cool little weapon to play around with on the defensive end, and that's the thing. He was a defensive coordinator, so I think this is probably one of the better picks that the Seahawks could have made. I was hoping maybe we have gone UW route because of Ryan Grubb, but obviously that didn't happen. But for me, this is a great pick. I think the Seahawks are in for a great future, and I'm just glad they didn't trade down because what a steal. Byron Murphy at 16.
Yeah, I honestly think the value of these picks are forcing teams to look at trading down. To not look at trading down, to look away from it. They're like, oh, why would I trade down when players like this are
get specific. Look at Seattle, and you look at that Mike McDonald defensive scheme coming from Baltimore and the emphasis that goes on the defensive interior, on the defensive line. Murphy was a prototype build for him, other than it being a little lighter, being a sub 300, but this was the best you could do between him or Johnny Newton. This is obviously the preference as far as interior for McDonald. And I think when you look at the value on the board as far as his picks coming up, he had to cash in on interior. He didn't want to play it. He'll come back to offensive interior later on. I think it's great. I think your pick here was either Murphy or it was Graham Barton. You were going either beef on the offensive interior or beef on the defensive interior. This was
which is a win-win.
Well, it fits McDonald's bread and butter and what his style is. And it's a tone-setting message taking Murphy for him, to my point. He's harped so much since he's come in about.
You see it, Lamb?
Yeah, we respect the history of the Seahawks, but we're doing our own identity. This is an identity pick for McDonald.
Yeah, we got breaking news.
Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy. Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy. How do you top that top two defensive tackles? Who has a better interior defensive line than Seattle right now?
That's true. 1 second.
We
We have a trade. The Vikings have moved up from 23 to 17. It looks
we were trying to reel you in.
Oh, wow.
Vikings on the clock.
What a move right there.
All right, let's look at
I'm
this.
actually going to add Shane Barrett into the stream. He's a resident Jags fan. What do you think about this trade?
I don't know what the trade is yet, so that will determine my answer.
The Vikings have traded 17 for 23, 167, a 2025 third, and a 2025 fourth.
I mean, that's a good haul to move back 6 picks for the Jags, so I like that. I don't know, but
corner one.
Yeah. And so the pick that I would have made if I was the Jaguars here and not trading out would have been probably Terry and Arnold. I think he fits their defensive scheme best, and that is a need for us. Oh, look, there it is. But there's that's
not a bad haul at all.
I would have been fine with Dallas Turner. I would have been
didn't cost too much either.
No, man. Oh, so what? We'll see what the Drags do later.
Yeah, I mean, I might as so Hayden, you're on the clock here.
Yeah.
Shane, you're more than welcome to stay on.
I can spoil it or not spoil it.
Don't spoil it.
He's walking up.
Not going to spoil anything. I'm just going to take a shot here. We were talking about Dallas Turner earlier. I do think he'd be a good fit replacing Danielle Hunter.
Great mention.
Yeah.
I'm ready to lose it. I'm ready.
Let's go.
Blake Corum. Wrong team. Sorry.
Oh, my God, Blake. Oh, man.
Woo!
I'm still low on Blake Corum. Dallas Turner.
Wow.
Let's go.
Great pick.
Love it. I like that.
Yes, this is the best case scenario, I think, for the Vikings.
Congratulations.
JJ and Dallas Turner. That's good stuff.
I'm very happy about this. I was talking him up at pick 11 too, and I wasn't necessarily expecting to be on this quick, but I am definitely happy that I am, and I'm excited that Dallas Turner is a Minnesota Viking, and I can sleep well tonight knowing that my team had a good first round.
They definitely got one of the Bengals there.
We have to make this point. We have to make this point that if you look at that Vikings defense, Flores runs potentially the most zone-heavy scheme in the NFL. You look at this edge class in terms of dropping back in zone coverage from an edge standpoint, a linebacker standpoint, it is drastic, the difference between first and second place. Turner's somewhere like 300-plus snaps. Latu was second place at like 55. Just dramatic. In terms of a schematic fit, a fit with a coordinator, Dallas Turner couldn't have made this any better before tonight if he'd have dreamed it. This is exciting. I have no affiliation with the Vikings or Dallas Turner. That is just an awesome fit. Props to the Vikings for seeing their guy in an opportunity, somebody that, what do we talk about? There's going to be fallers sometimes. He might have fallen a couple, 2-3 picks more than we might have thought. And they cashed in. That is an A+. That's incredible. That zone fit with Flores, this is a dream. That is thrilling for the Vikings.
Yeah, I'm so excited.
I had him comp to Shaq Lawson, and so I think that's a pretty decent comp for him. He has the highest floor in this draft, like one of the highest floors in this draft class. I would say he could start day one.
Highest ceiling of that edge class.
Huh?
Highest ceiling of that edge class. He has a higher ceiling than Latu. He has a higher ceiling than Jared Verse from an athletic standpoint. The fact he only has 2 pass rush moves right now. You get him. It's like a pitcher that you're like, man, he's got a great fastball. He's got a solid changeup. We get this dude a curve. He's going to be disgusting.
Right.
He's going to
Yeah.
be filthy.
I like that.
Yeah. So you gave away a decent capital. You gave away a third, a fourth, a fifth, and your pick swap. So how do you feel about that?
Yeah. It's a lot to give up, but like I was saying, I really like Dallas Turner. So at this point, I don't really care.
Yeah, I'll deal with that later. Whatever.
Yeah, I think they'll be okay. I like the rest of the roster. There are some other issues maybe in the secondary that they need to fix, but worry about that when we get there, like you said.
I'd ask you this though, Hayden. Like I was the one a second ago that said, "Oh, corner one." Like so many people talk about the Vikings and say like the Andrew Booth pick that hasn't really clicked, and the Lewis Seen pick in the secondary that hasn't really clicked. Is there maybe some like pressure there to be like, it's a little easier for us to go throw ourselves out there and take a pass rusher than set ourselves up to go, quote unquote, miss on a rookie contract defensive back?
Yeah, I think maybe. I was really high on Lewis Seen, even heading into this past
I was as
season,
well.
really
I was
high
as well.
on Lewis Seen, and he's kind of been disappointing. And like you said, it's kind of been the way that things are going right now. I think Mekhi Blackman still has some potential, maybe, in his second year, but I guess we'll have to wait and see on that. I think they're okay in the secondary right now, despite kind of missing on a couple of picks in recent years.
That's Tyler's dog on the commercial, by the way, everyone.
I just looked up for a split second, and I thought that was the same thing.
All right, I'm going to let you guys go. Great show tonight. Keep it up.
Congratulations, Hayden. You should be thrilled.
Yeah, you guys are the winners tonight so far.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'm
minus JJ McCarthy.
Watching, make sure to check out stadiumrents.com.
Value from where they got him versus going up.
I'm not. I'm very low. I'm very low on McCarthy. What's up? What did you say, Bahookie?
Nothing. I was just saying. You say not at all. I think it was decent value where they got him versus like going up to get him at like 5 or 6.
Right. I think where the consensus was on JJ McCarthy, it's a good deal in comparison to that. But personally, I would not have taken JJ McCarthy until late first round.
Well, and then let me be the flip side to Dan's point. Yeah. I will wear the egg on my face, one of my L's of the evening, and it won't be my last one. I'll have many W's, but I'll have many L's. I was the guy on Twitter this whole time saying, "You're a moron if you think JJ McCarthy's falling 7-6." So I'll wear that L right here. As far as somebody on the opposite of you that was like, I wouldn't take him before then, I would have taken him top 10, and I expected him top 10. I was wrong on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even like where he was taken in the draft. It's just how I think he'll perform in the NFL. He really did not have an above average success rate on any single route except the screen route. That is the easiest route to hit in all of football. Flat, slant, curl, dig. He performed average against 9 route, out route, comeback, and comebacks also not that hard to hit, all below average success rate. And that's in an offense that doesn't ask him to do too much. It's not like he's got a crazy high volume where he's trying to force balls in at a high rate, like they're passing all the time and he's got to just make do with what he's got. They're running the ball. It should be offering more open opportunities for the wide receivers in a successful college program. He still didn't have a high success rate. I'm just not in on him. That's it, basically.
I would also just say to that point, you got to understand that team wasn't constructed to spoil a quarterback. For example, I'm very high on Roman Wilson, who is his receiver one, and Roman Wilson is somebody who will look as a tomorrow player, maybe early third round, late second for perspective. I've seen people like a Lance Zierlein as high as putting him as a late one. But, aside from that, you look at a Cornelius Johnson as kind of a 6th-round body and at receiver as far as a second. And then you look at an A.J. Barner as far as an inline tight end as more of a blocking entity instead of a kind of a receiving threat. Just to say that team, as far as your 2 tight end sets, building for establishing the line of scrimmage, your kind of possession receiver in a Cornelius Johnson versus Scats, that team was built for what you did with McCarthy. You make valid points. I get all that. I just say you also have to mention that to say that a team like the Vikings are projecting McCarthy not being in their system, where their system is catered to the other aspects. Like the Vikings, he's not walking.
Surrounding talent makes a hell of a difference. And
how we doing, Bo?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
I'll shut up.
No, that's all good. That's all good. I want to see what direction we're going.
Literally, Bo, they literally shut up.
Who do you want right here?
Mims or Newton? If it's Mims or Newton, I'm happy.
Mims or Newton?
All right, I love that. I'm a big Amarius Mims guy. This was my tackle too, actually. After Joe Alt.
Whoa,
I loved Amarius
that's
Mims.
Spicy.
Yeah, I love him as a pass blocker. I love how refined he is. He does need a little bit of work, but I think that works pretty well since you brought in Trent Brown. Have him as a guy that can sit on the bench, develop for a year, and then we get Spicy next year.
Yeah, I mean, the raw talent's undeniable. He is insanely powerful. That one of those guys that when he walks off the bus, like you want him to lead the team. Like, look at that.
Yeah,
MF
yeah,
right
Orlando Brown, Trent Brown, and Amarius Mims. Those are going to be the first 3 guys off the bus every single Sunday.
Yeah,
shout out Trent Brown. I went to high school with Trent Brown. But talking about Mims, it's funny. I'm in my late 20s. When I was growing up, the Bengals and the Dogs had like a little connection, kind of like that Geno Atkins.
Yep, Geno Atkins. Yeah, we had Clint Bowling there for a while. Yeah.
Oh, shout out! Impressed, Bo. Impressed. Not. I mean, obviously you're a Bengals fan, but not impressed. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's like I like that connection.
I forgot AJ Green. That's kind of the obvious one.
Hey, I didn't say it. I didn't say it either. You're right. We're out here throwing Clint Bowling, and we're not saying AJ Green. That's what we're supposed to do on day 2 and day 3. Start throwing deep names. But I love this. It's funny. He's been so often sold Mims to the Steelers. He didn't make it.
Mm-hmm.
I love that division. I love that division competition there too. Like the Bengals take him, the Steelers miss out on him by that much.
There's got to be Johnny Newton to the Rams.
And hey, we saw that in terms of some kind of rivalry, in terms of playing. Remember last year the tackles, we saw Belichick and the Patriots screw over the Jets in terms of Broderick Jones, kind of playing that tackle game in a division in a rivalry. It's a great point.
Yeah. I love this pick. I love this pick a lot. I mean, where I was at with it, and there was all week, it was J.C. Latham's going to be a Bengal. Until recently, until the past few days where people were like, oh, he's not even going to be there at 18. I actually don't necessarily know if I would have loved that, just because if you compare them athletically, Mims versus Latham, not to say he's not a good player. He got drafted 7th overall. But his lateral agility kind of scared me in a way, like in the sense that people were calling him a safe pick. And I don't know if an offensive lineman that's got next to no lateral agility is necessarily safe. So this is a guy, I like him. They're going to probably sit him for a year. And he's going to come in, take over Trent Brown in 2025. And, hopefully him or Orlando Brown can be the bookends for a decade.
That's incredibly well put, Bo. And I like how you said that because, when you think about it even deeper, 2 points. One, it's almost become like draft season tradition the last couple of years that I'm like, man, I'd really like the Bengals to take somebody in the first round to protect Joe Burrow. Mm-hmm. That felt refreshing to do that. And I liked your Latham point. It's like, if you're looking for the pass blocking upside, considering that's kind of your identity, you just moved on from Joe Mixon, kind of going forward with this Chase Brown in the running back room leading it, and it's the Joe Burrow team. It's like, what did I say earlier about an identity pick with Seattle? This was a nice team fit identity pick. I like how you laid that out about Latham. I'm excited about this one. I'm like you. I think you put it very well. That was a great pick.
Yeah, the dream scenario now, and it's never going to happen because, like you guys said, I think Newton's probably coming off the board here to 19. There's a mock draft, I think it was on ESPN a week and a half ago, that had Newton falling to 49. It's like, man, don't get a better 2 picks than that. But,
You're right.
He's the Aaron Donald replacement right here.
Y'all are right, and I agree. But we also need to let's look all the angles we can and throw out different things. Corner 1 is on the board.
Right.
That is true.
Thank you.
Which might be there for the Steelers here in a second.
Jared Verse is on the board. He fits in terms of what they run schematically out there. It's like that's 3 different angles. It's like the Rams. I talked about the Rams trading up potentially with Atlanta. Nah, man. They sat back. They're sitting pretty. And you know why? One reason they did that, that's why they're the Rams and they're a successful franchise.
Oh no!
They hit on all of their late round picks. It's insane their hit rate.
Dane, I'm sorry, Bo. What do you think that they're looking at 46 here, I'm sorry, 48?
Yeah. So second round at this point now, it's going to be 1 or 2 positions. It's either going to be a defensive tackle. Chris Jenkins is a name that makes a lot of sense for him there. Rukaroro, another guy I really like there. Or it's going to be a receiver. Roman Wilson is one I'd look out for there. Fun fact, he actually, in high school, ran track with Andre Yosavash, who is also on the Bengals roster. So there's a little connection there. I would not be surprised if he's the pick at 49. So that's going to be my prediction. It's going to be one of those 3 at 49, unless there's a guy that is too good to go to pass up that falls.
Are the Bengals trading T. Higgins?
I'm glad you asked that. I was wondering when that was going to come out. They are not, and they're not trading Trey Hendrickson either. They're both going to be on the roster in 2024. And you know what? In the case of Trey Hendrickson, for good reason, that's just a contract dispute. I'm sure that's going to get settled. With T. Higgins, I feel like if they were going to trade him, I know how the Bengals operate. They're not going to trade T. Higgins. Not unless they're absolutely able to fleece the team that they're trading him to in the trade. That's just how the Bengals operate. They don't trade for that reason right there. The second reason is they still think they're in a Super Bowl window. And if you're going to go win a Super Bowl, you want to have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, especially with Tyler Boyd now gone. So let's see what the Rams do.
Completely agree with you. And T. Higgins also came out saying that he expects to play for the Bengals in 2024. Mm-hmm. And you got the guy that's giving the dispute saying, I'm going to be there.
See,
that's it.
No more leverage. Trying to smoke some hopium right now, I'd be like, that's why Atlanta didn't take Latu. Hendrickson's on the market.
There you go.
Burst.
Wow. Give Hendrickson a reason to stay around. Let him have somebody on the opposite side of him that's going to take. I personally am high on Jared Verse. I don't see a big difference.
Steelers are on the clock, Austin.
Quinyon Mitchell makes too much sense here. If the Steelers pass on Quinyon Mitchell, you're going to see me do a backflip.
They're sitting so pretty, too. He made the Quinyon Mitchell point. Throw it over to tackle. Fatanu sitting there. Tyler Guyton sitting there athletically.
I will say this about Fatanu, and I know the reason he's slipping. Actually, for quite a few years there, I worked for the University of Washington athletic department. By the way, shout out Michael Penix. Love that he got picked at 8. Don't know about the pick itself, but happy for the guy. But anyways, Troy Fatanu's got he does have some knee injuries.
And Clint says, womp, womp, womp.
Going back to his early years at UW.
Picks, I walked out for 2 solid picks.
All right, we're being serious.
Yeah, he's bringing good analysis. Let's let him finish it.
But Troy Fatanu, apparently, I've heard that this was back when I was still working at Washington, but also this is in recent, in the past few weeks too. Apparently, there's some knee issues going on with Troy that I think might make him slide out of the first round entirely.
I'm cool with that. I'll take those knee issues at 30.
Yeah, I bet your New England Patriots backside school with that at 30.
Day long, I'll take that. Woo!
That's a great. I wasn't aware. That's a great point.
Yeah. So, There you go. I gotta get going, guys. Appreciate you having me on. By the way, Clint, don't be too down on my guy Penix, man. He's a baller. Just give him some time.
Hey, if you know me, you know I'm the kind of person. It's like I cry about it for a minute, I get over it. So I cried for 2 picks and got over it. Nah, it'll be all right.
That's all good. I appreciate it, guys.
Thank you for the positive vibes.
Have a good night, man. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. I'll talk to you soon.
Sure. Yeah.
Come on, baby. Come on.
What's the pick, Austin?
Come on.
Who is it?
Come on. Give it to me. I know who I want it to be. I think it could be
Barden?
3 possible people here.
Mitchell?
It could either be Mitchell, Arnold, or it could be a wide receiver. I really hope it's not a wide receiver.
Yeah, me
we
too.
can wait on those. We've been notorious for getting a wide receiver in second, third rounds and then being good. So
yeah,
every mock draft,
Tom is not saying no to corner 1 for a receiver.
I don't think so either.
Every mock that I've done has Brian Thomas Jr. going here like so often.
I know that's why I said
so often.
That's why I said wide receiver could go here. I hope it's not.
Yeah. I mean, dude, corner 1, Quinion Mitchell, to pair him with Joey
He's
Porter
there.
Jr.
You didn't even have to move for him. Go get him.
Yeah, no, he fell. Like the whole corner class fell.
This is something that Clint
for tomorrow though for me because like the Pats might go take a fucking corner at 34. Sorry, didn't mean to cuss, but it actually did because that would piss me off.
This is something that Clint explained that this is where teams get their talent, they get their steals, right? It's kind of similar to what the Eagles did last year with the D tackle. Yeah, Jalen Carter. It's the same thing. Like they wait, these players fall, and they get the best value in the whole draft.
I will say I think Jalen Carter was the 8th overall pick. Where we're at the 20th, but
Jalen Carter was the 9th pick.
Sean
was the 8th pick.
Yeah, I do think that overall though, there's still a ton of value here in the middle rounds. I'll fully admit I'm way higher on Ladd McConkey than the rest of the bunch. But I think he gets it done. I think there's a perception that he's just a slot wide receiver. Right? He lines up all over the field and gets the damn job done. He can get it done no matter where he's at. I think that he makes it a viable yak wide receiver, whereas Brian Thomas Jr., one of the lowest yards per route run of any wide receiver we've seen potentially with a first-round grade. If he gets drafted in the first round, it will be the lowest yards per route run.
Yeah, when you're getting 17.5 yards per catch, nobody's really complaining how long the route is, though. Like, your point's valid, but
it's not how long the yard.
You just can't do it, though.
It's not how long the route is. It's how many routes you run per yards you get. He's a downfield wide receiver. If anything, that should benefit him. Ladd McConkey, on the other hand, not heavily utilized, has such a high success rate against all routes and all types of coverages. I think he is the obvious pick above Brian Thomas, but I think that there's no way the general consensus is going to agree with me until we're through the first year of their careers.
It's just second round. There's too much talent wide receiver in the second round. You can't. There's no way you go after.
I hear you.
Wide receiver.
Tomlin's not taking a receiver.
A heavy separation between wide receiver 6 and after that.
But like I said, we found the diamond in the rough somehow, some way. We always do it with receivers. I don't know how, but we do it, and it's you.
That is an absolute fact.
Continue the trend. Like we got Chase Claypool in a second. We actually got a better pick from the Bears than we actually got Claypool at, which was crazy. Just get fleeced, but
dude, yeah, how did y'all do that? How did you
idea
for what ended up being the 32nd overall pick?
Joey Porter Jr. By the way,
that was the one mistake of Ryan Poles' GMing currently. We actually have another Steelers guest. It's FF Mike Kosh. What's up, Mike? How are we doing tonight? What do you want them to do with this pick? We've heard what Austin wants them to do. You said that Austin doesn't speak for Steelers Nation, so you better come with the good take here, bud.
Listen, I got to speak for all the Yinzers that are out there. It's got to be Quinion Mitchell. I'm really excited to see how they move forward. I actually I have been in the chat. I've been trying to listen to you guys, but while I've been waiting on the sidelines, I haven't been able to hear it. It's got to be Quinion Mitchell. If it's not, offensive line would be lovely. Wide receiver would be okay, but I don't see a world where they're getting an immediate contributor right now that they can't get on day 2. So, I mean, as long as it's not a Devin Bush type player, we're okay.
Oh, gosh, don't bring his name up.
Cam Hayward looks like a monster. That dude
because he
huge. He definitely is. He looks like Sully from Monsters Inc.
No, I would love. I think Jerson Newton's still floating around, which people aren't talking about that. We got to talk about Cam. He's not exactly a spring chicken anymore, so we'll see what they end up doing.
What are they gonna do here?
Roger, give me good news.
Oh no, dude, my body temp's at least 104 right now.
I'm stressed. I don't know why you're having people come on for their picks, because I would have loved to talk about
the best part.
I would have loved to talk about Michael Penix. I would have just laughed off of the stream. I would have laughed.
You should have the opponent come on. Honestly, that's a
come on,
great
Cam.
point.
Talk to me nice, baby. Talk to me nice.
The Marius Mims pick, nothing like picking a raw giant dude.
8 games started in his entire collegiate career.
TJ Watt's just going to eat alive.
Yup.
But
I agree. I didn't get a chance to talk about that, but yeah, fully agree.
No, Mims has the frame that he's going to be great in like 2026, but right now he's not going to stop anything in the AFC North.
8 collegiate starts.
Come on, give me good news.
Cam, I love you. Let's get it on, baby. Come on.
Please don't be dumb.
Love you, Cam. Let's get it on.
Come on.
It's gonna be a big.
This is for all the Yinzers.
Come on, Cam. Get it out with Austin.
He's taking his.
You gotta get it out.
Say something good. Troy Falno?
I think
that's a good pick. Who they got?
Yep.
Hey, nice. Very nice.
I think that was the logical pick.
Okay. I'm not mad.
It's not the sexy pick.
But we better see some good day 2 and day 3 picks then.
Wow.
What do you think they're going to do on day 2,
starting left tackle?
Day 2, day 3, they need to address corner. They need to address receiver. Like, you can't roll out into the season with Van Jefferson as your wide receiver 2. Like, that's irresponsible.
I'm logged into us talking about especially with Jefferson. Glad I didn't miss it.
Yeah. No, it's tough in these streets. No, I love that they're showing all these highlights for Falno right now, but the Washington offensive line may have been more of like the sum of their parts. Like all of them are really good. So
yeah.
With the 51st overall pick, Mike, who are the Pittsburgh Steelers taking ideally?
Javon Baker. It's Javon Baker with a bullet. He is elite against press. He has an over 65% win rate. He has an over 80% win rate against physical press, which is something that you love to see. This is somebody that he's able to get open quickly, but still has the like deep ability to, manipulate defenders, give the little push off, do a little bit of something. So Javon Baker with a bullet, but we could also see them take Jermaine Burton. I know that has been Austin's bane of his existence, but if there's somebody that can keep him in check, it is Mike Tomlin. It is the Steelers organization. There's so many holes on this roster right now that it's tough to see, because I'm used to being like, oh, we're just a quarterback away. And now that we finally have 2 quarterbacks in the room that can play, maybe not great, but they can play, we got holes in the roster everywhere else.
Hey, man, even here as a Browns fan, I 100% agree with your analysis. I think Javon Baker is the best sleeper X receiver in this draft class by a long shot. Very high success rate against both man and zone. And then on top of it, you mentioned Jermaine. He's got the downfield threat on top of he's better against man than zone, but that's a result of him being almost exclusively a downfield threat at Alabama. I think that he can improve on his press release and, just overall route running against zone coverage. I like both those picks for the second round for y'all.
When you talk about old Jerry B, like if Jalen Milroe wasn't the quarterback at Alabama, we would talk about him as a top 30, top 50 pick quite comfortably. The issue is you watch him absolutely cook his dude, and then you see Milroe take 10 steps, throw it, 8 yards out of bounds, and we're like, at least it wasn't a sack. Like,
right. And it's not talked about enough that he played at both Georgia and Alabama. Like, that's impressive in and of its own. A lot of competition, and he still performed admirably from his sophomore year on. So, I like it, man.
JC just said that Austin just said the coolest Belichick facial impression. I didn't see it, but I'm sure once I do see it when I clip these, that's going in one of those take videos, definitely.
It has to.
And then he also said the Finns might take Mitchell here.
Who should they take and who will they take are two completely different conversations.
How fun would it be if Miami took Xavier Worthy here?
Well, that
I
was
was
kind
thinking
of where
Brian Thomas Jr. He's fast. He's really fast too. Like,
yeah,
and he's also 205 pounds. Like,
Brian Thomas Jr. would bring a completely different element to this offense. You see, they use a lot of space. They use a lot of pre-snap motion. We talk about pre-snap motion percentages. Miami was top 2 in the league. Like, they love to get these guys moving. And now you talk about having Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle scooting, and Brian Thomas Jr. able to just eat his guys that are left over.
I'd take
not Joe. That also could be the pick. I've been going offensive line for them a lot, but with this is how this has kind of fallen.
Well, this is me being silly for a second. Let's look at what's happened in the first 20 picks versus the narrative going into this draft. The narrative's been, the Dolphins will probably go offensive line, interior would be smart. Maybe if a tackle gets him excited, maybe a faller. Guy can be a sleeper here. I doubt it. I think he's going to be – I doubt it. But, is this also a moment in the draft where we say, nah, something exciting happens? Somebody like a McDaniel says, nah, I'm taking the receiver. To y'all's points of I'm taking the burner and the 6'4" that runs a 4.34 and Brian Thomas Jr., or I'm taking a Worthy to add to Tyreek. Who knows how long he's here, etc. I mean, this is another one that we've talked about a couple where it's like this could go so many ways. This one's very exciting, even if you have no bias, such as myself.
And the rumor mill has been circulating around Xavier Worthy in the past couple of days.
It'd be insane.
I don't think it'll happen, but can you imagine Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, and Xavier Worthy?
The fantasy guy in you, particularly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's insane.
So
arguably, it takes away from the other wide receivers on the roster. But
you replace Braxton Berrios with Xavier Worthy. Yeah, that's pretty.
Take it easy on Braxton Berrios there, Tyler.
He was on the Patriots. He's a good player, but Xavier Worthy is just a whole. That's like driving my Honda Accord over to my Nissan Altima. Other car was a Honda Accord, but that's like me driving that up and looking
Can we
at
just
somebody with a Ferrari.
Can we just acknowledge that I am being the most positive person on this feed right now?
Hold on, what? Hold on. After your
what?
Am I not?
Pick,
am I not
have
being
I
the most
talked
positive?
any shit to anyone ever? After your Falcons pick, there was definitely okay, Dan, you're saying this, and that, and I'm not going to say anything about it. And then you said exactly what you weren't going to say. I love you, Clint. I've been here. I haven't been talking shit, but definitely not the most positive.
Then bring some more fucking positivity, Dan.
Wait,
here we go. There we go.
If Dan wants to bring positivity, Dan, who are the Browns taking in the first round?
So I think honestly, we don't have a ton of holes in our roster, which is crazy.
Except the quarterback.
I started to make fun of him for his quarterback, and I remember we tried to.
But there's nobody in the second round that we're gonna take over Deshaun Watson and Jameis Winston. So especially with these ridiculous
beer.
What's up?
I said Chop Robinson.
Wow.
Chop Robinson. Oh.
God, Miami is
Miami Dolphins 31.
Can we talk about this real quick? Miami is addicted to speed, and also now we have the Eagles who get their pick of all of the corners in the draft.
Or is it or and I'm throwing angles here. I'm not being positive, Dan. I'm throwing angles.
Overdrafted.
Is it Tyler Guyton?
We really need to be taking him.
Is it Tyler Guyton who's been rumored as a Lane Johnson mentoree?
They need to replace
the Eagles are always a plan ahead, a step ahead, a year ahead, particularly that offensive line. I mean, you're right. The corner one is just like staring them in the face, particularly Quinyon Mitchell schematically, in my opinion. I know someone said Terry and Arnold. They can't go wrong either way. But what do we always say? The Eagles are sitting here at 22.
Yep.
What
the Eagles do, they're going to get their pick of the litter here.
Quinyon Mitchell, Terry and Arnold, Cooper DeJean, Tyler Guyton. Let's just keep going. It's like
Howie can't keep getting away with this.
Hey, Mike, thank you for coming on for the Steelers pick.
Sure.
Really appreciate it. Gave some great content. Go check you out at it's FFRPG, right?
Yeah. Hey, go to the Fantasy Football RPG podcast. We just updated our merch. We just did a 2024 mock draft. We're going to do another one after this on Sunday night. I'll see you boys there, 8:30 EST, BST. Bye-bye.
Have a good night, man.
Just to finish off the thought, I mean, you know what? Now who asked me the question has left, but I'll say Jalen Wright is our pick in the second round.
Yo, what's good?
JC, what's up, brother? We can't
see.
Well, yeah, my camera's off. Can you hear me, though?
We can hear you.
All right.
So who's the cornerback here?
Oh, it's gotta be Mitchell.
Again, the pick just falls into his lap, but who is it?
It better be Mitchell. You know, we haven't drafted a corner in the first round since 2002. I believe it was Lito Shepherd.
He's got to hit. He's got to hit.
Yeah.
You do.
Yeah, we are overly due, especially the way that Bradbury played as well as Slade played. I think it's time might be to, upgrade, finally get some corners. With Isaiah Rodgers coming back after that suspension as well, actually get a play in Philly this year. Maybe it would be a good piece to add alongside him, improve our secondary a bit.
Yeah, I think Quinyon Mitchell.
I think it could be Graham Barton here. Honestly, he could play center and immediately step in for Jason Kelsey.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't know.
I disagree.
You guys would compete.
I also disagree.
We got another Eagles fan here. Hutchinson Brown.
Hello,
what's up, buddy. How are you?
Hey, what's up?
How much? What are you thinking here for the Eagles? JC is also an Eagles fan, and he thinks it's got to be Mitchell. What do you think?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, they were talking about trading up to 12 for this guy. The fact that he's fallen to 22 is kind of insane to me. I mean, personally, like, I'm mostly a fantasy guy, so I don't look tons of defense, but Mitchell is one of the guys on defense that I watched the film on. I was just very, very impressed. I would be ecstatic if he became a Philadelphia Eagle with the 22nd overall pick.
Absolutely.
It's gotta be.
Do you think they're trying to trade the pick? It's not in yet. There's a minute left.
It's a minute left. I'm shocked. This is kind of weird that they haven't picked yet with a minute left. There's definitely probably some trade talk going on here, but I think at the end of the day they're going to pick Mitchell. Yep, there it is. Pick is in.
There you go.
Pick is in.
I'll be the only
agree with
person.
you.
I think
You're
it's
talking
Tyler
about
Guyton.
CB1 for sure.
So you think it's Tyler Guyton? I think it's Graham Barton. You guys think it's Quinyon Mitchell? What's going to happen here? I like how we have different opinions here. It's definitely a split pick.
Shame that comment.
There is definitely like a lesser competition at Toledo than a lot of other cornerbacks in the class. I just think the overall talent and the size will get it done with Quinyon Mitchell, and they need the cornerback.
100%. They do. Watching the Eagles last year, it was just so sad, man. I mean, they could not stop any passing offense. They really couldn't. They made Zach Wilson look good. Like they made everybody. They made everything look good. Like it was just bad,
Yeah,
that's right. I forgot you guys lost to the Jets last year.
Yeah, I remember that one. I remember. Yeah,
Hurts had a good game. It was a defense. It was just rough.
The ending stretch was definitely tough, and then to top it all off, the Bucks in the playoffs. I don't know.
Gosh,
Y'all are better than
definitely
that.
talk
Y'all
shit
know
about
it.
that.
Oh, 100%. No, Eagles are coming back better than that.
They beat.
To be honest, I placed an early season bet on the Eagles being the NFC champs, just because I believe in the draft. I believe in Howie Roseman first and foremost. I believe in Kellen Moore as the offensive coordinator. And I think they have a great set of wide receivers there that they can only add to in later rounds with the deep wide receiver class.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I agree.
It's funny that
Roger Goodell
Quinion
walking up to
Mitchell
the podium yet?
If it's Mitchell, I have him comped Darius Slay.
Yeah.
I think that's like a pretty interesting thing. Like
that makes sense
if he goes and plays with them. He's just elite athlete, like elite level athlete. So
we know look at that Eagles defense. Look at that Fangio scheme in terms of a lot of press man. Mitchell's built for this. I mean, I know I'm the one that just said kind of a guy in this who I think Mitchell is built in every which way to go to the Eagles. I mean, I would want him. I just got to. This is me being like, I got a sneaky.
Here comes Goodell.
Oh, don't mess this up, Philly, please.
Don't mess it up. Don't pull up. Don't pull up.
Screw it up, Philly.
So much talent. I can't handle another Jay Jettis. I can't do it.
Oh, I'm got the draft a little bit earlier than you guys. I have a live stream next week. I won't reveal.
Georgia defensive player,
Keon Coleman.
I won't reveal anything.
Honestly, for that reason alone, it probably should be. Let's see here.
Hey, look, Falcons take Penix.
Oh, damn!
I
still can't believe that happened.
That's hysterical, but who said that?
I'm scared now. This is scary.
Clint, have you recovered from the Penix pick yet?
How slow can he talk?
I mean, I'm used to it. I took two. I actually was pretty smart. I took 2 picks. We've got 5 guys here on the panel tonight. I took 2 picks, went out in the yard. My poor lab had to listen to me just dog cuss a tree and come back.
Dude, why is he taking so long to get this pick in?
That's what I'm saying. I thought he was going to say it like about 30 seconds ago.
Because it's like with referees in a game. They'll look at a TV clock.
Yo! Oh, shoot.
There's got to be like a delay on the audio or something.
No, it's not. It's not. Goodell is going to announce it, guys. I'm a little ahead, I think. I'm a few seconds ahead.
2 years later?
Yeah, see? There we go.
Okay. Hold up. No, what the hell?
Dude, I was like, who is this?
We did pretty good to go this long without
my
picks, honestly, in terms of slowing it. Like, we did pretty solid because it felt like a year or two ago. It was
I hate it here.
Every second or
yes.
Hey, who said it?
What I tell you, Austin? What I tell you?
Let's get it.
He's gonna be in PA. He's gonna be in PA. Just the better team.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
that's
love
the
that pick
deal.
so much. That's fantastic.
In my opinion, this is the steal of the draft by a long shot.
Yes. Oh, most definitely.
I'm glad I stayed up for this.
And of course, it goes to Howie Roseman and the Eagles.
Yeah, they
else
did
do
it
you
again.
expect?
They've done it again easily. This guy's going to be a great player, especially in this defense. He can also come in.
NFC team. Like, how
We
do
got
they
no
get
one coming on now?
Well, we have made a lot of points about the
No, we have
value in
James.
terms of the next pick and where they would have gone. Mitchell wasn't falling past Jacksonville at 23.
No chance.
No chance. In terms of you bought that stock as low as you could if you were Philly. And you know why you did that? Because you're Philly and you have Howie Roseman. And that's why you do things like that.
Dang right.
So what do you think? They have pick 50 and 53 actually. So what do you guys think is going to happen with those picks? Hutchinson, you can go first. Then JC maybe go after that. Then we might have to go to the next guys.
Yeah, I mean, with Philly at 50 and 53, I mean, they shored up their cornerback room now. I mean, I think they could still add depth. Honestly, they really struggled last year, especially with injuries and things of that nature. They could really still add some more depth. I wouldn't be surprised by some offensive line pick as well with Jason Kelsey retiring. They could use some help there at interior offensive line, possibly center. Like, I think those are a couple top positions they would look at. They also, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked by a wide receiver pick either. They have A.J. Brown, who they just extended another 3-year contract. They have Devontae Smith, who they extended this offseason. But they don't really have anything outside of that at wide receiver. They're really shallow. So I wouldn't be shocked by a wide receiver pick there either in this deep wide receiver class with a lot of guys probably available at that range.
You don't believe Quez Watkins? Is he still there?
Watkins is not there anymore. I think he's actually a Steeler, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Jump over to the comments. Someone said, "Who is here from Georgia defense for the Eagles?" Go back to Hutchinson's question. In terms of a guy at 50 or 53, what about Javon Bullard in terms of a guy with some nickel ability and can play a lot of safety?
I like that too. Yeah, I like
for
that
the
as well.
Eagles. Are you kidding me, man? I got him circled at 50, 53. To your point about adding depth in that secondary,
yeah,
you're right. It's like that'd be a name to throw out there. People want to play the Georgia narrative. He's the one there in Philly for y'all.
Oh, yeah, I love that. I like that one. He's someone I liked on film a lot. While doing some evaluations here for these guys.
JC, what do you think they should do at 50, 53? Oh, you there, bud?
JC, my dog, where you at? JC's been blaming me all night in the comments, and now he's not going to hear me.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. All what
right.
do you think they're going to do at 50, 53?
Yeah.
It's already in.
Now I can't hear you.
Yeah, it's gone.
Man, these iPhone trash. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing with the offensive line, especially with Kelsey leaving. I was looking at that Graham Martin from Duke. I think he'd be a good pick and fit in their system pretty well, as well as even going, to a back-to-back corner and getting Cooper DeJean. I think he's going to fall into that range. So that'll add some much-needed depth that we do need.
Word. All right, guys, we're going to let you go. Thank you so much. Hutchinson, if you want to plug whatever you want to plug, go for it, my guy.
Oh, sure. Thanks, man. I mean, y'all can follow me on Twitter. I'm at HutchinsonB_FF. I'm just a teenager trying to make his way in the fantasy football space. And as Shane put in the private chat right when I jumped in, yes, I have hit puberty. I thought that comment was absolutely hilarious. A lot of people tell me I sound like a 30-year-old on podcasts. I don't know why.
Hey, I'll jump in for 1 second. Hutchinson, guys giving you a hard time. Dude, it's so cool you're so young and doing this already. Don't let anyone no.
Absolutely.
So awesome.
Absolutely, my man.
Well,
Thank you. You're doing great
if I
things.
could go back, I just started way earlier like you. That's awesome, man.
Same. If I had the vision of Hutch, I'd be.
Oh, I was too cool.
Space.
I was too cool. I'm not too cool.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it, man. I really, really do. I appreciate it. I mean, it's been quite a grind over the last 3 years, getting to where I'm at. And I'm really hoping for a lot more, man.
14 to 17 is hard, man. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was a really, really
not being
tough
condescending.
few years,
That sounded condescending. It's not.
No, it is.
It's not,
man.
it's
No,
not.
100%. Not an easy few years, man. Getting started with high school and going through it, it's not easy.
No, not at all.
That's
But you're doing it. You're doing
without
it really
Twitter
well.
being in the mix. That's a tough grind.
Yeah, especially with Twitter in the mix. Yeah, 100%. Oh man.
All right, buddy. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming
Hey,
on.
you too. Hey, you too, guys. Thank you all so much for having me on.
Of course.
Peace.
Here we go. Jaguars
Shane.
over or under 30 seconds.
We took the long way here, but we're finally here.
We
How
did
you
take the long way here. I am good.
Oh. Yep.
Oh.
They talked about it. This is one of the few pre-draft smoke
And got some picks.
They
Okay,
traded back and got this.
I
What
am
was the trade
lower
back
on Brian
again?
Thomas Jr. And I
What was
don't.
the trade back again, though? Who did they trade back?
Who just said they're lower on Brian Thomas Jr.?
Me.
The only thing I would say to you, though, I get it with Jacksonville. They need somebody with some vertical size. In terms
They got Gabe Davis.
They got Gabe now. Yeah,
Gabe Davis is 6'4", and he's a great route
I'm
runner.
lower on Gabe Davis. I get it if you're not.
I
That's a
mean,
fair argument.
He's a
I
best
won't-
ball wide receiver.
I won't argue
Nolan,
with you on
what's
being
up,
lower
brother?
on Gabe Davis.
What's up,
It's
brothers?
more of, I think Gabe Davis has the chance to be what we hope for him in Buffalo,
Special teams,
without
special players,
being in the
players.
shadow of Diggs. So I don't know. I feel like Brian Thomas is similar to Gabe Davis, so I don't really get the pick. I would have preferred Arnold.
Gabe's pretty good. I'm glad that the Bills aren't the one that gave him the contract.
Yeah.
It's not like
I
it's
think
not like
Ryan
he,
Thomas
it's not
is
like
a
he
way
didn't
better
earn the
route runner.
contract. Not like he didn't earn the contract, but I'm just happy we're not the ones.
I get the Arnold mention, and I agree. Like, I get it, particularly as somebody like I have him and Mitchell. Just like I think they were literally back-to-back spots on my big board. I just think for the Jags, if they were gonna go with a boundary corner, Mitchell would have been their guy. They got sniped.
Yeah,
there.
but I don't know. It's just like with the wide receivers that they have to
great value
face.
on BTJ at 23.
Oh, I won't deny that.
You got picks too for it.
Yeah, I think
you guys need a receiver or a cornerback, and
Yeah.
the receiver was better than the cornerback who was available to me. I think BTJ is a way better route runner than Gabe Davis ever thinks he could be. So
I disagree with that, to be honest with you. But the other thing is, I don't know if the corner depth in this class matches the wide receiver depth. I would have rather taken the corner now and taken the wide receiver later.
Yeah, but you also got to consider the profile of receiver. Are you talking about a slot? You talking about a boundary?
Yeah.
Like, for example, what did we just say with Brian Thomas Jr.? You're talking about a 6'4", 205 plus, 4.34 kind of vertical speed, creeping on a 40-inch vertical versus like when we're getting deep into that second, third, fourth round, are we looking at those vertical tall threats? Or are we looking at more 6'1" kind of guys? Are we looking more at slot guys? Just in terms of that'd be a great question in a press conference for Doug Peterson, for example, to be like, was it
God, don't screw this up, Jerry.
I mean, when they put up that wide receiver core with BTJ, Gabe, and Kirk, and then Evan Ingram, I don't know. I think I might have changed my mind. That actually looks pretty sexy on paper.
Can we all just shout out JC for being on one in the comments tonight? Like, JC, like, you want to talk about a guy that woke up, had a cup of coffee,
Tuesday,
had his Wheaties, and got after it. That man woke up ready to get after it.
JC does this every week, man. Honestly, like
I'm not shortchanging him normally. No, I'm not. I'm just giving props to tonight. It's like the man he woke up ready he hit someone in the mouth this morning, and he kept it going tonight, and I appreciate it. His pick's already done, and he's going through 32 tonight. He's gonna hang.
Really quick, we're around the topic of Brian Thomas Jr. I think if you wanted a vertical threat, you could get those later in the draft. You got Xavier Legette. You got Xavier Worthy.
He's not making it back to 48 for you.
He's not making
no shot.
They can trade. They can trade up a minimal amount to go get one of those two guys.
They got extra picks too.
What'd you say?
Yeah,
they got extra picks to make the move up easier.
Right, and like Brian Thomas, I do think he's a great athlete for his size. However, again, a guy that didn't have he is the lowest yards per route run in terms of a first round wide receiver in the last decade. That's heavy. That's a lot. He ran a ton of routes in a scheme and with a quarterback that excel in downfield targets. And yes, he has some great numbers because of it. But overall, considering how many routes he ran, it's not. I don't know. I just don't have him as high as everybody else does.
I get it. Then look at the offense he just came from.
You could go and get a guy that is a true route runner and a outside wide receiver instead of Brian Thomas in the second round.
But you took him paired from LSU with Malik Neighbors, who was more of the burner, more of the inside guy. Come into here. What do you got in Jacksonville? You got Gabe Davis. We've already alluded to what you're expecting out of him. Jump over what you're expecting out of Kirk in terms of being more of your scat. I just think.
How do y'all feel about Zay Jones as a 3? I like Zay Jones
4 now.
Yeah,
right, exactly. He's the wide receiver 4 now, and I think he's an adequate 3. I don't think you needed to add Brian Thomas.
I don't feel passionate
I think Brian Thomas Jr. will be your wide receiver 1.
I would rather one.
I think Kirk is by far a much more refined route runner and the guy that will see the most targets. I guess it's depending on how you see your wide receiver 1.
But what did you just say, though? You just said you thought Kirk was a more refined route runner. So would he not give you an easier profile to take BTJ there versus waiting in the second and trying to say, go for a Roman Wilson?
What's going on with the Cowboys? They got 30 seconds.
We got Brian Thomas Jr., we got Gabe Davis, we got Zay Jones, Evan Ingram,
this
and
is great
Travis
Cowboys
Etienne.
talk.
What?
Yeah.
No one's telling me. And we don't need Cowboys talk because you're not even here anymore.
No one likes the Cowboys anyway.
Kick him out. What'd they get though? That means you got picks.
Yeah,
Detroit said before the draft they had one particular guy in mind. So whoever this is who they can't get tonight wanting.
this doesn't surprise me that Dallas is trading back. There's been talks about it for a couple weeks now that we trade back.
Arnold?
I think it needs to be Terry Arnold personally
Yeah.
at this point. 24.
Yeah. I think they were probably thinking Kool-Aid, but now Tyrion's there, and it's got to be.
It's got to be Arnold.
I don't see anything else that makes sense.
And you want to talk about like the Detroit profile. This is one of the most mature prospects in this draft. One of the most loves football, all about it, lives, breathes, and eats it. Going to buy in to the Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell mindset. I'm no bias, no affiliation, just like a draft geek, NFL geek. Love this, positive. Really hoping this is Terry Arnold. Really hoping this
They
is
got
Terry
29 and 73 for that. That's not a bad haul.
That's not bad.
That's really not.
And
now that we're looking into the draft room, I'm just waiting for a Detroit guy to punch Dan Campbell in the stomach like last year when they got Gibbs. I need that kind of excitement.
Yeah.
What's your final thoughts on Brian Thomas Jr. and what do you think they do at 48? Then we can get you out of here. Been on for a while.
Yeah. Thanks for letting me stay on this long. I like the pick. I don't love it. I think we got to go defense with pick 48. To me, with Thomas, we've got 3 1Bs in Kirk, Gabe Davis, and BTJ. I still don't think we have a 1A or a true alpha. And then follow me on Twitter at FFShaneB and go sign up for my charity fantasy football tournament to benefit the Alzheimer's Association at polysplayoff.com. Deuces.
Hey, Shane, just wanted to say that I liked you had a lot of, so many people. It's like, oh, everything's great. I liked a lot of your points of saying, like, I don't agree with that, and I don't like the fact that Jags did that, and I just thought that was really good. You had a lot of good points, man.
Thank you.
Mm.
Y'all have a good night, buddy. Thank you for coming on.
All right, gentlemen. Well, since I came in here and yelled and bitched for no reason, I'll see you in about.
It wasn't for no reason, Nolan.
It won't be that long.
It wasn't. It was
We'll
not.
see
It wasn't in vain, Nolan. It wasn't in vain.
And then yeah, the Cowboys and the Chiefs will be up pretty close to each other.
Exactly. So I'll jump back in here in about 10 minutes or so, and I can just stay on.
You can ride it out, yeah.
29 through the end, or through 31 at least. No, wait,
yeah.
through the end. Yeah. All right.
You catch that fly?
Who saw that?
I was very focused on you, honestly.
Dan, I'm not gonna lie to you. Because Dan and I have gotten a little chippy tonight. We've had a good time with it. Now we're gonna be Mr. Miyagi. That is like on my resume. You know, like how Dwight Schrute puts like skills. Dude, stupid good at like catching flies, man. Like
it's so satisfying too.
You just watched it real time.
I watched you, and I appreciate it because I also enjoy doing that shit.
Same guy.
I've also sniped a fly.
Same guy that had to take a 2-pick lap over Michael Penix at 8. You watched it. He caught it. If you think Clint's alert and he's still locked in, Clint checked back in, brought the intensity you were expecting. Yeah, I caught him. Yeah.
Here's the focus that you need in your NFL.
I appreciate that, Dan. I really did need that pat on the back. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to be boy.
I'm happy to give it to you, man. You deserve it. You snagged
I needed that. I don't deserve it. I actually deserve much worse after watching my team take Michael Penix today, but that's another conversation. Hey, go Detroit.
Not your fault.
Hey, man.
No, it actually is my fault. See, that's the difference in you and I.
What? What do you mean?
I don't know. I like that you like propped up the Braves shirt with it too, making your point.
Just be nice to me. I just want y'all to be nice to me.
Yeah,
JC, you can touch it when he wants to.
You handled it like a trooper.
JC has flamed me harder in the last 3 hours than he has. I've known him for over a year. This is the hardest he's ever, and I think it's phenomenal. Like I'm
to be fair,
not be more pleased.
If you go on I was on Twitter for a little bit, scrolled. There's a lot of people talking about the Falcons, and I just kind of put it away. And
I literally, if you look at my Twitter, like very active, very good. Like I just literally put on there, was just like, I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I can't do that and this. As I was like, see you tomorrow. Talk to y'all later. And I love how everyone was just like, see you, man. Everyone's just like, yeah, he's beautiful.
Yep.
Terran
Arnold, great.
He did smart pick. They just keep on. Honestly, like
Brad Holmes, man. Brad Holmes.
See, I thought that was going to be a Kool-Aid spot.
Right there.
I thought Detroit
would continue on this pace. They're going to be the NFC favorites easily. Just keep on making good decisions.
What's up, Brandon? How are you? Or Brandon, sorry.
Hello, how are you guys?
Good. How are you? What do you think about the draft so far? What do you think the Packers are going to do?
I mean, I had a double today, so I've been at work. I've been passing by the bar and stuff. Some surprises, like Michael Penix going to Atlanta. I have a friend who's a diehard Falcon fan. He's pretty upset with that. I'm still puzzled by
Clint
that.
right up there too.
It doesn't make any. It makes no. You don't sign some guy for 4 years, $100 million, and then you go draft this guy, a guy with injury
Hey,
history.
Brandon, Clint Goss, damn glad to meet you. See, it does make sense actually because we're the Atlanta Falcons.
You are correct.
Hey, I always say some franchises just stay poverty with the decisions they make. Like, it is what it is. It's the hard truth.
No one laughed but me. No one laughed but me. No.
And it was a pain laugh. I could hear that immediately. As a Cleveland fan exclusively, I know that laugh.
Hear that. You can hear.
But on the other side of the evil.
Wow. This has been electric so far. So,
who's your top candidate here as a Packer fan?
As I did my notes today, I think I only have one guy left, Cooper DeJean from Iowa.
I think
but I am also just because we lost two different safeties this year. We did bring in Xavier McKinney, but we still need someone he played cornerback and safety in Iowa. They're talking about that he could possibly be returning kicks now, and it kind of benefits him with the way the new rule is. And then I'm also looking at Graham Barton from Duke. They're saying he played center in Duke, but they're saying he's going to move inside, and the Packers need that very bad. We lost Runyon to the Panthers, and we released Bakatari as well. So I'm just looking at a tackle and a cornerback. Let's see. We kind of took a different route this offseason with Jordan Love. We actually care about him, unlike Aaron Rodgers. We're actually looking like we're going to get him proper help. We have Josh Jacobs now. So I want to tackle just because we do have Josh Jacobs. Since 2019, his rookie season, he's had the second most rushing yards, the second most carries behind King Henry, and I believe the seventh most touchdowns. So I feel like we need that tackle. Let's build up the line so we could pound the ball with Josh Jacobs and make it easier on Jordan Love with that young. All of our receivers are under the age of 24. So I feel like leaning on the run.
It's really exciting offense. All those young weapons. It's like very unique.
There's no alpha as of yet. I thought it was going to be Christian Watson, but that hamstring is going to have a silly string. So
if he stays healthy for a full season, he's your alpha. But like that's just
I really hope so.
Right now, if
right,
not,
you got him last offseason. Don't make the same mistake.
know.
I think teams are
dude. You remember that?
Yeah, I do. I remember Jaden. I think Jaden Reed takes over eventually. I think this year
Jaden Reed is so good. He was he was the steal of dynasty drafts last year.
Right. In the games that they played together, Christian Watson still had a heavier target percentage. He performed, from time to time. Jaden Reed, I think, is that dude that can get it done. I think that he is eventually going to take over as wide receiver 1, and then it'll go Christian Watson, still boomer bust, and then Romeo Doubs. And Luke,
I was gonna ask you, Dan, from a fantasy perspective, like where you draw the line with Reed in terms of like fantasy production, and then like football, where you see, and you just kind of answered that where you were like, I see him shifting to the 1 there. So I was
fair question, because it is one of the most difficult decisions, honestly, of any wide receiver core. Both of them are insanely athletic. They both have the same type of skill set, with Christian Watson being the bigger guy. So you can picture him as the true X wide receiver in this offense. But Jaden Reed, I just feel like
He's there every week.
Exactly. He's
Pretty
there
much.
every
That's
week.
true. I think he's like
Job
baby
done.
Devo. He's gonna put a couple muscles on, but he's everywhere for us. I love it.
Right.
Jaden Reed ended up winning
your
me
point,
2
like-
leagues last year. So like I personally I was the highest on Christian Watson anybody was probably last year. And then I ended up taking a lot of Jaden Reed anyway, and it won me 2 leagues and won me like $1,500. So like Jaden Reed has like, he's up and he's
I
got
took Marlon
that.
Moose over him in one
spark,
league, and I really regretted it.
Right,
Well,
the pick
like-
is in.
If this
I mean,
is
let's see.
DeJean, if this isn't DeJean or Barton, my head's gonna explode.
Those are the two here. I think it's DeJean, but maybe I'm wrong.
It's the Packers though. We're probably gonna take like an edge rush or something like that, just because that's what we do.
Well, like Chris
Adrian
Bradley
Cooper
or
out of Texas A&M.
Ooh.
Watch us take Xavier Worthy or something like that. We're gonna be
Nah,
like,
you're
what the hell are we doing?
In the first
Add
round.
like a 6th wide receiver under 25. That could be the wide receiver one. No one knows. No, I do think that Romeo Dobbs still has sneaky upside in fantasy. Just because he's the one of these things that doesn't belong there. The bigger guy of the bunch. They don't have anybody else other than like Luke Musgrave that's a viable wide receiver with that size.
Tucker Kraft's pretty good.
Tucker Kraft's super
Like,
nice, and don't forget about
like-
Dontavian Wicks. He's still out there.
I was
Yep.
higher on
Or-
Kraft
or-
last year.
or
Dude,
Bo Melton.
when Luke
Bo
Musgrave
Melton's
was
still
not
there.
in the line. If Luke Musgrave's not in the lineup, I'll slot in Tucker Kraft happily as like a backup tight end 2. But no one's rostering a tight end 2 in fantasy. You only got to fill one. You got to fill at the most
It depends on the
24.
leagues that you're playing in. But yeah, I understand.
Hey,
what you're saying.
I run the jumbo set in fantasy sometimes.
You got to have a deep roster.
He's like, I've never finished better in 7th place, but I run the damn wishbone.
Yo, Tyler, who is the dude? Hold on, Packers on the clock. I'll bring it up later. But there's a dude that went multiple tight ends.
Wow.
What?
Wow.
Oh,
You know
Oh,
what, though? Y'all are going to pick at it. That's not a bad pick. That's not
No,
a bad
it's not, but it's just
early
like
second. I had him
we weren't even
early second.
talking about him.
it's not it though.
I'm not being captain positive, I promise. But Morgan is a guy, we so often want to say a guy that is a tackle that can is a guard that can play tackle. He's a tackle that can play guard. The guy, if he hadn't have gotten that little injury, he'd have been a top 50 pick last year. For a team like the Packers, it's a fit for. I know I'm not explaining it that well, but this isn't as like off the surface. Like I would have taken Barton, I would have taken Deshaun, but that's
I was
not,
for sure
it's
taking
not-
Barton. But yeah, at
No,
least
You
you
would have
made.
taken Barton to be an interior. They've taken Morgan blatantly to be a tackle.
Yeah,
Oh wow, the Bucks.
I mean it's a step in the right direction at least because we needed a D back or we needed a offensive lineman and we took one of them. We still have another 10 picks this draft. We have 2 in the second, 2 in the third. So let's see.
Yeah,
The Bucks
gonna
are going to
say,
take a
Jordan
stud and
Morgan-
drop a bomb on me here.
Jordan Morgan was like a pick that I would make for 41 with their
Yeah,
second
I had him.
pick
I
a
was
lot.
just gonna say I had him at 50 on the big board.
When it comes
He's
to
a good
drafting,
player.
I stopped asking questions about my team. I don't know what they're thinking in that
I-
room at times. To be
I
honest.
agree with y'all. It's maybe a little rich, and it is, but we also have to consider the tackle tier drop off. We talk about like the depth of the class. We talk about starting caliber and ceiling caliber depth. It's like where did the Packers view the drop off then? If between now and 41, they think the next tackle or two is about to go boom, boom, boom. It's like that's what they just told you. So let's watch it play out. This is a hindsight play. We could look back 15 picks from now and go, kind of timed that market not bad. Or we could look back and go, you jumped 7 picks early. So this is a hindsight play to me.
Who do you think the next tackle is? Tyler Guyton?
Guyton, 100%. If it's Paul, my jaw won't hit the floor. But I'd say Guyton for sure. Sue Matea, it won't be. He needs more refinement. A team picking at this spot, I don't think will go for the long play. Guyton needs some refinement, not as much as Sue Matea. I think you set me up there very easily. If I'd have blanked out, you'd have put the ball on the tee saying Guyton.
Do you guys think Cooper makes he gets out of the first round? Like he's going to be a day 2 pick?
Possibly. He could possibly fall.
Hey, it's funny you say that.
Nate Wiggins is still
you guys are gonna laugh. You're gonna laugh, and I deserve it, and I want you to do it. I deserve it. I want you to laugh at me. I want it. I'm looking at that corner. Shut up, Tyler. Tyler's literally shaking his head because he's double laughing compared to everyone else because he knows I'm going to embarrass myself. I'm looking at that corner class a little bit, and I'm not convinced there's not a trade up somebody. Like, you could say my Falcons. You could look at that top
We
10.
already saw one. The Lions already did it.
But still look at the names. DeJean, do you consider him a boundary? You consider him a safety? You consider him a nickel? Nate Wiggins?
Nate Wiggins, yeah.
Where do you have him? Kool-Aid?
He's my 20th player on the board. Like,
Who is?
I love Nate Wiggins.
Yeah, you're a little
have
higher
him
on Wiggins
like
than me. But, I mean, it depends on its particularly scheme. It's like a Kool-Aid. Like, I would have thought Detroit would have been looking at a Kool-Aid. Like, that's who I had circled there as a potentially a late one. It's like,
hey, Brandon, one sec, Clinton.
No, shut up. You're
Brandon, right. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good time. Plug whatever you want to plug, and then we can let you go on with your night.
No, I appreciate you guys for having me. Brandon Blanco FF, as you see there on Twitter, Brandon Blanco FF1 on TikTok as well. But other than that, I appreciate you guys for having me. Nice meeting all of you. And you guys be safe. Take care, okay?
Dude, yeah,
Hope we do it again sometime. Have a good night.
Yes, sir.
What's up, Ken? How are we? What are we thinking with this Bucks pick? You having a good night?
Having a great night. Biggest needs on this Buccaneer team are interior linemen on the offense and edge rusher. And with a lot of the top edge rushers gone already, Latu, Chop Robinson, Dallas Turner, I look for the Bucs to go offensive line here. And I have two names in mind, Jackson Powers Johnson, the center from Oregon, and Graham Barton from Duke. Ever since the Bucs lost Ron Jensen to that devastating injury 2 years ago, that run game and that offensive line has not been the same. So I'm hoping that they can take the offensive linemen that they need, get that run game cranked up this season, and do a better job of protecting Baker Mayfield, who they just invested $115 million in.
How do you feel about that Mayfield extension?
I like it. He had one of his better seasons last year, actually the best season of his career. He's a baller. The guys love him in the locker room. They love his energy. They love the enthusiasm that he brings. He's a great team player. He initiated himself into the locker room very well, got all of his teammates on board very quickly, and the guys just love him. So I think that was a great signing. The deal is only for 2 years guaranteed, but you know they got the 30-year option, so eventually they're going to have to look at that quarterback position. But for the next 2 years, I think Baker Mayfield's the guy.
Yeah, no, I like that a lot. And what are your thoughts on like a Cooper DeJean here? Would you not like? What would you not like to see here?
A defensive lineman, because the last 2 years they've gone Logan Hall and Kalijah Cansey, and they're two very similar type players. One plays the right side, one kind of plays the left side. So they need to add some depth, but they can get that later in the draft. So I would not want to see a defensive lineman or a secondary. A cornerback safety they can get later in the draft. Now's not the time, I don't think, to go that route. I'm hoping for an offensive lineman. That's their biggest need.
Cool.
Don't be Barton.
Right,
Don't be Barton. Don't be Barton. Don't be Barton. Don't be Barton.
Oh yeah, Clint's a Falcons fan, so you guys are a little bit division rivals. Oh, he did it.
Oh boy.
Oh, there you go.
Who is it?
Yeah.
I put the ball on the tee for you, Ken. I put the ball on the tee, and I handed you a big stick, brother.
Oh,
Great
man.
pick. He's a stud. He's a stud. He's a stud.
Yeah. He's going to bring a little bit of nastiness to that offensive line that's been missing.
Tech, dude,
he's a
everywhere.
great run blocker. Yeah, The Bucks have been close to last running ball the last couple of years. So I think he's really going to help spring that run game, and I look for the Bucks to really break out that running game this year.
Well, I'll tell you too, Ken, I like how you mentioned Jackson Powers Johnson as a name. See, I would have been pounding the table in that draft room for Barton over Jackson Powers Johnson or Zach Frazier out of West Virginia, who's got some interior offensive line versatility. Barton was the slam dunk there. He's got the highest upside, the highest floor, highest athleticism, the most health.
Yeah,
that was an A+.
And in 2 years,
yeah, I'm happy with that pick. Now they can work on the rest of the roster.
Barton was a 20th ranked player. He's a top 20 player for me. That was value all day.
It's a steal. It's a steal.
What'd you say,
sure.
What'd you say, Kev? What was the last thing you said, Kev? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, I said now that they've kind of solidified that offensive line, the rest of the draft, they can just add some depth. You know, they still need that edge rusher, and they may be able to get a decent one in the second round.
Newton.
But then it's just a matter of filling linebacker and secondary and some of the other positions that they want to add depth to.
Awesome. All right, Clint, thank you for coming back on. Really appreciate it. Great coverage. You can plug anything you want to plug, anything you're doing lately in the content creation world. If not, have a good night. And if you want to, go for it.
Yeah, well, thanks, Tyler. Appreciate you guys having me on. You can follow me on Twitter at KRFiller64. And I'm still doing a lot of writing on the Tampa sports teams at flteams.com.
Awesome. All right. Have a great night, buddy. Darius Robinson is the pick.
How do you pass on Johnny Newton there? How do you pass on Johnny Newton?
That's wild.
Number 10 player on my board, Johnny Newton. I like Darius Robinson relatively well. I think he was 27th, so literally pegged to the spot. But how do you leave Johnny Newton with the lack of interior you have at Arizona? I think that's – I mean, I like Robinson. He's 6'5", 285. You know, what do you do with him? Is he a 3-tech? Are you playing him at a 5? I think he's more interior to get the most of his athletic upside. But to me, I think that's a tad. I don't hate it. I think he's just like the value's there for me. But I don't know how you say no to Johnny Newton there.
Yeah, he's my number 41 player, 41st player, 41st player on the board.
You got Q.
I mean, possibly here. Like, we gotta see how he plays. He has the frame to be a good player.
No, I like Robinson. It's just I don't know how I don't know how you say no to Johnny Newton.
True.
Bahookie, how you feeling, boy?
I just popped a pizza in the oven. I'm going to finish this beer, and I'm going to open this beer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He's like, hey, Bahookie, how you feeling about the pick? He's like, yeah, well, I'm going to go have another cold one, and I'm feeling all right.
I'm feeling like a goddamn American is how I'm feeling.
Bahookie, you're a Bills man. You'll respect this better than anybody. I got wings sitting in the oven downstairs.
You better have blue cheese for him. And not
I
ranch.
do, actually. I do. Hey, the Falcons might let us down, but I won't let you down.
All right. Oh, yeah. You just went up a notch in my book.
Yeah.
You were already at like the second highest notch, though. No, it's okay, Clint. You had a little bit of a rough go of it. Hey, man. Hey, I'm a Bills fan, man.
Oh my god.
Hey, cheers, brother.
He's about to be at his most stress in one pick.
What's the receiver?
Bro.
Somebody remind me off the top of my head. Ladd,
A.B. Mitchell.
You know what? They could take Johnny Newton here too.
Are the Chiefs going to do it?
Johnny Newton? Are you serious?
Hey,
Take a receiver. Take a receiver.
I'm sorry, this is definitely the harshest I've reacted, but Johnny Newton should go nowhere near the top 2 rounds.
You don't like him at all?
He's giant. That's great. There's been 3. Weird fact I've looked up. There's been 3 wide receivers.
That's been one of our issues is stopping the inside run and having a big old boy Like, is he a 3 technical? Chiefs are on the. We traded with the Chiefs.
That's what I've been saying.
That's what happened the last time we did that.
That's what I said. Chiefs are trading in.
Shut up. I'm behind y'all. Shut up. This is not happening.
I don't see anything other than Darius
We
Robinson
traded with
talking.
the Chiefs.
Yeah, no, it
Stop.
happened on the screen. It said.
Well,
Chiefs
it's
were
on
the
my
clock.
feed. Okay, what do you want me to do? To not react when I see that we traded with the Chiefs? You shut
No,
up.
you're good. I didn't see it. I'm still on the Arizona Cardinals.
Tell him.
Room.
Tell him.
There we go.
Bahookie,
Now
tell
I got
his
trade.
ass.
So I'm like a full 20, 30 seconds on y'all, and we got the same stream. That's weird. Anyways, regardless of what wide receiver you take, it should not be Johnny Wilson right now. He's not that. He's not that good.
Yeah, I think Kansas City goes corner here. I think they're trading up. Go get Cooper.
Bro,
You lose
thank God.
L'Jarius Sneed, go get Cooper DeJean right here. Why
I
not?
can't believe we're trading with the Chiefs.
Cooper DeJean has dropped.
Is it? What about tackle? You think
18
tackle?
picks.
So we're pick 32 now.
I have Cooper
If
DeJean
they
as
go-
10 on
if
my
they
big board.
go
He's
tackle
got wide
maybe-
receiver balls.
What are the terms of this trade?
They're gonna get AD Mitchell, and I'm gonna be sad.
No, I think
Honestly, either one of them are completely fine. They both dropped way further than a cornerback should drop of their talent in this type of class. Man, if they don't take one of those two corners, I don't know who they take.
I think they go corner here. If they don't go corner and they decide to go line,
So Bills get pick 32, 32, 95, 221. Chiefs get 28, 133, 248. So we're back in the third round now.
No,
And you-
95
so
is
you
a good haul, even though giving up those other picks. Yeah, I like that.
so Buffalo. You said
Um,
Buffalo gets 32 though. They
Yeah.
move back to
Do
32.
do they go Xavier Worthy here?
The Chiefs.
I got.
If they go Xavier Worthy, can we cyberbully Wayne?
I agree. Yes, we can.
I'm not asking permission. I'm cyberbullying the shit out of Wayne.
Mahomes threw one touchdown of 20-plus yards last year. One.
Yeah. Whoa.
Everyone thinks
Xavier
of him as
Worthy?
That's why they need
also
Worthy.
covered two shell against Mahomes now.
They
It's
do
not a
not
thing.
need Worthy. They do not need him. They do not
Exactly.
need him.
They just brought on Marquise Brown, another undersized
Tyler,
corner.
please tell them that I'm screwing with them like I was with you with JJ, where I'm like, I know they don't need Worthy. If nothing else, I'm emotionally invested just because Wayne just gave me such a hard time because I thought that Worthy was better than like a third round pick, that it would just be so perfect for my broken heart. Like, no, I totally get you as a Chiefs person not wanting Worthy, dude. I totally get it. I'm just screwing around.
Clint, I think
I
if
I
Chiefs
think
go
it's
O-line
Worthy.
here, they could go Barton or not Barton, Guyton. They could go Guyton because
Yes.
he is out there. They do need a left tackle, and Guyton could move out there to left tackle.
Dude, if Guyton is still there for the
Yeah,
Pats
that
at
would
34,
be a
brother,
pretty good pick.
buddy,
We'll see where they go.
his floor's got to be 34. Dude, hey, a theme that I've been checking back in. I like how you set that up, Noel. I think this is of like the value of the floor of, that guy would have gone the next pick. He wouldn't have made it to this. It's like Guyton's floor is 34. So to your point of like, this is your window. If that's a great.
They met with Tyler Guyton too. Like they've had meetings with him, top 30.
His
meetings,
perimeter ability in terms of, it's like he really needs some help in terms of upper body refinement, but in terms of his bend, knee flex, feet, length,
Clint's hitting you with the deep draft terms right now. Those deep cuts.
he'd be sweet. Hey, I snapped back in after my 2-pick hiatus. All right.
I think they're
Don't
going-
you make fun of my gesticulations, okay? I got made fun of my jazz hands until I was like 12, okay?
Come on, I need more backstory on this.
I have a
Where are your jazz hands, man?
Hey, I have a dime of a wife, okay? You don't give me a hard time with my jazz hands.
He's
I-
Lebanese, he said.
I just said I
Oh,
needed more
yeah.
backstory. There's no
Hey,
judgment. I just need to know
you guys
more,
like
man.
this.
JC, just wait until Clint sees what I sent him on Facebook Messenger. That's not threatening at all.
It is.
Hey, guys.
That's what an uncle
kid-
does. An uncle says threatening shit on Facebook Messenger.
JC's my drunk
Nolan's
uncle.
trying to say something, guys. Nolan's trying to say something, guys.
The kid who's about to announce the pick goes to Liberty High School, I think, or
What?
he's a local kid, and he's part of the Make-A-Wish program. My wife's stepdad, his ex-wife, I know this is a large web to put up here, but stepdad's ex-wife has a dance studio, and this kid dances there, so like they'd know him. So he's getting to announce his pick. It's really cool.
No, that's awesome, man.
Sorry.
Who are you?
JC, man. JC, man.
My girlfriend also went through cancer, so I appreciate the struggle. That shit's hard.
Damn. Let's find out.
I'm surprised this isn't
Eric Give me a tackle. Give me.
They're
Tyler
taking
Guy.
Xavier Worthy, dude. They're doing it. Watch.
They did it.
They did.
They did it.
If it's worthy, we're all shotgunning a beer and we're all calling Wayne.
They
Bring
did
on
it
Wayne right now if they take Xavier Worthy. Shut up.
They did it.
Shut up. I called it. Shut up.
Oh my God.
Call Wayne. Bring him in.
Oh my God.
W Wayne.
Exciting as hell.
They
Wayne.
needed another Tyreek Hill, man.
I'm not talking about your name, bud. I'm talking about my dub right here. Dubs, Wayne. Oh, you would have
Holy
told
crap,
me this
man.
guy was green for saying Worthy was going round one. And you know why I
Yeah,
like
he
this?
called you green. He called you green.
No.
Damn, that's a tough one.
No, I said that Wayne
What does that
would have
mean?
thought I told him
Am
the
I old?
sky was green when I said that Worthy was going round one. But I'll say this one thing I feel comfortable about is I know that the second I check the chat, it's going to be Wayne telling me to go take a hike.
All right, I know you guys are tired of hearing me talk, but now it's time for me to switch gears to NFC here.
So now this is Guyton.
So I was gonna say either Dallas goes Guyton here for tackle, JPJ for center if they want to pull the trigger.
What if they take Jonathan Brooks? Would you fucking punch a wall?
Yeah, I'll leave the stream immediately.
I want to punch the wall first.
That's my thing, technically. The stream. That's kind of my thing.
That'll be our second aggressive stream leave.
I'll leave. Or with Jerzon Newton being out there, I could see Dallas pulling a CeeDee Lamb.
It's gotta be Guyton, dude.
We need defensive line really, really bad. The interior D line. And we lost a couple of guys. If Newton's out there like he is right now and we don't want to pass on him like CeeDee Lamb a couple years ago, I could see that too.
Yeah.
That would be the home run one out of left field. But right now I would not be surprised if it's Guyton, go O-line, play it safe, get a left tackle, and just ride it out. Maybe Newton falls to you in second round. Maybe. I doubt it. But it's probably Guyton. But, hey, don't be surprised if Jerry and company are back from their cruise where they didn't do any offseason work and they say, oh, Jerzon Newton's around. Let's do it.
Dude, I like the Newton pick. Getting 3 blue chip players on your defensive line, that is,
Put Newton next to Mozzie Smith and Osa Digizua.
Yeah, with Micah Parsons and Dexter Lawrence, or not
Dexter,
Demarcus Lawrence.
Please.
And make it easier for cornerbacks like Diggs to take those chances. When a guy's getting pressured from all sides, he's going to throw up some prayers. Diggs going to take that opportunity.
Jay-Z said, get a punter, go all in.
Matterizer.
It's got to be Guyton here. It's got to be Guyton.
It's got to be Guyton.
Yep. Guyton.
There's no way
Makes sense.
the Pats would be that lucky for Guyton to fall to them at 34. That's not a thing. Not a thing I anticipate.
Yep.
Every time I see Goodell walk out in like the crowd, I think it's like that one AI meme where the guys goes hoo.
There we go. Tyler Guyton. Okay, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. That is somebody who's been on our board for a couple weeks now, for a while. I love that he's got a family member wearing Niners stuff right now. That's even more fun.
You love it? That's what you're really thinking? Do you think he's got a boombox in there?
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's funny because after Kellen Moore left and Mike McCarthy was taken over as the signal caller, everything pointed towards running the ball more. That's all they were talking about ever. Since then, they bring in Tony Pollard. Out of any team that scored 25 plus points more per game, no running back has had a lower yards per carry than Tony Pollard during that time.
Tony Pollard is an elite RB2, but a horrible RB1.
Right. And it's insane that he got the volume that he did. And then on top of it, now you bring in like a true pass blocker like Guyton. Not as much success in the run game, but like overall, everything that they've talked about, they seem like they've done the opposite. Like last year, we're just gonna run the ball, ground and pound, tough team. I saw, okay, Tony Pollard and Rico Dowdle are the top two running backs. I don't believe you, Mike McCarthy. So CeeDee Lamb ends up being wide receiver 1. I think that everything's pointing right back towards that direction right now. Yeah, I think you guys are going to lean heavy on that pass game.
Shoot, because we do whatever the hell we want in the offseason. We've been talking to Ezekiel Elliott again. Why'd you let him go in the first place? What?
Yes.
What?
Hey, Nolan.
Sign Royce Freeman. Why not? Who cares, right?
Right. I do think Rico Dowdle could even have success in the run game. I think he'd be fine.
We're going to let you go real quick because the Ravens pick is on. Appreciate you coming on for the Cowboys and the Chiefs pick. A little back-to-back succession action. But have a good night, buddy. If you want to plug anything, go for it.
Follow me on social at NOL_BOL.
All right, buddy. Have a good night. What's up, Matt? What do you think? How are you feeling about this draft? How the board's fallen? How do you feel about the Ravens? What are we thinking?
It's definitely got to be a cornerback. The draft has been crazy. It's definitely one of those situations where I didn't think there's going to be 6, quarterbacks in the first 12 rounds. I mean, first 12
you guys
picks.
could come away with Nate Wiggins right here. Like he's like my top 20 player on the board right here. Like I have him comped to Steph Gilmore. Honestly, I don't think he's the fastest cornerback, but he's really refined with his technique, and I think he could be like him, Kyle Hamilton. Like that, start building your like secondary of the future. What do you think about that?
Personally, I'd rather have Kool-Aid or Cooper.
Okay.
I mean, we could very well do Jackson Powers.
Jackson Powers Jones. Yeah. Center as well.
Well, you also got Linderbaum last season. Like he's solid. I agree with you though.
Now.
Sorry, what's up?
I'm sorry, we don't have any guards right now.
I think he'd be more likely to go with a Zach Frazier. He's got a little more guard versatility, I think, than Jackson Powers Johnson up front. But I don't think it's going to be O-line. I think, how do you say no to an A.D. Mitchell? How do you say no to a Ladd McConkey? How do you say no to an Xavier Legette here?
Yeah. All those guys would be fantastic. I do think that cornerback is needed, and with Cooper DeJean still being on the board, I don't know how I say no to that after the losses you've had in the second.
Yes, but that's just assuming that Baltimore considers DeJean a boundary corner versus a Nick or versus a safety. So like that even more pigeonholes it just in terms of I don't know that I bet on that. It very well could be. Very well could be.
Right. It could be either or. I just feel like they've lost enough at that position and on the defense side overall. You know, like Patrick McQueen's a great
Telling you guys,
coverage linebacker.
it's gonna be Nate Wiggins.
They go with the
Nate
speed.
Wiggins, nice call.
He's fast. I do have DeJean way higher.
I'd rather have DeJean as well.
I would love to have DeJean.
I'm sorry. I'd take Nate Wiggins all day long over Cooper DeJean.
But here's where we watch the board. Let's see how far DeJean falls. For all we know, DeJean falls 15 picks. We're going,
I don't know.
Look at that recovery speed. Like he's got.
It's not a question of recovery speed or vertical speed or lateral speed. It's a question of he's 170 pounds.
Yeah, he needs to put on a little bit of weight. He's definitely, tall. He's kind of built like Brandon Stevens a little bit, but
it helps having a thumper like a Kyle Hamilton and having some more size in that secondary. But Humphreys, etc. But still, he's gonna have to work on that a little bit. But I mean, the athletic upside. Look, as if we're gonna sit here and judge the Ravens, they know exactly what they're doing. They know what they're doing.
Clint, you said it last week or the week before that when we did the mock draft. You're like, it doesn't really matter what the Ravens pick. They pick their guy, and then next thing you know, all pro.
Well, see, it's funny. I'd have been sitting here if I'm saying if I'd have been in the Ravens room, it's like, yeah, I'm sitting in my closet here right now, but like. If I'd have been in the Penix, if I'd have been in the Ravens, my buddy just texted me about Penix and I read that. If I had been in the Ravens room, I'd have been looking at everyone going, Johnny Newton, or something along those lines. But it's like, then somebody would have looked at me like a John Harbaugh and be like, we're taking Nate Wiggins. And I'd be like, he's probably right.
Matt, what do you think the Ravens will do with their next couple of picks? How do you feel about this pick? I know you kind of said that you'd rather Kool-Aid or Cooper, but cornerback was definitely a need, wasn't it?
It was. It was probably one of our top 3 needs in terms of position depth concern. But I think that we got to address O-line and edge tomorrow. That's definitely something we got to do.
Awesome.
With the potential for Powers falling. Jackson Powers or Johnson fall into the second round. Now, do you trade up and make a move? Do you, sacrifice capital next year to get that premier inside offensive lineman or one of the remaining linemen left? And I'm like a little iffy on this pick because his highlight tape looks good, but at the same time, he's not fast. He's not heavy. He's kind of light in the ass for being 170. We are a physical defense and. I just would have rather had Kool-Aid or Cooper in that spot. Both of them on the board.
I'd be interested to ask your opinion, Matt. Like you just said that you're such a physical defense. You got some more of the size. He doesn't really fit more of your personality. Is there a line between that and, say, having the margin for error to take a shot on a guy like Wiggins who's a little less supportive in run support? You're going to maybe want more as a zone defender versus press man because of his lack of size. Is that a situation where a team that, they were in a position to take a shot on a Kyle Hamilton. They're in a position to take a shot on dropping a bag on a Roquan at an undervalued position. Is that is there a line where it's like, yes, he's not quite as physical as us, but we can make up for it and then we can ride the high of his strengths, aka the kid is as fast as cutting the light switch off?
They're always in a position where they can gamble because of where they're constantly picking every year. This is a gamble because he's, like you said, he's not the greatest in run support. He's not the greatest in that area. We do have a physical defense. But we also have a lot of question marks. Marlon Humphrey has been hurt for the better part of the last 2 years. Brandon Stevens played fantastic last year, but at what point do you think is that a 1-year situation, or is he going to be one of the true shutdown corners of the league like he was last year moving forward? And I just think that DeJean might have fit our defense a little bit better in terms of what he brings speed-wise, and McKinstry's more physical. I wasn't really a fan of the Wiggins pick, but I mean, I trust Eric DeCosta. He's given me no reason not to trust him. His drafts have been, relatively decent, and on top of that, he's been knocking first-round picks out of the ballpark for the most part.
Well, and my thought
Yeah.
process in response to that and your trust is you're right. And I think this might tell us that DaCosta and Harbaugh view one, DeJean as a safety or a nickel and they need a boundary. And two, they view Wiggins' athletic upside so much superior to Kool-Aid's that they have to take the shot. So it's a good setup. I mean, I think that's kind of the mindset.
And the thing is with DeJean, he could have been what Geno Stone was to us, and we lost Geno to the Cincinnati Bengals this year.
Nice point.
And
Nice point.
you draft DeJean to where if you don't want to play him at corner off the rip, you can play him in that third safety that's kind of like a nickel cornerback in our defense. And if you want to put Hamilton down the box a little bit, and you want Marcus Williams to float around in the deep side of the secondary, you could have DeJean kind of roaming 15, 20 yards off the ball and letting him kind of play in space. With Wiggins, you don't really have that ability. He's an outside corner. He doesn't really play inside. He's got good recovery speed and all that, but that's the ACC that he was playing in. It's not like every wide receiver in the NFL is going to be a lot quicker and a lot faster. And we're playing in the AFC North. We're in the most physical division in football. It's going to be a difficult situation. This kind of reminds me of the Marlon Humphrey pick 8 years ago.
It worked out for him that time. Maybe it'll work out for him this time. But the 49ers pick is in, so we're going to have to move on to our next guest. But I really appreciate
I'm really
you
hoping
coming
DeJean
on.
or Kool-Aid right here. Sorry, I just wanted to cut it.
Oh, wow.
Are they trading Brandon Ayuk now?
Whoa. Okay.
Oh.
No, I don't think they have to trade him.
Ricky.
I mean,
my man, Ricky.
Talk about it.
My first reaction here is, why did we not go A.D. Mitchell if we are going wide receiver? I feel like he's
I really hope
board. I mean, trust in John Lynch, he hasn't failed us too much besides obviously the Trey Lance pick. But this being our first round pick in 3 years, I'm a little disappointed here. We definitely needed the cornerback help. I think obviously with Cooper DeJean still being on the board, I don't know why we didn't take him. I was wanting Kool-Aid a lot, but with Cooper falling this far, I was thinking we'd go him.
I'm not. I think.
Oh man, I honestly don't even know how to react to this pick. This is
Ricky Pearson.
You're doing better than me, Mason, because I walked off from my pick. My response to you would be, I'm not just speaking about the 49ers.
Ricky should play.
I'm not just speaking on the 49ers. I'm speaking about the entire draft. This might be the league telling us they view DeJean as a safety. Or no.
Oh, here comes
DeJean. No, it's A.D. Mitchell.
It's A.D. Mitchell.
They need wide receiver more. They got Deontay Johnson there now.
Son of a bitch.
It's dog water.
It's A.D.
I saw that the Niners left open a very talented guy in A.D. Mitchell and said, why did they take Ricky instead? So
maybe that tells you that they're going to re-sign Brandon Ayuk.
Only
they're confident in Ricky Pearsall as a sheer slot wide receiver.
They're moving down one pick. Hey, Matt, do you want to plug anything that you want to plug before you get going here?
Thanks, guys. Thank you for having me on for the Ravens pick. I really appreciate y'all. Just want to plug my show, Bearded Wholesome, all things Baltimore, and I have a sports section. It's all things Baltimore sports. Just had a preview show last night with a local radio host here in Baltimore, Dennis Kalatzis. I want to thank him for talking the draft last night. And I will be interviewing Keon Lattimore and LeRon McClain in the next few weeks. So be on the lookout for that.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate you hopping on. Have a good night, and I hope you like the rest of your draft.
Thanks, guys. You as well. It was a pleasure.
Awesome. Have a good night, man.
If you asked me before the draft my dream fit for one team, and it's bias, I'm adding complete bias, and it's weird me saying that because this is a rival of the Falcons. How sweet would Ladd McConkey be here?
Oh, dude, if Ladd McConkey goes here, I'll be so fucking happy because the Bills might take Xavier Legette, and all of a sudden, A.D. Mitchell's sitting there for the Pats at 34.
You're sitting so. You're sitting so.
I'd be like this. Catch me looking like.
Is this because Is it because I blacked out after the Falcons having the worst pick of the night, or was this like way faster than last year?
No, this is actually a longer stream than last year, but like I'm drinking these Lagunitas Maximuses, and it's gone a lot faster.
I was gonna say, like, I've been here for 30 of the 32 picks, and this feels like this took last year to do like 20 picks.
But we have 636 people watching us right now, or have watched us through the whole night. I'll take either one of those.
You know, Jordan just texted me and made a great point. You know, we do the Falcons radio every week at 99.1 and here at Stadium Rant and WDJY. The fact that I have to go on a show here Sunday afternoon and discuss this Penix pick and whatever is going to come tomorrow, buckle me up, buddy. Buckle me up and put me in a booster seat.
I didn't even think about
Clint's rocking in the
street.
Oh
no!
You're lucky,
bro. They
government paid for it.
Bro, just don't even take a wide receiver here. That would be so lit. I'd be so cool with it. Like now,
they won't. They're not going to do it. But considering he's the 10th player on my board, I'm just excited.
Yo, Jerzon Newton,
buddy, I would be upset as a Falcons person. I would be upset. Derek Brown?
Jerzon Newton, please.
And Derek
the Pats
Brown,
might pick him if he's there.
Johnny Newton, my comp, is Grady Jarrett. You're plugging that with the Mauler and Derek Brown. That's disturbing. You look at their offensive interior with Robert Hunt, Damian Lewis. Look, oh Lord.
My comp for him is Ed Oliver. Slightly bigger Ed Oliver. I think like he's one of those players that like you play at nose tackle, but has just freakish athleticism.
He's 295.
It's 80 Mitchell. I already know it is. I feel like it is.
Be. They said they were going to get him.
You know what? That was their guy. And
it was their guy.
Hey, golf clap from a Falcons person to a rival. That was their guy, and they got it. That was their guy.
Yo,
really over Ricky. I mean,
one second, guys. So in my bet that I put my draft parlay, I took Michael Penix to be taken in the top 10. I took Xavier Legette to be taken in the first round. I just squeaked by there. I got Ben Sinnott as the second tight end taken, and Tyler Rubin as the first safety taken off the board.
That's where you might get burned, in my opinion.
Cooper DeJean is not classified as a safety on FanDuel.
Stand by my statement.
He's a cornerback.
I stand by my statement.
It's $5 to win $749.
I think
$5 to win $749.
I'll take those odds. Hold on, what's your cash out?
Burned by the Nubin play before you get. What was the other one that's still up in the air?
Not to be taken.
I think you get burned by the Nubin play before you get burned by Sinnott.
Ugh, dude, don't tell me that.
Which is what most people would probably say the opposite. I'll give the hot take. I think you get burned by the other one.
No, I have Sinnott as my tight end 4 in terms of fantasy output in the dynasty mindset, but Brock Bowers, Jatavian Sanders, Dallin Hooker or Holker, and then
No way is
Sinnott.
DL Hooker better than
You're
Ben
speaking in
Sinnott.
terms of
I'm sorry.
fantasy football, and I acknowledge that and I respect that. In terms of football, Dallin Holker is not going before Ben Sinnott.
Not happening.
That's fair. And
Just
I'm only
on,
thinking
like,
about fantasy
Tavion
ever, but
Sanders.
like Holker had 34 more targets than the next closest tight end in this
Colorado
class.
State offense sucked though. Like I just don't like. He's like what's his name? The Pats took him in the third round. Not Dalton. It's like a Dalton like something. Tight end like fullback combo. I feel like he's more like a that than the Ben Sinnott's going to be like a Jake Ferguson type
Not
of
literally
player.
wears the fullback number. He's like 42 or some shit.
But see, you got to look at Sinnott in terms of it's a copycat league. Sinnott's going to thrive in terms of his stock because people are going to look at him as the Laporta character this year in terms of a guy who can do inline, can go boundary. He's like none of that H-back shit. Sinnott's going to be somebody that they look at last year and think can be a year one surge immediately. That's a spot, I always like to be accountable with my scouting, my rankings, and my content, etc. Throughout the process, I had Jatavian Sanders ahead of Sinnott, and toward the end, I called myself out, and I was like, I just don't see that there. I think as an all-around player, and in terms of draft capital and assets, I feel passionate first tight end off the board tomorrow.
Of all of the tight ends, he lined up in line 53.4% at the bare minimum. Every other year, 61.1, 74.
Did you watch his tape?
Yeah, absolutely, I did, and I can tell you that
you're a big stats
Hooker,
guy. Like, I'm just making sure you watched tape.
Yeah, did you see the stats too? Dallin Holker had 34 more targets than any other tight end in all of FBS that's in this rookie class. 34 more targets than the second
I'm
leader.
confused by our argument. Are you arguing that you think Dallin Holker is going before Sinnott or should go before Sinnott? Or are you arguing about fantasy football? Because I'm confused.
I solely brought up fantasy. He is a fantasy tight end. I think that he is going to excel in that
Okay,
role.
well then that's not my argument. I'm not the guy to argue the fantasy thing. In terms of the fantasy thing, it very well could be Holker. But in terms of the draft, in terms of what teams are going to value in terms of a pick,
yeah, that's fair.
Like
who do you think takes him then?
Children, but I would bet my manhood that Holker's not going for Sinnott.
Well, who do you think that takes Sinnott before him on his blocking talent?
He's not just a blocker. Do you play in Kansas
Wait, who
State?
are you knocking?
No, yeah, he can be a combination of both. But like, who do you think values?
He's a very good inline blocker, but he's also
right. So then he's a
plus
blocker.
athlete.
Then who do you think takes him for a blocker?
He's not just a blocker. He's a plus athlete who can catch the ball and was Kansas State's best pass catching player.
They're not taking Sinnott to be an inline. If they're looking inline, you're looking at the Tip Rymans of the world. You're looking at
that's in the fourth round. But if you're looking at a complete package who can play inline, play outside, be a decent blocker.
Hell, if I'm taking an H-back, I'll take Jaheim Bell.
Yeah, I agree with that too. He's very athletic. Jatavian Sanders should be, in my opinion, the favorite of the fantasy world.
See, I like Jatavian Sanders as a third round for the Panthers. Funny enough, they just picked. That was kind of a sneaky little spot I kind of like for them in terms of someone that doesn't need as much of the inline blocking they're not going to get from him. Get that from a Trimble.
Sanders. Yeah, great after the catch. After the catch specifically, he gets it done. He's not like a great route runner, but like Texas trusted him enough to use him heavily in the screen game. Like, if you want a guy that can get it done after the catch, go get Jatavian Sanders. But also, if you're in the NFL and you're looking for a big slot wide receiver, this is a wide receiver heavy class. Go get some other wide receiver that is better at that than Jatavian Sanders. I think that Dallin Hooker can.
I really hope Bills take Ladd McConkey tomorrow so that A.D. Mitchell's sitting there for Pats at 34.
I don't think that's going
to I fully agree for that for you.
I think that it's not going to happen, though.
We didn't think they were going to trade back. We thought they were going to trade up. Then they traded back with Chiefs, and they traded back again.
It's just like right now, N9 Mitchell is
they should have taken 80 Mitchell at 28, but here they are at 33, and he's still on the board.
I just don't think
N9
they're
Mitchell
going
is
to
an outside wide receiver that has the talent to get it done at any slot
But
at wide receiver. But
take
Lad
what
McConkey,
Bahookie just said. And this is me being a little bit of conspiracy theorist, like, oh, there's a car that runs on water, bro. Like, does Buffalo trading out of that tell us that they're not as gung-ho on receiver as we thought?
or maybe they're more confident in the depth.
I think it does. I think they take Jerzon Newton at 33, which is still a good pick.
Dude, there's no way they don't go wide receiver. They have to go
There is a
wide.
way, because guess what? There was no way the Falcons went with quarterback, and they did, because that's what happens.
And I would say, like,
Curtis Samuel and Khalil Shakir as the top two.
But
That's
Dan,
not a
you
thing.
feel that passionately? If you felt that passionately, you wouldn't have traded out of 28. You'd have taken your pick of the litter of Xavier Legette.
But there's so many people out there.
Oh, what? You did all that so you could get a third round pick swap? Cool beans. Like, no, they don't feel that passionate about somebody.
It's not a third round pick swap. They have their choice at second round. They have a ton of talent on the board.
No, I'm not talking about their other picks. I'm talking about what they gained by playing the gamble of going from 28 to 33. You're fighting different arguments.
It's 5 spots, and I don't think the back end needed wide receivers so bad that the guys on the board were going to go off the board. I think that they can get a plethora of wide receivers that are going to make a difference on their team, and they don't need to move up or take them there. And especially if you can add picks, why not add picks? Everybody's so on board for adding picks before the draft starts. And then as soon as it comes up, it's like the guy that you see there that makes sense for the fit. You're like, why did you trade back? Trade back. Get the picks. If there's guys there that are in a similar tier,
You're
then
fighting
take
the trade back argument. We're not fighting the trade back argument. We're fighting the
What were you arguing for the Falcons before this?
What?
What at the beginning of the draft? What were you arguing for the Falcons?
What?
Trading back?
Trade back. I see his point.
I don't, so that makes one of us.
You wanted them to trade
You
back.
argued to trade back all of the 2 hours before the Falcons trade pick. And they didn't trade back. They made a bad decision in taking Michael Penix, at least 2-year backup because of dead cap.
I don't understand how this has remotely anything to do with.
Would you be happier if the Falcons traded back?
I don't see what this has anything to do with.
Did the Bills trade back and still have opportunity at wide receiver where they need team-dependent needs?
I literally am arguing for them trading back. You're fighting two different arguments. You're talking about.
I didn't hear any argument for the trade back. If you're for it, then I'm with it. I'm clearly for the trade back as well.
No, my initial conversation was, does this show us that the Bills are not as gung-ho about taking a receiver? Because if you were that gung-ho and you felt that passionate about somebody, why not do it at 28? Like, they got a good pick, but it's not like they got a ransom to play the gamble. It's like they told you tonight that they didn't feel that passionate about Legette or feel that passionate about McConkey.
I disagree.
I feel like
they can trade back 5 picks and still get a similar tier wide receiver. I would do the same thing. And
but Clint's point is, if they felt so gun ho about the player that they wanted at 20, that they could have had at 28, then don't you look at the Chiefs and even the 49ers, even the Ravens, like wide receivers?
They knew the Panthers wanted Legette. They knew that.
So the Panthers get Legette.
You make them
the 4 wide receivers, though, could have easily been the 4 wide receivers that the Bills wanted. We don't know if that's true or not, but what Clint's saying is it very well could have been true that the player that they wanted in that group, or all of the players that they wanted in that group, could have went in between where they traded back from and 33. Which is very
true. It could have happened where they went back to back wide receivers, and they lose out on that tier. I'm saying they don't think of that tier of wide receivers as being in the same class, or they do think of that wide receiver tier being in the same class, and they don't think that 5 back-to-back wide receivers are going to go off the board.
I mean, it was pretty close. I mean, like, I get what Clint's saying because, like, if they had this conviction on AD Mitchell, they would have just taken him at 28. Because
Just out of
it was
curiosity,
clear
where is AD Mitchell on y'all's board?
AD Mitchell is.
Where is he on your board?
Before Xavier Worthy, I'll tell you
Very high
that.
up. AD Mitchell, I have him at 21
35.
overall.
I have him at 35 overall.
But see, like, I like how Dan said a high number. I think I heard that correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought that was your voice. You said 21. Like, I like that point of, like, set that as a ceiling in our conversation. If you felt at 20, if you're at 21 and you're in that room and he's sitting there at 28 and he's your guy, run the effing card in. They didn't feel passionate.
I think that helps Clint's point more than it hurts his. But, like,
Ask me where my next wide receiver is.
Who's your next wide receiver and where is he at?
I got
35.
Troy Franklin at 25. After that, I got another wide receiver, Ricky Pearsall, who's already off the board. He was at 28. There's like a ton of wide receivers in that late first round to early second round tier where I think the Bills can trade back, get more draft capital, which all of us at the beginning of the draft would have said if you don't have your guy on the board,
Clint didn't say that he didn't like the trade back. He just said, does the trade back insinuate that the Bills aren't?
That's what I mean by fighting different arguments.
I think there's still a good chance.
That was the disagreement there. Like, neither one of you.
I don't think y'all are getting what Dan's saying. He is saying that they value the wide receivers the exact same, whether it was a Mitchell or.
That's literally my argument.
No, but you're asking why are they not valuing wide receivers? That's because they're all the same thing. What are you talking about?
After you get,
I literally have said
they're all the same tier.
Times they did
so why
not
value
feel
it?
passionate.
Get more draft capital and get the
I
same
literally
tier of
said
wide
5 times they did not feel passionately about someone. That's what, in words, is saying they didn't have conviction, so they traded back. They'll take someone for the lot. Like, if you felt passionate about somebody, it was so great, they just stayed there. Like, I think we're all walking in circles at this point. Like, that's not me saying I'm right or you're wrong or you're right or I'm wrong. This is
I think we're all kind of saying the same thing. And
that's kind of what I'm trying to say.
My friend said this thing one time, vigorous disagreement. Vigorous different, like, we're saying the same thing in different words and we're not understanding each other maybe.
Well, it's the point in the night where, and this is me speaking on myself, I won't speak on you or anybody else to speak on Clint. This is the point in the night where, like, you as in Clint, you think you're being like, I make fun of Emmanuel Acho. He likes to talk like he's like Plato or like Nostradamus or like some kind of like philosopher, but it's like a super normal take. It's like, yeah, tomorrow we're gonna have we're gonna have some picks that are normal, and then we're gonna have some picks that aren't normal. It's like we're kind of doing that where we're all being like, I'm so different. It's like we've all said the same takes about 4 times in a row.
Okay, yeah. I think we're saying probably similar things in different ways that we're not understanding each other, and that's football. Sometimes
we're 4.5 hours in. We're all a bunch of drinks in. That
is true.
It's okay. Wait,
you guys had beers,
right? I agree.
All right, so like let's run it back a little bit here.
Yes.
So who do we think the winner of the night is? Personally,
Vikings.
Yeah. All right, Clint. We'll start with you. Vikings.
I mean, I'm not even speaking as much. I mean, I would just say in terms of going into tonight, like I won't speak for everyone here, but like, did we really think McCarthy was going to make it to 10? And if he did, like getting Dallas Turner for that price, for that fit, and their zone defense, that was some awesome aggressive moves.
Yeah, they played the board like a fiddle. Dan, what do you think?
I'm just so not high on JJ McCarthy. I don't think it was quite the win that everyone had it chalked up to be.
So who is your winner?
I'm pulling up the big board right now. Give me 1 second here.
I'll answer for Dan. The winner of the night's the Atlanta Falcons.
For me, it's the
Michael Penix early. That's exactly
Yeah,
what
Michael
I wanted
Penix's
to
bank
see.
account. You're right.
I'm gonna take.
Dude, it is frustrating. You can't bet in New York, but I truly would have bet the top 5 picks all correct. That would have been nice. I am
Clint,
a little.
I'm sorry. Let me interrupt you for 1 second. Clint's laugh there just sounded like the most like
Be
Casey
nice.
said
Be
earlier.
nice.
No, it would, dude. That sounded depressing. That was like you were trying to be happy, but like you were
You
like,
gotta
yeah,
give me
my
props. You gotta give me props.
No,
That
I
was
do. I do give you the
that was
props.
an
You came
anvil
back
tonight.
and
Like that.
came back from it.
No, that was an anvil. Like I'm saying this like lightheartedly. Like I won't lie to you. Like when that happened, I literally walked away because I was like, I'm gonna humiliate the stream. Like I'm gonna walk out. I literally go to the stairs. My wife is just standing there, just laughing. She's a Cowboys fan for perspective, so she doesn't care about the Falcons. She was just looking at me, just like, oh yeah, that was horrible. Like my wife, who knows football well, was looking at me like, yeah. It's like, but no, I appreciate the patience. No, I'll take the. You're not even asking this question yet. Who's the loser of the night? The Atlanta Falcons.
All right, word. We'll get to that in a minute. Dan, continue. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
No worries. I appreciate it. Quinyon Mitchell going to the Eagles at 22 overall was way later than I anticipated. By far, cornerback one in my opinion, and getting him at 22 is insanely late for where I had him on the big board. I had him at 9th overall, going ironically.
Yeah, Quinyon Mitchell I had at 19, so like pretty close to in line there. But like I said, I had Quinyon Mitchell comp to Darius Slay, so I think he's an elite player.
Right. Was he your CB1 overall?
I believe so. No, I had Kool-Aid at 17. And I had Quinyon at 19, so they were like neck and neck there. I had Brian Thomas. I had Brian Thomas Jr. in between the two of them. My winner of the draft though is the Bears. I mean, they come away with Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze. Good luck covering people on that offense, my friend. Good luck. Like they got playmakers everywhere from wide receiver 1 to wide receiver 3, tight end 1, tight end 2, good running backs and DeAndre Swift, Roschon Johnson, really solid O-line. Now, Shane Waldron is the play caller. What scares me a little bit about Rome Odunze's fantasy value is what did we really see from Jackson Smith-Njigba and Shane Waldron's offense? Not what we're really trying to see for a top-tier first-round pick, like a top 6-7 pick in the NFL draft. So, or not the NFL draft, your fantasy drafts. So I would be a little skeptical about him when you're moving in.
I agree with you, man. Like that, hitting the nail on the head. So many targets there that like he is not going to be valued where he should be 1 year removed from now. After one season, Keenan Allen, they already voided his contract after 2024. They're going to move on. Rome Odunze and DJ Moore are going to be the focal points of that offense. I love your point there. I think that he's going to be maybe a trade low target at the end of the 2024 season.
Yeah, I definitely agree. All right, Austin, who's your winners of the night?
I was going to say the Bears too. Just getting Odunze and of course Williams. So yeah, that would be my winners. Losers.
Go for your losers.
I mean, I feel like the easiest answer would be the Falcons, but I don't know, man. I'm pretty disappointed in Steelers draft. For the reason that Dan said. I mean, the winners of the night were the guy that went right after him, and you had a chance to get him, and you didn't. So, yeah, I'm pretty bummed about it. Like, I mean, I get it. Like, it's a decent pick. It's a tackle, but you had a chance to pretty much solidify your secondary, something that Pittsburgh has struggled with over the past 5+ years. You finally have Joey Porter Jr., who's going to be probably your solidified one, and you could have pretty much secured it with a 2 there. You didn't, so yeah, I was pretty upset about that. But you live and you learn, I guess.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't hate Troy Fatanu for the Steelers, but Quinyon Mitchell falling to them would have been definitely the preferred outcome. Bahookie, best and worst takes. Then we'll cycle through back to you, Clint, then Dan, then me, then we'll get out of here.
Yeah, I think that the easy picks are like, as far as the good ones are all the people who picked twice. If you're walking out of the first round with 2 first-round picks, you're probably gonna feel better than most people who had 1. And then on the other side, the easy pick for the bad one is Michael Penix. The ones I'm going to go with, the winners here, I think the biggest steal was Quinyon Mitchell to the Eagles. Howie Roseman just landing top tier talent, just sitting there and not giving anything up. And then I was looking at some of these picks. I thought Chop Robinson for the Dolphins was a big overdraft at 21. And then you look at some of the guys that came after him: Jordan Morgan, Graham Barton, Tyler Guyton. I think that they should have been going offensive line if they were smart. They did need a replacement for Andrew Van Ginkel, but I think offensive line is a more pressing issue for that team because they cannot stand up to an above average pass rush.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Clint, who is your loser of the night?
The Atlanta Falcons.
Do you want to expand on that, or do we
No.
think we already was covered? Oh, okay. Thank you. That's going to be a good clip. Dan, who's the loser of the night for you, bud?
Loser of the night. It's kind of tough. I do think that Cincinnati missed an opportunity. I think they could have taken Cooper DeJean and really added to their secondary. I don't know. I really see Cooper DeJean, I guess, much higher than the NFL did. So I'll settle on that and say the Bengals. I think that they could have really capitalized on a big weakness in their offense or their defense.
Yeah, no, I get that a lot. My biggest miss here, I still think it's the Broncos going Bo Nix.
Yeah.
It's Broncos going Bo Nix.
I knew that was going to come.
The Penix pick sucks in value stance. But, like, Kirk Cousins is 35, just comes off an Achilles tear. Like, you gave him the absolute bag. That's fine. You were ready to spend some money. But if that happens to not work out, you're going to eat some dead cap. You knew that beforehand. But Michael Penix at least gives them it's not like you're going to be like, all right, word. Kirk went back down. We're dealing with Desmond Ridder now.
Tyler, you're honestly you're a sweetheart among a lot of things. No, but all joking aside, I mean, I'll be positive for a second.
I like Penix over Nix as a prospect, so that's why I'm giving.
Look, I'll be positive for a second. Falcons are good at quarterback for the next few years, man. I mean, it's like it's not what I wanted. I'm not happy. I'm not. But if I have to be like, let's get over it, let's move forward, I get, it's like that's me ending on a high note, trying to at least,
No, I get you. I think Penix is at least a little bit better of a value. I mean, I had Penix as my
I mean, look,
25th player on the 26th
you
player.
shaped the
I've
Falcons
had Bo
up
Nix.
tonight. You shaped the Falcons up going into tomorrow. You got 3 picks tomorrow. You got 43, 74, and 79.
79. Yeah.
I mean, dude, you got to go defense. Like, it's like you've set, like, the Falcons pride themselves on this. All I'm going to say, and I'll be quiet. Best player available, being flexible. It's like you kind of not pigeonholed. That's dramatic, but it's like 43's got to be a corner or a pass rusher. 73's got to be the other one, or 79. And you got, it's like tomorrow's where. How do I put this? I think Arthur Blank had some input on that pick tonight. Terry Fontenot's got to get a little creative tomorrow. That's all I'd say.
So, I mean, I had Penix as my 26th player on my board, and I had Bo Nix as my 58th. So, like, that's what I'm looking at there. Like, biggest loser of the night. Like, that's a 46 pick reach there for at least for me. So, that's where I'm going. So, like, if there was one player to be like, all right, we're kind of crapping on it now, but like, just you wait. Let's take the Penix pick out of there. But, like, what was the pick that you looked at and you're like, I don't really like that, but, like, possibly could work out? Clint, you want to go first? Then we'll cycle, then we'll get out of here. One last thought. Sorry.
Somebody else go first who's passionate. I got to think a second.
Anybody passionate about their pick? About a pick? Because, I mean, I think –
Yeah,
Austin, go for it.
take me and Dan out.
No, yeah. Tyler, you said you wanted to go for it. Go for it.
I mean, I think there was a lot of Brian Thomas Jr. hate for the Jaguars pick. Dude, I don't hate that at all. They moved back and they were able to get my number 4 wide receiver on my board, and he was my number, 18 player on my board. Number 18 player on my board, number 23 overall. I think he's a great route runner. He's 6'4", 205, and runs a 4.35. Like, I don't care that Xavier Worthy ran a 4.21 at 165. I care that Brian Thomas Jr. ran a 4.35 at 205.
That's 165 after a good breakfast and he hadn't gone to the bathroom.
That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. So, like, you take 40, maybe even 50 more pounds, put it on a receiver, and he can run
I got 4 eyes, but, like, look how fast I blink my eye here.
Oh, my God.
That's how fast Brian Johnson.
That was the difference between
Thomas
Xavier Worthy and, it's like, take the size. If we were to jump to me real quick, I'd say Troy Fatanu to the Steelers is one we ripped on. I get Austin being frustrated. I totally get wanting to take your pick later to the corners. I just think, and this might tie back into some of Vuick's frustration, and I get it. That was the higher floor play, taking Fatanu versus Quinyon Mitchell. It was the higher floor, not the higher ceiling play. It was the higher floor play. And some of that, I could feel frustrated. I have no affiliation with the Steelers. It's kind of like it's time to start shooting for some ceilings here. You've gone for some floor plays. You've gotten some 500. We're kind of hanging around. It's like I would have liked the ceiling play. So that one I completely understand. But Fatani was number 9 player on my board. His feet were the best of the offensive linemen in this class, no question. One of the highest floor players in this class. And then lastly, just super fast, I'd say one that we really ripped on was Ricky Pearsall at San Francisco. I get it. In terms of my board, it was probably about 9-10 picks early. But the 49ers are sitting there in a position where they think they're in a hump moment and they can be picky. That was their guy. And I also would add, I won't be stunned if we look up and Pearsall's leading the rookies in catches like halfway through the year. In a nice fit. What did you say? I don't remember who it was. It might have been Tyler. It might have been, I can't remember, but it was somebody said something along the lines of like, you look at receivers in the first round and landing spots can really determine like a rookie of the year who really gets going. It's like Pearsall in here with a Debo. Who knows with IU? He's probably a goner. But, Brock Purdy, a Kittle, Kyle Shanahan's one of the 2 or 3 best play callers in the NFL, 2, 3, 4 play callers in the NFL. It's like that's a guy to your point, Tyler set it up very well. He said, who's somebody we could look back and say we're ripping on him tonight, but we might look back in a couple months, a year or two, and say, that wasn't so bad. That's one I'd throw a little curveball.
Dan, who's the player? Who's the pick that went in the first round that we were kind of not really feeling, that you were feeling?
I do like your guys' pick with Ricky Pearsall. I do also think that Jared Verse going to the Rams was not like really touched on at all. I think that he is a very solid edge.
It did get glossed over. It did.
Yeah, it's like I think he is an exceptional athlete that has both speed and strength. If you can
bare
him,
dude, you're right. Bare hands. He's got strongest hands in that defensive line class. Absolutely.
He's a leader too. He's a leader. He led that Florida State team after Jordan Travis went down. So I like keep going on that. I just wanted to add that point.
It's exactly that, though. It's just like I think that this guy is going to lead a team on the defensive line. I think he's going to get the job done in replacement of Aaron Donald. Not saying that he's Aaron Donald by any means.
Nobody.
Really different position to begin it all.
You can't comp Aaron Donald. You just can't do it
to
right
anyone.
Well, I'm just
right? And that's what pissed me off about Byron Murphy. I was like, don't put that pressure on Byron Murphy right now. It's like this guy's gonna become his own. He's gonna be elite, but like let him do it without the expectation of becoming Aaron Donald immediately. That's not fair to him. Not fair to Jared Verse coming into this team. But yeah, no, I really liked him. I like the Ricky Pearsall talk too. I think that he is really going to fit in well with that offense. On top of being good in open space, he's a great vision guy. Like he can read the blockers, set up where he's going.
Really
next.
good route runner as far as
and tough as
well.
well.
Those two things, by far the best part of his game. However, he is not despite his size and look, he's not the agility guy. He's not going to make you miss a ton of tackles. And it's frustrating because I want him to just take that next step and maybe he gets there. But so I do like Ricky Pearsall in this fit with a Kyle Shanahan offense where he's going to scheme his wide receivers open and make use of this talent. But I digress from my fantasy outlook. I move on to the defensive side of the ball. Jared Verse, best value in this draft right now.
Hell yeah. Bahookie, best value take of the night. Like that we didn't really like. What do you think?
I think Olu Fashanu was a pretty good one.
Yeah,
Nice
I like
call
that.
out.
We didn't talk about that very much.
I was literally just about to say that, Tyler. I was going to say Dan set that up with Jared Verse where he was like, we kind of, and this was my word, I said we kind of glossed over. He kind of got lost in the sauce. That was a damn good throw out in terms of Fashanu. That was the next guy I literally was going to be like, it wasn't like our fault, but we didn't talk about him at all.
Yeah, the Penix pick messed us all up. Like,
and that's a fair point. And in my defense, I'll raise my hand. I was having the like moment of the night moment. So like, you're right. I'm glad that you mentioned Fashanu.
Yeah, I think a lot of people thought that Brock Bowers was going to go there, but Blake, why do you think Fashanu was that pick? Like, do you think he could play swing tackle, right tackle early, or do you think he's just gonna kind of wait and see if Tyron Smith like can play a whole season?
Yes to all. I'd say right. We probably put him at right tackle first, and then if you have to make an adjustment, you do.
Word.
To put it in layman's terms. Was there a follow-up question to that too? Or is that it?
I don't know.
Are we good to do we have anyone else that needs to talk? Are we good?
Austin,
did you say your work?
Yeah. Tired is what it is.
Okay. That's right. Vuick is messed up, respectively. For all of you YouTubers.
There was no censor warnings on this stream. It's not going on the radio.
If they make it to the 5th hour, then congratulations to you.
Can we everyone be quiet and focus on me for 1 second? Look at this DM that JC just sent me of me hugging Michael Penix. What a douchebag.
I got that DM too.
And look how good the Photoshop is.
Yo, Clint, that's Bahooky's body in that Photoshop.
I'm gonna send it tomorrow, and JC had
I'm probably 4 inches taller than Michael Penix. Like, I'm probably 4 inches taller. Like, I'm probably 8 inches taller than Bahookie. And he puts it, look at me snuggling up to Michael Penix's shoulder. Look at that. Look at that.
He looks so happy. Like, that's his happy place.
Dude, that's your quarterback, dude. You're happy.
That's my quarterback.
You said T.O. was your best player comp. Dude,
Who said that? Which one of you jerks said that? Because I am snuggled up. Look how snuggled up to him. That's the father of my children right there. Like, be my man.
Right,
look at him. He looks like he's going to tell me, like, hey, Clint, hey, baby, Kirk and I would like a nice espresso. Can you go put on a hot pot of tea?
Blake is so mad.
It's not mad. It's called manic depression is what it's called. It's just like, I just don't even know how to feel. Like, look at this. If you showed me this photo before tonight, I wouldn't have come on the stream.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That was just too good.
I'm crying. I'm literally crying right now. There's
Let's
tears
also shout out
from my eyes because I'm laughing so
our
hard.
final comment, Tyler, involves the final comment of the night. The final comment, it's been 11 minutes, so I'm assuming it's the final one. A comment says, "Thanks to Tyler for being nice and holding the broken pieces of Clint's heart together with positivity."
100% the comment that happened last. And you know what? We'll have to remind Tyler of this when we're late on the podcast.
Comment to go into round 2, particularly for Dan. Like, Dan didn't have a pick tonight. He's like going to be extra geeked up. Like, for example, like night 2 is my favorite night of the draft personally. Like, always has been.
We might have to do one of these tomorrow night.
I'll do we. But no, seriously, like,
I am opting out.
Do not let anyone else comment at how perfect that comment was. Because all joking aside, like there were multiple times, like during the pick, after where Tyler was like, "Guys, everyone be nice to Clint. Everyone be nice."
There was multiple times where that happened, and at the beginning of it, me and you both like chimed in, like we're both nice guys. We're gonna be the nicest guys on this podcast, and then me and you were chirping at each other at that point. Fuck all that nice shit. Like
back for AD Mitchell, you guys are getting heated now.
Y'all been doing this with me long enough to know that I'm not gonna get my feelings hurt. I appreciate it.
Dude, that's the thing. Somebody comment or put it out in the Twitter sphere, X sphere, whatever the fuck you want to call it. The what do you think is easier to get 100%? Has to be 100% correct. Either March Madness or the first round of the NFL draft. I think NFL draft is harder because there's no trades in the bracket. You can choose your teams, and they're not going to be like, "Hey, guys, Alabama's playing Tennessee now."
Give me March Madness all day. There's no way in fucking hell I'm predicting that the Atlanta.
I could do better with the draft.
Michael Penix at 8 overall. Like, dude, I could do that I could do this same job for 50 plus years. There's no way I'm guessing that the Falcons are taking Michael Penix at 8. No shot.
All right, guys, we got it. And we're being nice to me, okay? Calm down. We're being nice.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to use that as like a measuring stick for how you gauge the NFL draft. I'm not trying to be a dick.
Tyler, I want you to pick on me as much as possible because I deserve it.
And I will. Just wait till the cut of the worst takes.
I literally deserve it. I deserve it. Like, I want to give a shout out, actually. I'm glad that I set that up. JC Kirk
Yeah.
did nothing but cyberbully me the whole night. Like cyberbully, like, and JC, like, for perspective, for people that don't know, like, out there, like,
Good guy, JC.
The nicest guy, like, nicest guy. Like, if I, like, texted JC and was like, hey, like, I need you to do this thing for me, he'd be like, yeah, man, yeah, I already saw about it. You're good to go. Like, I sent it to you, man. Like, tonight, I don't know if, like, I made him mad or something, but I think it's incredible. Like, I want to text him tomorrow over coffee and be like, hey, man, like, are we good? And he'd be like, no, we're not actually going into night 2. And I'm going to be like, all right, baby. Go Birds.
We're fighting then, I guess.
Just to bring it up in context.
You highlighted
exactly what
that
you're talking about.
Another one, I was like, he's still going.
Yeah, right. Like,
right.
Like that was one of the later ones. So, you know, he talked that smack.
As that conversation evolved, I actually have 2 more questions. Who do you think that is going to be the steal of tomorrow? Clint, real quick, you go first and we can cycle through.
You know, my first thought, and I would, somebody will have a counterpoint to, and I want him to, is you could argue beyond the first 10 picks tomorrow, but I think an easy starting point, and I'll take this one, is who in that first 10 picks tomorrow isn't supposed to be there? And where we stand right now, who isn't supposed to be here right now? Johnny Newton. Who's some other name? Lad McConkey's another name we were talking about.
A.D. Mitchell.
A.D. Mitchell, thank you.
Cooper DeJean.
Tyler Nubin, Cooper DeJean. You get the point. It's my lazy. I'm going to give the lazy answer and let somebody else give the good answer. My lazy answer would be somebody in that top 10 is going to take somebody in that 33 to about, I would say 43 gap, but that's the Falcons pick. Don't count them. To the 42 gap. 33 to 42. Somebody will cash in that'll make us, in hindsight, go, that guy should have gone about 25. That'd be my lazy. I'm going to take the lazy answer.
I would take Suma Matia there instead of Jordan Morgan.
That's your boy. I respect that answer.
Yeah. Yeah, he's my guy.
Washington at 36 and 40?
Yeah, they're looking at some good fucking players right there. Really good.
Patrick Paul, Sumatea, Kyron Amadeji, a little later option. You're right, man. They got some nice swing options.
They could get both their tackles with those picks and
36 and 40. I mean, we've been on here for 5 hours. I'm trying to think of their left tackle and right tackle swing ability. But I mean, just taking 2 of those names, we said you're walking out with Sumatea and a Patrick Paul and Jaden Daniels, and we're saying you want to go party? Like, yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to go. My ends are protected. Dan, what do you think's going to be the best pick tomorrow?
I mean, overall, Cooper DeJean, just straight out. I had him as the 10th overall pick. I like Cooper DeJean a lot. I don't understand why he's not being picked yet.
God, I respect having him 10th on your board.
Yeah. The versatility on top of the athleticism. Like, you can teach whatever you want to teach him. You have NFL coaches on your team. Go make him whatever player you want to, but he's got the versatility to be what you want him to be. That's invaluable. I feel like that's taught as a young baseball player, even crossing sports, whatever. You're taught, go be whatever you can be, and then the coach will make you into the position, that you can be. I was a catcher and a pitcher. My arm was fucked because I can say that 5 hours in. I was throwing every ball of every game. Either I was throwing the ball to the catcher or throwing the ball back to the pitcher every play of the game. But I made myself good enough at both positions to play every pitch of the game.
Dan
like,
Baker,
I don't know.
Dan Baker with the subtle like, hey, I'm way better than you. I played two positions.
And I'm not even subtle about it. I will strike anyone out who wants to hit it against me.
He said, "Bring the stick."
All of
bitch.
stadium, man. We
Swing
got
that
like what,
shit.
80 people?
Huh?
What?
Hey,
we got, how many
Dan.
people
Hey,
got on
Dan,
the
where are
table?
you
Like 80
from?
people? I will pitch against
Where are you
anybody.
from? Because I'm from right here, right now, and I'd take you to deep left center, bud.
I'm Western New York, and please meet me anywhere within a travel distance.
This is getting so hot.
Yeah.
One, who said it though? I didn't see a face.
Austin's soaking wet right now. Don't
I
worry.
turned my camera off for the
Dissing
first
matching
time.
this
That's top of it. You're a Steelers fan.
I was giving my dog his pill for a second. Leave me alone. I turned my camera off.
I literally don't care who it is in all of stadium, man. I will pitch against you. You will not get a hit on me.
All right, we're gonna find some money in the budget over the next year to make something like this happen.
Let's go.
Where's the company
that's-
getaway? Are we meeting in Boston?
Dude, if you want to meet in Boston, we'll go get fucked
I'm
up.
actually going to be in Newport in a couple weeks. But
Yes,
I mean,
we will. We get fucked up on draft night. We'll get fucked up while I go pitch to Clint.
We'll figure something out. Hopefully next year. By next year, at this time, 75K company. We'll see. I mean, dude, I might be like, yo, let's go get espresso martinis on the boys.
Guys, nothing says men's football like espresso martinis on the boys. Well, I pitch your ass, silly Clint.
Woo! All right.
How do you go against cutters? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I played fucking Little League. I mean, I don't know how to hit a cutter.
I thought Tyler was about to be like, yeah, I played.
One, who talked the shit?
Like by his tone. I thought he was going to be like, yeah, I played AAA for the Red Sox or something.
Oh, no, I didn't play AAA. I topped out at 89. I
Guys,
have a cutter that goes 85.
Guys, can we all
that
take a
hits
second
70.
not to be ugly?
I'm 5'10", but meet me in the paint, bitch.
I'm 6'5".
I will also. Oh my God, we're gonna have a fucking weekend, boys.
Can we all take a
Let's
second?
line this shit up.
No, like
You'll catch 19 elbows. Don't worry.
hey, can we all
That's
just take a
fine.
second?
I expect full.
You guys are all
elbows
my
in
friends.
any
Can we
game
all
that
take a
is not
second?
It's not
officiated.
going to be fine. I'll guarantee that.
Guys, look at Bahookie.
He's fed up. He's fed up.
Hold on.
He was like, yo, you told me this was going to end an hour and 10 minutes ago.
Bahookie, go to bed. Go to
Does
bed.
anyone
bud.
know how to add just Bahookie to the main stage? The main stage?
He muted us. He
He's
muted
ripping
us.
Manscaped ads right now. Like,
Hey.
yo, this is how you
Total layout. There we go.
Blake's muted us, dog. He's fed up.
Damn, you guys do it, buddy.
Stop. Stop.
I gotta pee. I haven't pissed once in 5 hours. Now I realized I gotta pee. So long, boys.
All right.
Boy, that's like they always used to say, like Kuiper will never
Happy-
take a break
oh
other
my
than
God.
drink Diet Sprite.
Oh my
It's like,
God.
Yeah, dude,